Chapter 9, Part 1 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 9, Charing Cross, Part 1. On July 20, 1864, was laid the first stone of the great Thames embankment, which now forms the wall of our river from Blackfriars to Westminster. A couple of flags fluttered lazily over the stone as a straggling procession of the members of the Metropolitan Board of Works moved down to the wooden causeway leading to the river. For 2 years, about 1,000 men were at work on it night and day. Iron caissons were sunk below the mud, deep in the gravel, and within 10 feet of the clay which is the real foundation of London, and the Victoria Embankment rose gradually into being. It was opened by royalty in the summer of 1870. This scheme, originally sketched out by Wren, was designed by Colonel Trench, MP, and also by Martin the painter, but it was never carried out until the days of Lord Palmerston and the Metropolitan Board of Works. Its piers, its flights of steps, its broad highway covering a railway, its gardens, its terraces are complete, and when the buildings along it are finished, London may for the first time claim to compare itself in architectural grandeur with Nineveh, Rome, or modern Paris. Northumberland House, which faced Charing Cross, covering the site of Northumberland Avenue, was a good but dull specimen of Jacobean architecture. It was built by Henry Howard, Earl of Northampton, son of the poet Earl of Surrey, about 1605. Walpole attributes the building to Bernard Jansen, a Fleming, and an imitator of Dieterling, and to Gerard Christmas, the designer of Aldersgate. Jansen probably built the house, which was of brick, and Christmas added the stone frontispiece, which was profusely ornamented with rich carved scrolls and an open parapet worked into letters and other devices. John Thorpe is also supposed to have been associated in the work, and plans of both the quadrangles of this enormous palace are preserved among the Soane MSS. Jansen was the architect of Audley End in Essex, one of the wonders of the age. Thorpe built Barkley. The front was originally 162 feet long, the court 82 feet square, as Inigo Jones has noted in a copy of Palladio preserved at Worcester College, Oxford. The Earl of Northampton left the house by his will in 1614 to his nephew, Thomas Howard, Earl of Suffolk, who died in 1626. This was the father of the memorable Frances, Countess of Essex and Somerset, and from him the house took the name of Suffolk House till the marriage in 1642 of Elizabeth, daughter of Theophilus, 2nd Earl of Suffolk, with Algernon Percy, 10th Earl of Northumberland, when it changed its name accordingly. Dorothy, sister of the rash and ungrateful Earl of Essex, whose violence and follies nothing less than the executioner's axe could cure, married the wizard, Earl of Northumberland as he was called, whom she led the life of a dog till he indignantly turned her out of doors. He was afterwards engaged in the gunpowder plot, being angry with the government that had overlooked him. His name was used, and his money spent by the conspirators. One of his servants hired the vault, and procured the lease of Vineyard House. Thomas Percy, his kinsman and steward, supped with him on the very night of the plot. His servant, Sir Dudley Carleton, who hired the house, was thrust into the Tower, and the Earl joined him there not long after, but Cecil was either unable or unwilling to touch his life. Northumberland, with Cobham and Raleigh, had before this engaged in schemes with the French against the government. Thomas Percy had been beheaded for plotting with Mary. Henry Percy had shot himself while in the Tower on account of the Throckmorton conspiracy. Compounding for a fine of £11,000, the Earl devoted himself in the Tower to scientific and literary pursuits, and gave annuities to 6 or 7 eminent mathematicians who ate at his table. In 1611 he was again examined and finally released in 1617. The king's favourite, Hay, afterwards Earl of Carlisle, had married the earl's daughter Lucy against his will, which so irritated him that he was with difficulty persuaded to accept his own release, because it was obtained through the intercession of Hay. Jocelyn Percy, son of Algernon, dying in 1670 without issue male, Northumberland House became the property of his only daughter Elizabeth Percy, the heiress of the Percy estates. Her first husband was Henry Cavendish, Earl of Ogle. Her second, Thomas Thynne, of Longleat, in Wilts, who was shot in his coach in Pall Mall on Sunday, February 12, 1681-2. Her third husband was Charles Seymour, the proud Duke of Somerset, who married her in 1682. This lady was twice a widow and 3 times a wife before the age of 17. The proud Duke and Duchess lived in great state and magnificence at Northumberland House. The Duchess died in 1722, and the Duke followed in 1748. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Algernon, Earl of Hertford, and the 7th Duke of Somerset, who was created Earl of Northumberland in 1749, with the remainder, failing issue male, to his son-in-law, Sir Hugh Smithson, who, in 1766, was raised to the dukedom. The lion, which country cousins for 2 centuries remember to have crowned the central gateway of the Duke's house, represented the Percy crest. It is of this stiff-tailed animal, for the exact angle of the tail is treated by heralds as a matter of the most vital importance, that the old story imputed to Sheridan is told. Probably some audacious wit did once collect a London crowd by declaring that its tail wagged, but certainly it was not Sheridan. Tom Thynne, or as he was called, Tom of 10,000, was shot at the east end of Pall Mall, opposite the Opera Arcade, by Borowski, a Polish soldier urged on by Count Königsmark, a Swedish adventurer, son of one of Gustavus's old generals, and who was enraged with Thynne for having just married the youthful widow of the Earl of Ogle, Lady Elizabeth Percy. Thynne was a favourite of the Duke of Monmouth. Shaftesbury had been lately released from the Tower, in spite of Dryden's onslaught on him as Achitophel, on the foolish Duke as Absalom, and on Thynne as Issachar, his wealthy western friend. The 3 murderers were hanged in Pall Mall, but their master strangely escaped, partly owing to the influence of Charles II. The Count, who had shown great courage at Tangier against the Moors, and had boarded a Turkish galley at his eminent peril, died in 1686 at the Battle of Argos in the Morea. His younger brother was assassinated at Hanover, on suspicion of an intrigue with Sophia of Zell, the young and beautiful wife of the Elector, afterwards George I. of England. The Earl of Northampton, Surrey's son, who built Northumberland House, as Osborne, who loved scandal, says with Spanish gold, seems to have been an unscrupulous time-server, flatterer, and parasite. In 1596 he wrote to Burleigh, and spoke of his reverend awe at his lordship's piercing judgment. Yet, a year after, he writes a plotting letter to Burleigh's great enemy Essex, and says, "Your lordship, by your last purchase, hath almost enraged the dromedary that would have won the Queen of Sheba's favour by bringing pearls. If you could once be so fortunate in dragging old Leviathan, Barkley, and his rich tortuosum colubrum, Sir Robert Cecil, as the prophet termeth them, out of their den of mischievous device, the better part of the world would prefer your virtue to that of Hercules." The Earl became a toady and creature of the infamous Carr, Earl of Somerset, and is thought to have died just in time to escape prosecution for the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury in the Tower. It was shortly before Suffolk House changed its name that it became the scene of one of Lord Herbert of Cherbury's mad Quixotic quarrels. His chivalrous lordship had had sundry ague fits, which had made him so lean and yellow that scarce any man could recognise him. Walking towards Whitehall, he one day met a Mr. Emerson, who had spoken very disgraceful words of Lord Herbert's friend, Sir Robert Harley. Lord Herbert, therefore, sensible of the dishonour, took Emerson by his long beard, and then, stepping aside, drew his sword. Captain Thomas Scriven being with Lord Herbert, and divers friends with Mr. Emerson. All who saw the quarrel wondered at the Welsh nobleman, weak and consumed as he was, offering to fight. However, Emerson ran and took shelter in Suffolk House, and afterwards complained to the Lords in Council, who sent for Lord Herbert, the lean, yellow Welsh Quixote, but did not so much reprehend him for defending the honour of his friend as for adventuring to fight, being at the same time in such weak health. Algernon, the 10th Earl of Northumberland, is called by Clarendon the proudest man alive. He had been Lord High Admiral to King Charles I, and was appointed general against the Scotch Covenanters, but, being unable to take the command from ill health, gave up his commission. He gradually fell away from the king's cause, but nevertheless refused to continue High Admiral against the king's wish. He treated the Dukes of York and Gloucester and the Princess Elizabeth with such consideration that they were removed from his care, and from that time he turned royalist again. Sir John Suckling refers to Suffolk House in his exquisite little poem on the wedding of Roger Boyle, Lord Broghill, with Lady Margaret Howard, daughter of the Earl of Suffolk. The well-known poem begins, "At Charing Cross, hard by the way, where we, thou knowest, do sell our hay, there is a house with stairs." And then the gay and graceful poet goes on to sketch Lady Margaret. Her lips were red, and one was thin, compared with that was next her chin, some bee had stung it newly. And then follows that delightful fantastic simile, comparing her feet to little mice creeping in and out her petticoat. Sir John was born in 1609. The oldest part of Northumberland House was the Strand entrance. This was crowned, as stated above, by a frieze or balustrade of large stone letters, probably including the name and titles of the Earl and the glorified name of the architect. At the funeral of Anne of Denmark, 1619, a young man named Appleyard was killed by the fall of the letter S from the house, which was then occupied by the Earl of Strafford, Lord Treasurer. The house was originally only 3 sides of a quadrangle, the river side remaining open to the gardens, but traffic and noise increasing, the quadrangle was completed along the river side and the principal apartments. There is a drawing by Haller of the house in his time, and another a century later by Canaletti. The new front towards the gardens was spoiled by a clumsy stone staircase, which was attributed to Inigo Jones, but probably incorrectly. The date 1746 on the façade referred to the repairs made in that year, and the letters A, S, P, N stood for Algernon, Somerset, Princeps, and Northumbriae. The lion over the gateway was said to be a copy of one by Michelangelo. It is now at Sion House, Isleworth. The gateway was covered with ornaments and trophies. Double ranges of grotesque pilasters enclosed 8 niches on the sides, and there was a bow window and an open arch above the chief gate. Between each of the 14 niches in the front there were trophies of crossed weapons, and the upper stories had 24 windows in 2 ranges and pierced battlements. Each wing terminated in a little cupola, and the angles had rustic coins. The quadrangle within the gate was simpler and in better taste, and the house was screened from the river by elm trees. There used to be a schoolboy tradition, prevalent at King's College in the author's time, that one of the niches in the front of Northumberland House was of copper and movable. So far the story was true, but the tradition went on to relate how once upon a time a certain enemy of the House of Percy obtained secret admission by this niche and murdered one of the dukes, his enemy. History is, however, fortunately quite silent on this subject. In February 1762, Horace Walpole and a party of quality set out from Northumberland House to hear the ghost in Cock Lane that Dr. Johnson exposed, and that Hogarth and Churchill ridiculed with pen and pencil. The Duke of York, Lady Northumberland, Lady Mary Coke, and Lord Hertford all returned from the opera with Horace Walpole, then changed their dress and set out in a hackney coach. It rained hard, and the lane and house were full of mob. The room of the haunted house, small and miserable, was stuffed with 80 persons, and there was no light but one tallow candle. As clotheslines hung from the ceiling, Walpole asked dryly if there was going to be rope dancing between the acts. They said the ghost would not come till 7 a.m., when only prentices and old women remained. The party stayed till 1:30. The Methodists had promised contributions, provisions were sent in like forage, and the neighbouring taverns and alehouses were making their fortunes. On May 14, 1770, poor Chatterton, who suffered so terribly for the deceptions of his ambitious boyhood, writes from the King's Bench, for the present, that a gentleman who knew him at the Chapter Coffee-house in Paternoster Row, frequented by authors and publishers, would have introduced him to the young Duke of Northumberland as a companion in his intended general tour, but alas, I spake no tongue but my own. But this is taken from a most questionable work, full of fictions and forgeries. Its author was a Bristol man, who afterwards fled to America. He also wrote a series of conversations with the poets of the Lake School, many of which are too obviously imaginary. On March 18, 1780, the Strand front of Northumberland House was totally destroyed by fire. The apartments of Dr. Percy, the Duke's kinsman and chaplain, afterwards Bishop of Dromore and editor of the Reliques of Ancient Poetry, were consumed, but great part of his library escaped. Goldsmith's simple-hearted ballad of Edwin and Angelina was originally printed for the amusement of the Countess of Northumberland. 2 years after, Kenrick accused him in the papers of plagiarizing it from Percy's pasticcio from Shakespeare in the Reliques, which was probably written in 1765. It is probable that Goldsmith often visited Percy when acting as chaplain at Northumberland House. Sir John Hawkins, indeed, describes meeting the poet waiting for an audience in an outer room. At his own audience, Hawkins mentioned that the doctor was waiting. On their way home together, Goldsmith told Hawkins that his lordship said that he had read The Traveller with delight, that he was going as Lord Lieutenant to Ireland, and should be glad, as Goldsmith was an Irishman, to do him any kindness. Hawkins was enraptured at the rich man's graciousness, but Goldsmith had mentioned only his brother, a clergyman there, who needed help. As for myself, he added bitterly, I have no dependence on the promises of great men. I look to the booksellers for support. They are my best friends, and I am not inclined to forsake them for others. Thus, says Hawkins, did this idiot in the affairs of the world trifle with his fortunes, and put back the hand that was held out to assist him. The Earl told Percy, after Goldsmith's death, that had he known how to help the poet, he would have done so, or he would have procured him a salary on the Irish establishment that would have allowed him to travel. Let men of the world remember that the poet a few days before had been forced to borrow 15 shillings 6pence to meet his own wants. This conversation took place in 1765. In 1771, when Goldsmith was stopping at Bath with his good-natured friend Lord Clare, he blundered by mistake at breakfast-time into the next door on the same parade, where the Duke and Duchess of Northumberland were staying. As he took no notice of them, but threw himself carelessly on a sofa, they supposed there was some mistake, and therefore entered into conversation with him, and, when breakfast was served up, invited him to stay and partake of it. The poet, hot, stammering, and irrecoverably confused, withdrew with profuse apologies for his mistake, but not till he had accepted an invitation to dinner. This story, a parallel to the laughable blunder in She Stoops to Conquer, was told by the Duchess herself to Dr. Percy. It was probably of the first of these interviews that Goldsmith used to give the following account. "I dressed myself in the best manner I could, and after studying some compliments I thought necessary on such an occasion, proceeded to Northumberland House, and acquainted the servants that I had particular business with the Duke. They showed me into an antechamber, where, after waiting some time, a gentleman, very elegantly dressed, made his appearance. Taking him for the Duke, I delivered all the fine things I had composed, in order to compliment him on the honour he had done me, when, to my fear and astonishment, he told me I had mistaken him for his master, who would see me immediately. At that instant the Duke came into the apartment, and I was so confounded on the occasion that I wanted words barely sufficient to express the sense I entertained of the Duke's politeness, and went away exceedingly chagrined at the blunder I had committed." Dr. Waggon, the picture critic, seems to have been rather dazzled at the splendour of Northumberland House. He praises the magnificent staircase, lighted from above and reaching up through 3 stories, the white marble floors, the balustrades and chandeliers of gilt bronze, the cabinets of Florentine mosaic, and the arabesques of the drawing-room. The great picture of the Duke's collection was the Cornaro family, by Titian, I believe from the Duke of Buckingham's collection. It is a splendid specimen of the painter's middle period and golden tone. The faces of the kneeling Cornari are grand, simple, senatorial, and devout. There was also a Saint Sebastian by Guercino, clear and careful and large as life, a fine Snyders and Van Dyck, many copies by Mengs, particularly the School of Athens, and a good Schalcken, with his usual candlelight effect. The gem of all the English pictures was one by Dobson, Van Dyck's noble pupil. It contained the portrait of the painter and those of Sir Balthazar Gerbier, the architect, and Sir Charles Cotterell. The colour is as rich and juicy as Titian's, the drapery learned and graceful, the faces are full of fire and spirit. Dobson died at the age of 36. Sir Charles was his patron. Van Dyck is said to have disinterred Dobson from a garret and recommended him to the king. Gerbier was a native of Antwerp, a painter, architect, and ambassador. This picture of Dobson was bought at Betterton's sale for £44. The gallery of the Duke of Northumberland was removed in 1875, when the house was demolished, to Sion House. Northumberland House was connected with, at all events, one period of English history. In the year 1660, when General Monk was in quarters at Whitehall, the Earl of Northumberland, in the name of the nobility and gentry of England, invited him here to the first conference in which the restoration of the Stuarts was publicly talked of. Algernon Percy, the 10th Earl, had been Lord High Admiral under Charles I. That staunch, brave, crotchety man, Sir Harry Vane the younger, the son of Lord Strafford's enemy, lived next door to Northumberland House, eastwards in the Strand. The house in Charles II's time became the official residence of the Secretary of State, and Mr. Secretary Nicholas dwelt there. when meetings were held, to found a commonwealth and put down that foolish, good-natured, incompetent Richard Cromwell. To the great Protector, Vane was a thorn in the flesh, for he wanted a republic when the nation required a stronger and more compact government. Oliver's exclamation, "Oh, Sir Harry Vane! Sir Harry Vane! The Lord deliver me from Sir Harry Vane!" expresses infinite vexation with an impracticable person. Vane was a Fifth Monarchy man, and believed in universal salvation. He must have been a good man, or Milton would never have addressed the sonnet to him in which he says, "Therefore on thy firm hand religion leans in peace, and reckons thee her eldest son." Sir Harry left behind him some very tough and dark treatises on prophecy, and other profound matters that few but angels or fools dare to meddle with. There is a foolish tradition that Charing Cross was so named originally by Edward I in memory of his cher reine. Peel, one of the glorious band of Elizabethan dramatists, helped to spread this tradition. He makes King Edward say, "Erect a rich and stately carved cross, whereon her statue shall with glory shine, and henceforth see you call it Charing Cross. For why? The chariest and the choicest queen that ever did delight my royal eyes there dwells in darkness." The inconsolable widower, however, in spite of his costly grief, soon married again. The truth is, there are in England one or two Charings. One of them is a village 13 miles from Maidstone. Ing means meadow in Saxon. The meaning of char is uncertain. It may be the contraction of the name of some long-forgotten landowner, rich in the possession of dirt. The Anglo-Saxon word "sere," a turn, says Mr. Robert Ferguson, an excellent authority, is retained in the name given in Carlisle and other northern towns to the chairs or wynds, small streets. In King Edward's time, Charing was bounded by fields both north and west. There has been a good deal of nonsense, however, written about the pleasant village of Charing. In Aggas's map, published under Elizabeth, Hedge Lane, now Whitcomb Street, is a country lane bordered with fields. So is the Haymarket, and all behind the Mews up to St. Martin's Lane is equally rural. Horne Tooke derives the word Charing from the Saxon verb charan, to turn, but the etymology is still doubtful, however much the river may bend on its way to Westminster. However, doubtless the place was named Charing as far back as the Saxon times. It was Peel also who kept alive the old tradition of Queen Eleanor sinking at Charing Cross and rising again at Queen Ithe. When falsely accused of her crimes, his heroine replies in the words of a rude old ballad well known in Elizabeth's time, "If that upon so vile a thing her heart did ever think, she wished the ground might open wide, and therein she might sink. With that at Charing Cross she sank into the ground alive, and after rose with life again in London at Queen Hithe." The Eleanor crosses were erected at Lincoln, Geddington, Northampton, Stony Stratford, Woburn, Dunstable, St. Albans, Waltham, Cheap, and Charing. 3 only now remain: Northampton, Geddington, and Waltham. Charing Cross was probably the most costly. It was octagonal, and was adorned with statues in tiers of niches, which were crowned with pinnacles. It was begun by Master Richard de Crundale, cementarius, but he died about 1293 before it was finished, and the work went on under the supervision of Roger de Crundale. Richard received about £500 for his work, exclusive of materials furnished him, and Roger £90, 7, 5. The stone was brought from Caen, and the marble steps from Corfe in Dorsetshire. Only one foreigner was employed on all the crosses, and he was a Frenchman. The abbot Ware brought mosaics, porphyry, and perhaps designs from Italy, but there is no proof that he brought over Cavallini. A replica of the original cross, designed by Mr. Barry, has been erected at the west end of the Strand, opposite the Charing Cross railway station and hotel. The cluster of houses at Charing acquired the name of Cross from the monument set up by Edward I to the memory of his gentle, pious, and brave wife Eleanor, the sister of Alfonso, King of Castile. This good woman was the daughter of Ferdinand III, and after the death of her mother, heiress of Ponthieu. She bore to her fond husband 4 sons and 11 daughters, of whom only 3 are supposed to have survived their father. Queen Eleanor died at Hardley, near Lincoln, in 1290. The king followed the funeral to Westminster, and afterwards erected a cross to his wife's memory at every place where the corpse rested for the night. In the circular which the king sent on the occasion to his prelates and nobles, he trusts that prayers may be offered for her soul at these crosses, so that any stains not purged from her, either from forgetfulness or other causes, may, through the plenitude of the divine grace, be removed. It was Queen Eleanor who, when Edward was stabbed at Acre by an emissary of the Emir of Joppa, according to a Spanish historian, sucked the poison from the wounds at the risk of her own life. This warlike king, who subdued Wales and Scotland, who expelled the Jews from England, who hunted Bruce, hanged Wallace, and who finally died on his march to crush Scotland, had a deep affection for his wife, and strove by all that art could do to preserve her memory. Old Charing Cross was long supposed to have been built from the designs of Pietro Cavallini, a contemporary of Giotto. He is said to have assisted that painter in the great mosaic picture over the chief entrance of St. Peter's. But there is little ground for accepting the tradition as true, though asserted by Vertue, as we learn from Horace Walpole's Anecdotes. Cavallini was born in 1279 and died in 1364. The monument to Henry III at the Abbey and the old paintings round the chapel of St. Edward are also attributed to this patriarch of art by Vertue. Queen Eleanor had 3 tombs, one in Lincoln Cathedral, over her viscera, another in the Church of the Blackfriars in London, over her heart, a third in Westminster Abbey, over the rest of her body. The first was destroyed by the parliamentarians. The second probably perished at the dissolution of the monasteries. The third has escaped. It is a valuable example of the 13th century beau ideal. The tomb was the work of William Torrell, a London goldsmith. The statue is not a portrait statue any more than the statue of Henry III by the same artist. Torrell seems to have received for his whole work about £1,700 of our money. The beautiful cross, with its pinnacles and statues, was demolished in 1647 under an order of the House of Commons, which had remained dormant for 3 years, and at the same time fell its brother cross in Cheapside. The royalist ballad-mongers, eager to catch the Puritans tripping, produced a lively street song on the occasion, beginning, "Undone, undone the lawyers are, they wander about the town, nor can find the way to Westminster, now Charing Cross is down. At the end of the Strand they make a stand, swearing they are at a loss, and chaffing say that's not the way, they must go by Charing Cross." The ballad writer goes on to deny that the cross ever spoke a word against the Parliament, though he confesses it might have inclined to popery, for certainly it was that it never went to church. The workmen were engaged for 3 months in pulling down the cross. Some of the stones went to form the pavement before Whitehall. Others were polished to look like marble, and were sold to antiquaries for knife handles. The site remained vacant for 31 years. After the Restoration, Charing Cross was turned into a place of execution. Here Hugh Peters, Cromwell's chaplain, and Major General Harrison, the sturdy Anabaptist, Colonel Jones, and Colonel Scrope were executed. They all died bravely, without a doubt or a fear. Harrison was the son of a Staffordshire farmer, and had fought bravely at the siege of Basing. He had been Major General in Scotland, had helped Cromwell at the disbanding of the Rump, had served in the Council of State, and finally, having expressed honest Anabaptist scruples about the Protectorate, had been imprisoned to prevent rebellion. Cromwell's son, Oliver, had been captain in Harrison's regiment. As he was led to the scaffold, some base scullion called out to the brave old Ironside, "Where is your good old cause now?" Harrison replied with a cheerful smile, clapping his hand on his breast, "Here it is, and I am going to seal it with my blood." When he came in sight of the gallows, he was transported with joy. His servant asked him how he did. He answered, "Never better in my life." His servant told him, "Sir, there is a crown of glory prepared for you." "Yes," replied he, "I see." When he was taken off the sledge, the hangman desired him to forgive him. "I do forgive thee," said he, "with all my heart, as it is a sin against me," and told him he wished him all happiness, and further said, "Alas, poor man, thou dost it ignorantly. The Lord grant that this sin may not be laid to thy charge." And putting his hand into his pocket, he gave him all the money he had, and so, parting with his servant, hugging him in his arms, he went up the ladder with an undaunted countenance. The cruel rabble observing him tremble in his hands and legs, he took notice of it and said, "Gentlemen, by reason of some scoffing that I do hear, I judge that some do think I am afraid to die by the shaking I have in my hands and knees. I tell you no, but it is by reason of much blood I have lost in the wars, and many wounds I have received in my body, which caused this shaking and weakness in my nerves. I have had it this 12 years. I speak this to the praise and glory of God. He hath carried me above the fear of death, and I value not my life, because I go to my Father, and I am assured I shall take it again. Gentlemen, take notice, that for being an instrument in that cause, an instrument of the Son of God, which hath been pleaded amongst us, and which God hath witnessed to by many appeals and wonderful victories, I am brought to this place to suffer death this day. And if I had 10,000 lives, I could freely and cheerfully lay them down all to witness to this matter." Then he prayed to himself with tears, and having ended, the hangman pulled down his cap, but he thrust it up and said, "I have one word more to the Lord's people. Let them not think hardly of any of the good ways of God for all this, for I have found the way of God to be a perfect way, and he hath covered my head many times in the day of battle. By my God, I have leaped over a wall. By my God, I have run through a troop. And by my God, I will go through this death, and he will make it easy to me. Now, into thy hands, O Lord Jesus, I commit my spirit." After he was hanged, they cut down this true martyr, and stripping him, slashed him open in order to disembowel him. In the last rigour of his agony, this staunch soldier is said to have risen up and struck the executioner. 3 days after, Carew and Cook were hanged at the same place, rejoicing and praying cheerfully to the last. As Cook parted from his wife, he said to her, "I am going to be married in glory this day. Why weepest thou? Let them weep who part, and shall never meet again." On the 17th, Thomas Scott perished at the same place. His last words were, "God engaged me in a cause not to be repented of. I say, in a cause not to be repented of." End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 9, Charing Cross, Part 2. Jones and Scrope, both old men, were drawn in one sledge. Their grave yet cheerful and courageous countenances caused great admiration and compassion among the crowd. Observing one of his friend's children weeping at Newgate, Colonel Jones took her by the hand. He said, "Suppose your father were tomorrow to be King of France, and you were to tarry a little behind. Would you weep so? Why, he is going to reign with the King of Kings." When he saw the sledge, he said, "It is like Elijah's fiery chariot, only it goes through Fleet Street." The night before he suffered, he told a friend the only temptation he had was lest he should be too much transported, and so neglect and slight his life, so greatly was he satisfied to die in such a cause. Another friend he grasped in his arms and said, "Farewell, I could wish thee in the same condition as myself, that our souls might mount up to heaven together and share in eternal joys." To another friend he said, "Ah, dear heart, if we had perished together in that storm going to Ireland, we had been in heaven to welcome honest Harrison and Carew, but we will be content to go after them, we will go after." It is added that the executioner, having done his part upon 3 others that day, was so surfeited with blood and sick that he sent his boy to finish the tragedy on Colonel Jones. Hugh Peters was much afraid while in Newgate, lest his spirits should fail him when he saw the gibbet and the fire, but his courage did not fail him in that hour of great need. On his way to execution, he looked about and espied a man to whom he gave a piece of gold, having bowed it first, and desired him to carry that as a token to his daughter, and to let her know that her father's heart was as full of comfort as it could be, and that before the piece should come into her hands he should be with God in glory. While Cook was being hanged, they made Peters sit within the rails to behold his death. While sitting thus, one came to him and upbraided the old preacher with the king's death, and bade him repent. Peters replied, "Friend, you do not well to trample upon a dying man. You are greatly mistaken. I had nothing to do in the death of the king." When Mr. Cook was cut down and about to be quartered, Colonel Turner told the sheriff's men to bring Mr. Peters nearer to see the body. By and by the hangman came to him, rubbing his bloody hands, and tauntingly asked him, "Come, how do you like this? How do you like this work?" To whom Mr. Peters calmly replied, "I am not, I thank God, terrified at it. You may do your worst." Being upon the ladder, he spoke to the sheriff, and said, "Sir, you have here slain one of the servants of God before mine eyes, and have made me to behold it on purpose to terrify and discourage me. But God hath made it an ordinance to me for my strengthening and encouragement." When he was going to die, he said, "What, flesh! Art thou unwilling to go to God through the fire and jaws of death? Oh, this is a good day. He is come that I have long looked for, and I shall soon be with him in glory." And he smiled when he went away. What Mr. Peters said further it could not be taken, in regard his voice was low at the time and the people uncivil. In May 1685, that consummate scoundrel Titus Oates came to the pillory at Charing Cross. He had been condemned to pay 1,000 marks fine, to be stripped of his gown, to be whipped from Newgate to Tyburn, from Aldgate to Newgate, and to stand in the pillory at the Royal Exchange and before Westminster Hall. He was also condemned to stand 1 hour in the pillory at Charing Cross every 10th of August, and there an eyewitness describes seeing him in 1688. In 1666 and 1667, an Italian puppet player set up his booth at Charing Cross, and there and then probably introduced Punch and Judy into England. He paid a small rent to the overseers of St. Martin's parish, and is called in their books Punchinello. In 1668 we learn that a Mr. Devone erected a small playhouse in the same place. There is still extant a song written to ridicule the long delay in setting up the king's statue, and it contains an allusion to Punch. What can the mystery be, why Charing Cross these 5 months continues still blinded with board? Dear Wheeler, impart, we are all at a loss, unless Punchinello is to be restored. The royal statue at Charing Cross is the work of Hubert Le Sueur, a Frenchman and a pupil of the famous John of Bologna, the sculptor of the Rape of the Sabines in the Loggia at Florence. Le Sueur's copy of the Fighting Gladiator, which is praised by Peacham in his Complete Gentleman, once at the head of the canal in St. James's Park, is now at Hampton Court. Le Sueur also executed the monuments of Sir George Villiers and Sir Thomas Richardson, the judge, in Westminster Abbey. The original contract for the brazen equestrian statue, a foot larger than life, is dated 1630. The sculptor was to receive £600. The agreement was drawn up by Sir Balthazar Gerbier for the purchaser, the Lord High Treasurer Weston. Yet the existing statue was not cast till 1633, and the above-mentioned agreement speaks of it as to be erected in the Lord Treasurer's garden at Roehampton, so that the agreement may not refer to the same work, although it certainly specifies that the sculptor shall take advice of His Majesty's riders of great horses, as well for the shape of the horse and action as for the graceful shape and action of His Majesty's figure on the same. The present statue was cast in 1633 on a piece of ground near the church in Covent Garden, and not being actually erected when the Civil War broke out, it was sold by the Parliament to John Rivet, a brazier, living at the Dial near Holborn Conduit, with strict orders to break it up. But the man, being a shrewd royalist, produced some fragments of old brass and hid the statue underground till the Restoration. Rivet refusing to deliver up the statue after Charles's return, a replevin was served upon him to compel its surrender. The dispute, however, lasted many years, and he probably pleaded compensation. The statue was erected in its present position about 1674 by an order from the Earl of Danby, afterwards Duke of Leeds. Le Sueur died, it is supposed, before the statue was erected. Horace Walpole, who praises the commanding grace of the figure and the exquisite form of the horse, incorrectly says, the statue was made at the expense of the family of Howard, Lord Arundel, who have still the receipt to show by whom and for whom it was cast. There is still extant a very rare large sheet print of the statue, engraved in the manner and time of Faithorne, but without name or date. The inscription beneath it describes the statue as almost 10 feet high, and as preserved underground, with great hazard, charge, and care, by John Rivet, a brazier. John Rivet may have been a patriot, but he was certainly a shrewd one. To secure his concealed treasure, he had manufactured a large quantity of brass handles for knives and forks, and advertised them as being forged from the destroyed statue. They sold well. The Royalists bought them as sad and precious relics, the Puritans as mementos of their triumph. He doubled his prices, and still his shop was crowded with eager customers, so that in a short time he realized a considerable fortune. The brazier, or the brazier's family, probably sold the statue to Charles II at his restoration. The Parliament voted £70,000 for solemnizing the funeral of Charles I and for erecting a monument to his memory. Part of this sum went for the pedestal, but whether the brazier or his kin were rewarded is not known. Charles II probably spent most of the money on his pleasures. There is a fatality attending the verses of most time-serving poets. Waller never wrote a court poem well, but when he lauded that great man the Protector. When the statue of the Martyr was set up 14 years after the Restoration, so tardy was filial affection, Waller wrote the following dull and unworthy lines about the statue of a faithless king. That the first Charles does here in triumph ride, see his son reign where he a martyr died, and people pay that reverence as they pass, which then he wanted to the sacred brass, is not the effect of gratitude alone, to which we owe the statue and the stone, but Heaven this lasting monument has wrought, that mortals may eternally be taught, rebellion, though successful, is but vain, and kings so killed rise conquerors again. This truth the royal image does proclaim, loud as the trumpet of surviving fame. Andrew Marvell, one of the most powerful of lampoon writers and the very Gilray of political satirists, wrote some bitter lines on the statue of the so-called martyr at Charing Cross, lines which in an earlier reign would have cost the honest daring poet his ears, if not his head. There was an equestrian stone statue of Charles II at Woolchurch, Woolwich, and the poet imagines the two horses, the one of stone and the other of brass, talking together one evening, when the two riders, weary of sitting all day, had stolen away together for a chat. Woolchurch. To see De Gratia writ on the throne, and the king's wicked life, says God there is none. Charing. That he should be styled defender of the faith, who believes not a word what the word of God saith. Woolchurch. That the Duke should turn papist, and that church defy, for which his own father a martyr did die. Charing. Though he changed his religion, I hope he's so civil, not to think his own father has gone to the devil. Upon the brazen horse being asked his opinion of the Duke of York, it replies with terrible truth and force, the same that the frogs had of Jupiter's stork, with the Turk in his head and the Pope in his heart, Father Patrick's disciple will make England smart. If e'er he be king, I know Britain's doom. We must all to the stake, or be converts to Rome. Ah, Tudor, of Stewart's enough. None ever reigned like old Bess in her ruff. Woolchurch. But canst thou devise when kings will be mended? Charing. When the reign of the line of the Stewarts is ended. In April 1810, the sword, buckles, and straps fell from the statue. The king's sword was stolen on the day on which Queen Victoria went to open the Royal Exchange. London has its local traditions as well as the smallest village. There is a foolish story that the sculptor of Charles I and his steed committed suicide in vexation at having forgotten to put a girth to the horse. The myth has arisen from the supposition of there being no girth, and retailers of such stories, Mr. Leigh Hunt included, did not take the trouble to ascertain whether there was or was not a girth. Unfortunately for the story, there is a girth, and it is clearly visible. The pedestal, by some assigned to Marshall, by others to Grinling Gibbons, the great woodcarver, and a Dutchman by birth, is 17 feet high, and is enriched with the arms of England, trophies of armor, cupids, and palm branches. It is erected in the center of a circular area, 30 feet in diameter, raised one step from the roadway, and enclosed with iron rails. The lion and unicorn are much mutilated, and the trophies are honeycombed and corroded by the weather. It has not been generally observed that on the south side of the pedestal 2 weeping children support a crown of thorns, and that the same emblem is repeated on the opposite side below the royal arms. In 1727, first George II, that infamous rogue, Edmund Curll, the publisher of all the filth and slander of his age, stood in the pillory at Charing Cross for printing a vile work called Venus in a Cloister. He was not, however, pelted or ill-used, for, with the usual lying and cunning of his reptile nature, he had circulated printed papers telling the people that he stood there for daring to vindicate the memory of Queen Anne. The mob allowed no one to touch him, and when he was taken down they carried him off in triumph to a neighbouring tavern. Archenholz, an observant Prussian officer who was in England in 1784, tells a curious anecdote of the statue at Charing Cross. During the war in which General Braddock was defeated by the French in America, about the time when Minorca was in the enemy's hands, and poor Byng had just fallen a victim to popular fury, an unhappy Spaniard who did not know a word of English and had just arrived in England was surrounded by a mob near Whitehall, who took him by his dress for a French spy. One of the rabble instantly proposed to mount him on the king's horse. The idea was adopted. A ladder was brought, and the miserable Spaniard was forced upon its back, to be loaded with insults and pelted with mud. Luckily for the stranger, at that moment a cabinet minister happening to pass by stopped to inquire the cause of the crowd. On addressing the man in French, he discovered the mistake and informed the mob. They instantly helped the man down, and the minister, taking him in his coach to the Spanish ambassador, apologized in the name of the nation for a mistake that might have been fatal. In June 1731, Japhet Crook, alias Sir Peter Stranger, who had been found guilty of forging the writings to an estate, was sentenced to imprisonment for life. He was condemned to stand for 1 hour in the pillory at Charing Cross. He was then seated in an elbow chair. The common hangman cut off both his ears with an incision knife, and then delivered them to Mr. Watson, a sheriff's officer. He also slit both Crook's nostrils with a pair of scissors, and seared them with a hot iron pursuant to the sentence. A surgeon attended on the pillory, and instantly applied styptics to prevent the effusion of blood. The man bore the operations with undaunted courage. He laughed on the pillory, and denied the fact to the last. He was then removed to the Ship Tavern at Charing Cross, and thence taken back to the King's Bench prison, to be confined there for life. This Crook had forged the conveyance to himself of an estate upon which he took up several £1,000s. He was at the same time sued in Chancery for having fraudulently obtained a will and wrongfully gained an estate. In spite of losing his ears, he enjoyed the ill-gained money in prison till the day of his death, and then quietly left it to his executor. He is mentioned by Pope in his 3rd epistle, written in 1732. Talking of riches, he says, "What can they give? To dying Hopkins heirs? To Chartres vigour? Japhet nose and ears?" It was in this essay that, having been accused of attacking the Duke of Chandos, Pope first began to attack vices instead of follies, and in order to prevent mistakes, boldly to publish the names of the malefactors whom he gibbeted. Crook had been a brewer on Tower Hill. The second George II, c. 25, made forgery a felony, and the first sufferer under the new law was Richard Cooper, a Stepney victualler, who was hanged at Tyburn in June 1731, 6 days only after the older and luckier thief had stood in the pillory. In 1763, Parsons, the parish clerk of St. Sepulchre's, and the impudent contriver of the Cock Lane ghost deception, mounted here to the same bad eminence. Parsons' child, a cunning little girl of 12 years, had contrived to tap on her bed in a way that served to convey what were supposed to be supernatural messages. It proved to be a plot devised by Parsons out of malice against a gentleman of Norfolk who had sued him for a debt. This gentleman was a widower, who had taken his wife's sister as his mistress, a marriage with her being forbidden by law, and had brought her to lodge with Parsons, from whence he had removed her to other lodgings where she had died suddenly of smallpox. The object of Parsons was to obtain the ghost's declaration that she had been poisoned by Parsons' creditor. The rascal was set 3 times in the pillory and imprisoned for a year in the King's Bench. The people, however, singularly enough, did not pelt the impudent rogue, but actually collected money for him. There is a rare sheet print of Charing Cross by Sutton Nichols in the reign of Queen Anne. It shows about 40 small square stone posts surrounding the pedestal of the statue. The spot seems to have been a favourite standing place for hackney coaches and sedan chairs. Every house has a long stepping stone for horsemen at a regulated distance from the front. In 1737, Hogarth published his 4 prints of the Times of the Day. The scene of Night is laid at Charing Cross. It is an illumination night. Some drunken Freemasons and the Salisbury Highflyer coach, upset over a street bonfire near the Rummer Tavern, fill up the picture, which is curious as showing the roadway much narrower than it is now, and impeded with projecting signs above and bulkheads below. The place is still further immortalized in the old song, "I cry my matches by Charing Cross, where sits a black man on a black horse." In a 6-penny book for children, published about 1756, the absurd figure of King George impaled on the top of Bloomsbury Church is contrasted with that of King Charles at the cross. No longer stand staring, my friend at Cross Charing, amidst such a number of people, for a man on a horse is a matter of course, but look, here's a king on a steeple. It was at Robinson's coffee-house at Charing Cross that clever scamp, vigorous versifier, and, as I think, great impostor Richard Savage stabbed to death a Mr. Sinclair in a drunken brawl. Savage had come up from Richmond to settle a claim for lodgings, when, meeting 2 friends, he spent the night in drinking till it was too late to get a bed. As the 3 revellers passed Robinson's, a place of no very good name, they saw a light, knocked at the door, and were admitted. It was a cold, raw November night, and hearing that the company in the parlour were about to leave, and that there was a fire there, they pushed in and kicked down the table. A quarrel ensued, swords were drawn, and Mr. Sinclair received a mortal wound. The 3 brawlers then fled, and were discovered lurking in a back court by the soldiers who came to stop the fray. The 3 men were taken to the gatehouse at Westminster, and the next morning to Newgate. That cruel and bullying judge, Page, hounded on the jury at the trial in the following violent summing up: "Gentlemen of the jury, you are to consider that Mr. Savage is a very great man, a much greater man than you or I, gentlemen of the jury, that he wears very fine clothes, much finer than you or I, gentlemen of the jury, that he has abundance of money in his pocket, much more money than you or I, gentlemen of the jury, but, gentlemen of the jury, is it not a very hard case, gentlemen of the jury, that Mr. Savage should therefore kill you or me, gentlemen of the jury?" The verdict was, of course, guilty, for these homicides during tavern brawls had become frightfully common, and quiet citizens were never sure of their lives. Sentence of death was recorded against him. Eventually a lady at court interceded for the poet, who escaped with 6 months' imprisonment in Newgate, which he certainly well deserved. There is every reason to suppose from the researches of Mr. W. Moy Thomas that Savage was an impostor. He claimed to be the illegitimate son of the Countess of Macclesfield by Lord Rivers. The lady had an illegitimate child born in Fox Court, Gray's Inn Lane, in 1697, but this child, there is reason to think, died in 1698. Savage imposed on Dr. Johnson and other friends with stories of being placed at school and apprenticed to a shoemaker in Holborn by his countess mother, until, among his nurse's old letters, he one day accidentally discovered the secret of his birth. There is no proof at all of his being persecuted by the countess, whose life he rendered miserable by insults, lampoons, abuse, slander, and begging letters. Pope has embalmed Page in the Dunciad, just as a scorpion is preserved in a spirit bottle. Morality by her false guardians drawn, chicane infers and casuistry in lawn, gasps as they straighten at each end the cord, and dies when dullness gives her page the word. And again, with equal bitterness and truth, in his Imitations of Horace, slander or poison, dread from Delia's rage, hard words or hanging, if your judge be page. This hanging judge, who enjoyed his ermine and his infamy till he was 80, first obtained preferment by writing political pamphlets. He was made a baron of the Exchequer in 1718, a justice of the Common Pleas in 1726, and in 1727 transferred to the Court of King's Bench. Page was so illiterate that he commenced one of his charges to the Grand Jury of Middlesex with this remarkable statement: "I dare venture to affirm, gentlemen, on my own knowledge, that England never was so happy, both at home and abroad, as it now is." Horace Walpole mentions that when Crowell, the punning lawyer, was once entering an assize court, someone asked him if Judge Page was not just behind. Crowell replied, "I don't know, but I am sure he never was just before." The various mews, now stables, about London, derive their name from the enclosure where falcons in the Middle Ages were kept to mew (mutare minshew) their feathers. The King's Mews stood on the site of the present Trafalgar Square. In the 13th Edward II, John de la Bec had the custody of the mews, apud Charing, juxta Westminster. In the 10th Edward III, John de St. Albans succeeded Bec. In Richard II's time, the office of King's Falconer, a post of importance, was held by Sir Simon Burley, who was constable of the castles of Windsor, Wigmore, and Guilford, and also of the royal manor of Kennington. This Sir Simon had been selected by the Black Prince as guardian of Richard II, and he also negotiated his marriage. One of the complaints of Wat Tyler and his party was that he had thrown a burgher of Gravesend into Rochester Castle. The Duke of Gloucester had him executed in 1388, in spite of Richard's queen praying upon her knees for his life. At the end of this reign, or in the first year of Henry IV, the poet Chaucer was clerk of the king's works, and also of the mews at Charing. And here, from his fluttering, angry little feathered subjects, he must have drawn many of those allusions to the brave sport of hawking to be found in the immortal Canterbury Tales. The falconry continued at Charing till 1534, 26th Henry VIII, when the king's fine stabling, with many horses and a great store of hay, being destroyed by fire, the mews was rebuilt and turned into royal stables in the reigns of Edward VI and Mary. M. Saint Antoine, the riding master, whose portrait Van Dyck painted, performed his caracoles and demi-tours at the mews. Here Cromwell imprisoned Lieutenant Colonel George Joyce, who, when plain cornet, had arrested the king at Holmby. An angry little Puritan pamphlet of 4 pages, published in 1659, gives an account of Cromwell's troubles with the fractious Joyce, and how he had resolved to cashier him and destroy his estate. The colonel was carried by musketeers to the common Dutch prison at the Mews, and seems to have been much tormented by Cavalier vermin. There he remained 10 days, and was then removed to another close room, where he fell sick from the evil smells, and remained so for 10 weeks, refusing all the time to lay down his commission, declaring that he had been unworthily dealt with, and that all that had been sworn against him was false. There was at the Mews Gate a celebrated old bookshop, opened in 1750 by Mr. Thomas Paine, who kept it alive for 40 years. It was the rendezvous of all noblemen and scholars who sought rare books. It may be remarked, by the way, that booksellers' shops have always been the haunts of wits and poets. Dodsley, the ex-footman, gathered round him the wisest men of his age, as Tonson had also done before him, while, as for John Murray's back parlour, it was in Byron's and Moore's days a very temple of the muses. In Charles II's time, the famous but ugly horse Rowley lived at the Mews, and gave a nickname to his swarthy royal master. In 1732, that impudent charlatan Kent rebuilt the Mews, which was only remarkable after that for sheltering for a time Mr. Cross's menagerie, when first removed from Exeter Change in 1829. The National Gallery, one of the poorest buildings in London, which is saying a good deal, was built between 1832 and 1838, from the designs of a certain unfortunate Mr. Wilkins, R.A. It is not often that fortune is so malicious as to give an inferior artist such ample room to show his inability. The vote for founding the gallery passed in Parliament in April 1824. The columns of the portico were part of the screen of Carlton House, interesting memorials of a debasing regency, and, if possible, of a worse reign. The site has been called the finest in Europe. It is, however, a fine site, which is more than can be said of the building that covers it. The front is 500 feet long. In the centre is a portico on stilts, with 8 Corinthian columns, approached by a double flight of steps, a low, squat dome not much larger than a washing basin, and 2 pepper-castor turrets that crown the eyesore of London. Though on high ground, very high ground for a rather flat city, the architect, pinched for money, contrived to make the building lower than the grand portico of St. Martin's Church, and even than the houses of Suffolk Place. One of the last occasions on which William IV appeared in public was in 1837, before the opening of the first Academy exhibition here in May. The good-natured king is said to have suggested calling the square Trafalgar, and erecting a Nelson monument. A subscription was opened, and the Duke of Buccleuch was appointed chairman. The square was commenced in 1829, but was not completed till after 1849. The Nelson column was begun in 1837, and the statue set up in November 1843. 3 premiums were offered for the 3 best designs, and Mr. Railton carried off the palm. Upwards of £20,480 were subscribed, and £12,000 it was thought would be required to complete the monument. It was originally intended to expend only £30,000 upon the whole. Alas, for estimates so sanguine, so fallacious! The granite work alone cost upwards of £10,000. Mr. Railton chose a column, after mature reflection, although triumphal columns are bad art, and the invention of a barbarous people and a corrupt age. He rejected a temple as too expensive and too much in the way. A group of figures he condemned as not visible at a distance. He finally chose a Corinthian column as new, as harmonious, and as uniting the labours of sculptor and architect. The column with its base and pedestal measures 193 feet. The fluted shaft has a torus of oak leaves. The capital is copied from the fine example of Mars' altar at Rome. From it rises a circular pedestal wreathed with laurel, and surmounted by a statue of Nelson 18 feet high, and formed of 2 blocks of stone from the Granton quarry. The great pedestal is adorned with 4 bassi relievi, 18 feet square each, representing 4 of Nelson's great victories. It is difficult to say which is tamest of the 4. That of Trafalgar is by Mr. Carew, the Nile by Mr. Woodington, St. Vincent by Mr. Watson, and Copenhagen by Mr. Ternouth. The pedestal is raised on a flight of 15 steps, at the angles of which are placed couchant lions from the designs of Sir Edwin Landseer. They are forged out of French cannon. The capital is of the same costly material, which, considering the brave English blood it has cost, should have been painted crimson. Many years passed by after the commission was given to Sir Edwin Landseer, before they were placed in situ. The cocked hat on Mr. Bailey's statue has been somewhat unjustly ridiculed, and so has the coil of rope or pigtail supporting the hero. The bronze equestrian statue of George IV. At the northeast end of the square is by Chantrey. It was ordered by the king in 1829. The price was to be 9,000 guineas, but the worthy monarch never paid the sculptor more than a third of that sum. The rest was given by the Woods and Forests out of the national taxes, and the third instalment in 1843, after Chantrey's death, by the Lords of the Treasury. It is a sprightly and clever statue, but of no great merit. It should have been paid for by William IV., just as the Nelson statue should have been erected by Parliament, the honour being one due to Nelson from an ungrateful nation. This statue of George IV. Was originally intended to crown the arch in front of Buckingham Palace, an arch that cost £80,000, and that was hung with gates that cost 3,000 guineas. The so-called Chartist riots of 1848 were commenced by boys destroying the hoarding round the base of the Nelson monument. The fountains in the centre of the square are of Peterhead granite, and were made at Aberdeen. They are mean, despicable, and unworthy of the noble position which they occupy. Some years ago there was a fuss about an artesian well that was to feed these stone punch-bowls with inexhaustible gushes of silvery water. This supply has dwindled down to a sort of overflow of a ginger beer bottle once a day. I blush when I take a foreigner to see Trafalgar Square, with its squat domes, its mean statues, its tame bassi relievi, and its disgraceful fountains. I will not trust myself to criticize the statues of Napier and Havelock. The figures are poor and unworthy of the fiery soldier and the Christian hero they misrepresent. They should be in the Abbey. Why has the Abbey grown, like the court, less receptive than ever? What passport is there into the Abbey, where such strange people sleep, if the conquest of Sind and the relief of Lucknow will not take a body there? But to return to the National Gallery. Mr. G. Agar Ellis, afterwards Lord Dover, first proposed a National Gallery in Parliament in 1824. Government having previously purchased 38 pictures from Mr. Angerstein for £57,000. This collection included The Raising of Lazarus by Del Piombo. It is supposed that Michelangelo, jealous of Raphael's Transfiguration, helped Sebastian in the drawing of his cartoon, which was to be a companion picture for Narbonne Cathedral. It was purchased from the Orleans Gallery for 3,500 guineas. In 1825, some pictures were purchased for the gallery from Mr. Hamlet. These included the Bacchus and Ariadne of Titian for £5,000. This golden picture, extolled by Vasari, was painted about 1514 for the Duke of Ferrara. Titian was then in the full vigour of his 37th year. In the same year, La Vierge au Panier of Correggio was purchased from Mr. Neweny, a picture dealer, for £3,800. It is a late picture and hurt in cleaning. It was one of the gems of the Madrid gallery. In 1826, Sir George Beaumont presented 16 pictures valued at 7,500 guineas. These included one of the finest landscapes of Rubens, the Château, which originally cost £1,500, and Wilkie's chef d'œuvre, that fine Raphaelesque composition, The Blind Fiddler. In 1834, the Reverend William Holwell Carr left the nation 35 pictures, including fine specimens of the Carracci, Titian, Luini, Garofalo, Claude, Poussin, and Rubens. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 3 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 9, Charing Cross, Part 3. Another important donation was that of the great Peace and War, bought for £3,000 by the Marquis of Stafford and given to the nation. It was originally presented to Charles I by Rubens, who gave unto the king not as a painter, but as almost a king. The British institution also gave 3 esteemed pictures by Reynolds, Gainsborough, and West, and a fine Parmigiano. But the greatest addition to the collection was made in 1834, when £11,500 were given for the 2 great Correggios, the Ecce Homo and the Education of Cupid, from the Marquis of Londonderry's collection. To the Ecce Homo, Pungiglione assigns the date 1520, when the great master was only 26. It once belonged to Murat. The Education of Cupid, which once belonged to Charles I, has been a good deal retouched. In 1836, King William IV presented to the gallery 6 pictures. In 1837, Colonel Harvey Olney gave 17. In 1838, Lord Farnborough bequeathed 15, and R. Symonds, Esquire, 14. The last pictures were chiefly of the Netherlands school. In 1854, the nation possessed 216 pictures, and of these 70 only had been purchased. In 1857, that greatest of all landscape painters, Joseph M. W. Turner, left the nation 362 oil paintings and about 19,000 sketches, including 1,757 watercolor drawings of value. In his will, this eccentric man particularly desired that 2 of his pictures, a Dutch coast scene and Dido building Carthage, should be hung between Claude's seaport and mill. The will was disputed, and the engravings and the money, all but £20,000, went to the next of kin. The diploma pictures, that formerly were annually exhibited to the public, are of great interest. They were given by various members of the Royal Academy at their elections. That of the parsimonious Wilkie, Boys Digging for Rats, fine as Teniers, is remarkably small. There is a very fine, graceful portrait of Sir William Chambers, the architect, by Reynolds, and one still more robust and glowing of Sir Joshua by himself. He is in his doctor's robes. There is a splendid but rather pale Etty, a satyr surprising a nymph, and a fine vigorous picture by Briggs of Blood stealing the crown. In 1849, Robert Vernon, Esquire, nobly left the nation 162 fine examples of the English school. These are now removed to the Kensington Museum. Of the pictures given by Turner to the nation, the masterpieces are the Téméraire and the Escape of Ulysses, both triumphs of color and imagination. The one is a scene from the Odyssey, the other represents an old man-of-war being towed to its last berth, a scene witnessed by the artist himself while boating near Greenwich. The works of Turner may be divided very fairly into three eras: those in which he imitated the Dutch landscape painters, the period when he copied idealized nature, and the time when he resorted from eccentricity or indifference to reckless experiments in color and effect, most of them quite unworthy of his genius. Not in drawing the figure, but in aerial perspective, did Turner excel. The great portfolios of drawings that he left the nation show with what untiring and laborious industry he toiled. In habits sordid and mean, in tastes low and debased, this great genius, the son of a humble hairdresser in Maiden Lane, succeeded in attaining an excellence in landscape, fitful and unequal it is true, but often rising to poetic regions unknown to Claude, Ruysdael, Vandervelde, Salvator, or Backhuizen. Ever since the modern pictures were removed to South Kensington, there has been a constant effort to transfer the ancient pictures and to abandon the National Gallery to the Royal Academy, a rich society making £5,000 or £6,000 a year, which its members cannot spend, and which tenants the national building only by permission. To remove the pictures from the centre of London is to remove them from those who cannot go far to see them, to the neighbourhood of rich people who do not need their teaching, and who have picture galleries of their own. In 1859, 20 pictures were bequeathed to the gallery by Mr. Jacob Bell, and a few years later 22 others were added as a gift by Her Majesty. The last great addition is the presentation of 94 pictures by Mr. Wynne Ellis. But in spite of all these treasures, acquired by purchase or by bequest, the nation cannot boast that its gallery does justice to our taste or national wealth. It is still lamentably deficient in more than one department, and there are not wanting those who assert that the Royal Academy stifles art rather than promotes it. It is regarded by the outside world as a close borough, in which the interests of the public and of students are postponed to those of its associates and members, the ARAs and RAs of the age. The building in which the collection is deposited was erected at the national expense, from the designs of Mr. William Wilkins, R.A., and opened to the public in 1838. It was considerably altered and enlarged in 1860, and in 1869 5 other rooms were added by the surrender to the trustees of those hitherto appropriated by the Royal Academy. In 1876 a new wing was added after a design by Mr. E. M. Barry, R.A., and the whole collection is now under one roof. The Royal College of Physicians is a large classic building at the northwest corner of Trafalgar Square. It was built in 1823 from the designs of Sir Robert Smirke. The college was founded in 1518 by Dr. Lynne, the successor to Shakespeare's Dr. Butts, and physician to Henry VII. From Knightrider Street the doctors moved to Amen Corner, and thence to Warwick Lane, between Newgate Street and Paternoster Row. The number of fellows, originally 30, is now as unlimited as the dira cohors of diseases that the college has to encounter. In the gallery above the library there are 7 preparations made by the celebrated Harvey when at Padua, learned Padua. There are also some excellent portraits: Harvey by Jansen, Sir Thomas Browne, the author of Religio Medici, Sir Theodore Mayerne, the physician of James I, Sir Edmund King, who, on his own responsibility, bled Charles II during a fit, Dr. Sydenham, by Mary Beale, Dr. Radcliffe, William III's doctor, by Kneller; Sir Hans Sloane, the founder of the British Museum, by Richardson, whom Hogarth rather unjustly ridiculed; Honest Garth of the Dispensary, by Kneller; Dr. Freend, Dr. Mead, Dr. Warren, by Gainsborough; William Hunter, and Dr. Heberden. There are also some valuable and interesting busts: George IV, by Chantrey, a chef d'oeuvre; Dr. Mead, by the vivacious Roubiliac; Dr. Sydenham, by Wilton; Harvey, by Sheemakers; Dr. Bailey, by Chantrey, from a model by Nollekins; Dr. Babington, by poor Benz. One of the treasures of the place is Dr. Radcliffe's gold-headed cane, which was successively carried by Drs. Mead, Askew, Pitcairn, and Bailey. There is also a portrait picture by Zoffany of Hunter, delivering a lecture on anatomy to the Royal Academy. Any fellow can give an order to see this hoarded collection, which should be thrown open to the public on certain days. It is selfish and utterly wanting in public spirit to keep such treasures in the dark. The wits buzzed about Charing Cross between 1680 and 1730 as thick as bees round May flowers. In this district, between those years, stood the Elephant, the Sugar Loaf, the Old Man's Coffee House, the Old Vine, the Three Flower de Luces, the British Coffee House, the Young Man's Coffee House, and the Three Queens. There is an erroneous tradition that Cromwell had a house on the site of Drummond's Bank. He really lived farther south in King Street. When the bank was built, the houses were set back full 40 yards more to the west, upon an open square place called Cromwell's Yard. Drummond's is said to have gained its fame by advancing money secretly to the Pretender. Upon this being known, the court withdrew all their deposits. The result was that the Scotch Tory noblemen rallied round the house and brought in so much money that the firm soon became leading bankers, dividing the West End custom with Messrs. Coutts. Craig's Court, on the east side of Charing Cross, was built in 1702. It is generally supposed to have been named after the father of Mr. Secretary Craggs, the friend of Pope and Addison. Mr. Cunningham, an excellent and reliable authority, says that as early as the year 1658 there was a James Cragg living on the waterside, in the Charing Cross division of St. Martin's in the Fields. The Sun Fire Office was established in this court in 1726, and here is Cox and Greenwood's, the largest army agency office in Great Britain. Locket's, the famous ordinary, so called from Adam Locket, the landlord in 1674, stood on the site of Drummond's Bank. And Edward Locket succeeded to him in 1688, and remained till 1702. In 1693, the second Locket took the Bowling Green house at Putney Heath. That fair, slender, genteel Sir George Etheridge, whom Rochester praises for fancy, sense, judgment, and wit, frequented Locket's, and displayed there his courtly foppery, which served as a model for his own Dorimant, and that prince and patriarch of fops, Sir Fopling Flutter. Sir George was always gentle and courtly, and was compared in this to Sedley. He once got into a violent passion at the ordinary, and abused the drawers for some neglect. This brought in Mrs. Locket, hot and fuming. "We are so provoked," said Sir George, "that even I could find it in my heart to pull the nosegay out of your bosom and fling the flowers in your face." This mild and courteous threat turned his friend's anger into a general laugh. Sir George, having run up a long score at Locket's, added to the injury by ceasing to frequent the house. Mrs. Locket began to dun and threaten him. He sent word back by the messenger that he would kiss her if she stirred a step in it. When Mrs. Locket heard this, she bridled up, called for her hood and scarf, and told her anxious husband that she'd see if there was any fellow alive who had the impudence. "Prithee, my dear, don't be so rash," said her milder husband. "You don't know what a man may do in his passion." Wycherley, that favourite of Charles II till he married his titled wife, writes in one of his plays, 1675, "Why, thou art as shy of my kindness as a Lombard Street alderman of a courtier's civility at Locket's." Shadwell, too, Dryden's surly and clever foe, says, 1691, "I'll answer you in a couple of brimmers of claret at Locket's at dinner, where I have bespoke an admirable good one." A poet of 1697 describes the Sparks, dressed by noon, hurrying to the Mall, and from thence to Locket's. Prior proposes to dine at a crown a head on ragouts washed down with champagne, then to go to court, and lastly he says, "With evening wheels we'll drive about the park, finish at Locket's, and reel home i' the dark." In 1708, Vanbrugh makes Lord Foppington doubtful whether he shall return to dinner, as the noble peer says, "As Gad shall judge me, I can't tell, for 'tis possible I may dine with some of our house at Lacket's." And in the same play the very energetic nobleman remarks, "From thence (the Park) I go to dinner at Lacket's, where you are so nicely and delicately served, that, stap my vitals, they shall compose you a dish no bigger than a saucer shall come to 50 shillings. Between eating my dinner and washing my mouth, ladies, I spend my time till I go to the play." In 1709, the Epicurean and ill-fated Dr. King, talking of the changes in St. James's Park, says, "For Locket's stands where gardens once did spring, and wild ducks quack where grasshoppers did sing." Tom Brown also mentions Locket's, for he writes, "We as naturally went from Man's Coffee House to the parade as a coachman drives from Locket's to the playhouse." Prior, the poet, when his father the joiner died, was taken care of by his uncle, who kept the Rummer Tavern at the back of No. 14 Charing Cross, 2 doors from Locket's. It was a well-frequented house, and in 1685 the annual feast of the nobility and gentry of St. Martin's parish was held there. Prior was sent by the honest vintner to study under the great Dr. Busby at Westminster, and in a window seat at the Rummer the future poet and diplomatist was found reading Horace, according to Bishop Burnet, by the witty Earl of Dorset, who is said to have educated him. Prior, in the dedication of his poems to the Earl's son, proves his patron to have been a paragon. Waller and Spratt consulted Dorset about their writings. Dryden, Congreve, and Addison praised him. He made the court read Hudibras, the town praise Wycherley's Plain Dealer, and Buckingham delay his Rehearsal till he knew his opinion. Pope imitated his Dorinda, and King Charles took his advice upon Lely's portraits. One of Prior's gayest and pleasantest poems seems to prove, however, that Fleetwood Shepherd was a more essential patron than even the Earl. The poet writes, "Now, as you took me up when little, gave me my learning and my victual, asked for me from my lord things fitting, kind as I'd been your own begetting, confirm what formerly you've given, nor leave me now at 6 and 7, as Sunderland has left Mun Stephen." And again, still more gaily, "My uncle, rest his soul, when living, might have contrived me ways of thriving, taught me with cider to replenish my vats or ebbing tide of Rhenish. So when for hock I drew pricked white wine, sweared had the flavour and was right wine. Or sent me with £10 to Furnival's Inn to some good rogue attorney, where now by forging deeds and cheating I'd found some handsome ways of getting. All this you made me quit to follow that sneaking, whey-faced god Apollo, Sent me among a fiddling crew of folks I'd neither seen nor knew, Calliope and God knows who. I add no more invectives to it. You spoiled the youth to make a poet. That rascally housebreaker, Jack Sheppard, made his first step towards the gallows by the robbery of 2 silver spoons at the Rummer Tavern. This young rogue, whose deeds Mr. Ainsworth has so mischievously recorded, was born in 1701, and ended his short career at Tyburn in 1724. The Rummer Tavern is introduced by Hogarth into his engraving of Night. The business was removed to the waterside of Charing Cross in 1710, and the new house burnt down in 1750. In 1688, Samuel Prior offered 10 guineas reward for the discovery of some persons who had accused him of clipping coin. Mrs. Centlivre, whom Pope pilloried in the Dunciad, was the daughter of a Lincolnshire gentleman, who, being a nonconformist, fled to Ireland at the Restoration to escape persecution. Being left an orphan at the age of 12, she travelled to London on foot to seek her fortune. In her 16th year, she married a nephew of Sir Stephen Fox, who, however, did not live more than a 12-month after. She afterwards wedded an officer named Carroll, who was killed in a duel soon after their marriage. Left a second time a widow, she then took to dramatic writing for a subsistence, and from 1700 to 1705 produced 6 comedies, to one of which, The Gamester, the poet Rowe contributed a prologue. She next tried the stage, and, while performing Alexander the Great at Windsor, won the heart of Mr. Centlivre, a yeoman of the mouth, or principal cook to Queen Anne, who married her. She lived happily with her husband for 18 years, and wrote some good, bustling, but licentious plays. The Busybody and Wonder a Woman Keeps a Secret act well. In May 1716, Mrs. Centlivre visited her native town of Holbeach for her health, and on King George's birthday invited all the pauper widows of the place to a tavern supper. The windows were illuminated, the church bells were set ringing, there were musicians playing in the room, the old women danced and most probably got drunk, the enthusiastic loyalist making them all fall on their knees and drink the healths of the royal family, the Duke of Marlborough, Mr. Walpole, the Duke of Argyll, General Cadogan, etc., etc. She ended the feast by sending the ringers a copy of stirring verses denouncing the Jacobites. Disdain the artifice they use to bring in mass and wooden shoes, with transubstantiation. Remember James II's reign, when glorious William broke the chain Rome had put on this nation. This clever but not too virtuous woman died at her house in Buckingham Court, Spring Gardens, December 1, 1723. Pope's dislike to Mrs. Centlivre is best explained by one of his own notes to the Dunciad. She, Mrs. C., wrote many plays and a song before she was 7 years old. She also wrote a ballad against Mr. Pope's Homer before he began it. And why should not an authoress have expressed her opinion of Mr. Pope's inability to translate Homer? Mrs. Centlivre is rather bitterly treated by Leigh Hunt, who says that she, without doubt, wrote the most entertaining dramas of intrigue, with a genius infinitely greater, and a modesty infinitely less, than that of her sex in general, and she delighted, whenever she could not be obscene, to be improbable. Milton lodged at one Thompson's next door to the Bullhead Tavern at Charing Cross, close to the opening to the Spring Gardens, during the time he was writing his book, Joannis Philippi Angli Defensio. The Golden Cross ran up beside the King's Mews a little east of its present site. It was the Bull and Mouth of the West End till railways drew travellers from the old roads. It then became a railway parcel office. Poor reckless Dr. Maginn wrote a ballad lamenting the change, in which he mourned the Mewsgate public-house, Tom Bish and his lotteries, and the barrack yard. He curses Nash and Wyatville, and then bursts forth, "No more I'll eat the juicy steak within its boxes pent, when in the mail my place I take for Bath or Brighton bent. No more the coaches I shall see come trundling from the yard, nor hear the horn blown cheerily by brandy-sipping guard. King Charles, I think, must sorrow sore, e'en were he made of stone, when left by all his friends of yore, like Tom Moore's Rose, alone. No wonder the triumphant Turk o'er Missolonghi treads, roasts bishops, and in bloody work snips off some 1,000 heads. No wonder that the crescent gains when we the fact can't gloss, that we ourselves are at such pains to trample down the cross. Oh, London won't be London long, for 'twill be all pulled down, and I shall sing a funeral song o'er that time-honoured town. One parting curse I here shall make, and then lay down my quill, hoping old Nick himself may take both Nash and Wyatville." Till late in the last century, a lofty straddling signpost and a long water trough, just such as still adorn country towns, stood before this inn. Charing Cross Hospital, one of those great charities that atone for so many of the sins of London, relieved, in the year 1878, 15,854 necessitous persons, including more than 1,000 cases of severe accident, while above 1,500 persons were admitted on the recommendation of governors and subscribers. Surely, if anything can redeem our national vices, our selfishness, our commercial dishonesty, our unjust wars, and our unrighteous conquests, it must be such vast charities as these. One authority represents that great scholar and divine Dr. Isaac Barrow, the friend of Newton, as having died in mean lodgings at a saddler's near Charing Cross, an old, low, ill-built house which he had used for many years. Barrow was then master of Trinity College, Cambridge. Roger North, however, says that he died of an overdose of opium, and ended his days in London in a prebendary's house that had a little stair to it out of the cloisters, which made him call it a man's nest. Barrow died in 1677, and was buried in the Abbey. Rhodes, the bookseller and actor, lived at the Ship at Charing Cross. He had been wardrobe-keeper at the Blackfriars Theatre, and in 1659 he reopened the Cockpit Theatre in Drury Lane. On September 7, 1650, as that dull, learned man Bulstrode Whitelocke, one of the commissioners for the Great Seal, was going in his coach towards Chelsea, a messenger from Scotland stopped him about Charing Cross, and cried, "Oh, my lord, God hath appeared gloriously to us in Scotland. A glorious day, my lord, at Dunbar in Scotland." I asked him, says Whitelocke, how it was. He said that the general had routed all the Scots army, but that he could not stay to tell me the particulars, being in haste to go to the House. Lord Dartmouth relates a story in Burnet of Sir Edward Seymour, the Speaker's coach, breaking down at Charing Cross in Charles II's time. He instantly, with proud coolness, ordered the beadles to stop the next gentleman's coach that passed and bring it to him. The expelled gentleman was naturally both surprised and angry, but Sir Edward gravely assured him that it was far more proper for him than for the Speaker of the House of Commons to walk the streets, and accordingly left him to do so without any further apology. Horace Walpole was a diligent attender at the state trials of 1746. The day poor brave old Balmerino retracted his plea, asked pardon, and desired the peers to intercede for mercy, Walpole tells us that his lordship stopped the coach at Charing Cross as he returned to the Tower carelessly to buy honey blobs, as the Scotch call gooseberries. But we must not leave Charing Cross without specially remembering that when Boswell dared to praise Fleet Street as crowded and cheerful, Dr. Johnson replied in a voice of thunder, "Why, sir, Fleet Street has a very animated appearance, but I think the full tide of existence is at Charing Cross." Nearly where the post office at Charing Cross now stands, there was once, of all things in the world, a hermitage. Even Prince George of Denmark might have been pardoned by James II., his sour father-in-law, for making his invariable reply, "Est-il possible?" to this statement. Yet the patent rolls of the 47th Henry III grant permission to William de Radnor, Bishop of Llandaff, to lodge with all his retainers within the precinct of the Hermitage at Charing whenever he came to London. Opposite this stood the ancient hospital of St. Mary Roncesvalles. It was founded by William Marischal, Earl of Pembroke, a son, I believe, of the early English conqueror of Ireland. It was suppressed by Henry V as an alien priory, restored by Edward IV, and finally suppressed by Edward VI, who granted it to Sir Thomas Carwarden to be held in free soccage of the honour of Westminster. The mesh and labyrinth of obscure alleys and lanes running between the bottom of St. Martin's Lane and Bedford Street towards Bedfordbury, with Old Round Court, so called in mockery for its centre, were swept away by the besom of improvement in 1829, when Trafalgar Square was begun, never to be finished. In Elizabeth's or James's time, gallants who had cruised in search of Spanish galleons wittily nicknamed these straits the Bermudas, from their narrow and intricate channels. Here the valorous Captain Bobadil must have lived in Barmecidal splendour, and have taught his dupes the true conduct of the weapon. Justice Overdoe mentions the Bermudas with a righteous indignation. "Look," says that great legal functionary, "into any angle of the town, the Straits or the Bermudas, where the quarrelling lesson is read, and how do they entertain the time but with bottled ale and tobacco?" How natural for Drake's men to give such a name to a labyrinth of devious alleys. At a subsequent period, the cluster of avenues exchanged the title of Bermudas for that of the Caribbee Islands, the learned possessors corrupting the name into a happy allusion to the arts cultivated there. Gay, writing in 1715, describes the small streets branching from Charing Cross as resounding with the shoeblack's cry, "Clean your honour's shoes?" Great improvements were made in 1829–30, when the present arcade, leading from West Strand to St. Martin's Church, and inhabited chiefly by German toymen, was built and named after Lord Lowther, then Chief Commissioner of the Woods and Forests. The Strand was also widened, and many old tottering houses were removed. Porridge Island was the cant name for a paved alley near St. Martin's Church, originally a congeries of cookshops, erected for the workmen at the new church, and destroyed when the great rookery there was pulled down in 1829. It was a part of Bedfordbury, and derived its name from being full of cookshops, or slap bangs, as street boys called such odorous places. A writer in The World, in 1753, describes a man like Beau Tibbs, who had his dinner in a pewter plate from a cookshop in Porridge Island, and with only £100 a year was foolish enough to wear a laced suit, go every evening in a chair to a rout, and return to his bedroom on foot, shivering and supperless, vain enough to glory in having rubbed elbows with the quality of Brentford. It was in Round Court, in the centre of the key shops, herb shops, and furniture warehouses of Bedfordbury, that in 1836 Robson the actor was apprenticed to a Mr. Smellie, a copperplate engraver, and the printer of the humorous caricatures of Mr. George Cruikshank. The Swan at Charing Cross, over against the Mews, flourished in 1665, when Mark Ryder was the landlord. The token of the house bore the figure of a swan holding a sprig in its mouth. Its memory is embalmed in a curious extempore grace once said by Ben Jonson before King James. These are the verses: "Our King and Queen the Lord God bless, the Palsgrave and the Lady Bess, and God bless every living thing that lives and breathes and loves the King. God bless the Council of Estate, and Buckingham the fortunate. God bless them all, and keep them safe, and God bless me, and God bless Ralph. The schoolmaster king being mighty inquisitive to know who this Ralph was, Ben told him it was the drawer at the Swan Tavern, who drew him good canary. For this drollery the king gave Ben £100. The story is probably true, for it is confirmed by Powell the actor. The street signs of London were condemned in the second year of George III's reign, but the sweeping act for their final removal was not passed till 9 years later. In 1762, Bonnell Thornton, aided by Hogarth, opened an exhibition of street signs in Bow Street, in ridicule of the Spring Gardens exhibition. But as early as 1761, the street signs seem to have been partially removed as dangerous obstructions. A writer in a contemporary paper says, "My master yesterday sent me to take a place in the Canterbury stage. He said that when I came to Charing Cross, I should see which was the proper inn by the words on the sign. I rambled about, but could see no sign at all. At last I was told that there used to be such a sign under a little golden cross, which I saw at a 2 pair of stairs window. I entered and found the waiter swearing about innovations. He said that the members of Parliament were unaccountable enemies to signs which used to show trades, that for his master's part he might put on sackcloth, for nobody came to buy sack. If, said he, any of the signs were too large, could they not have limited their size without pulling down the signposts and destroying the painted ornaments of the Strand? On my return I saw some men pulling with ropes at a curious sign-iron, which seemed to have cost some pounds. Along with the iron, down came the leaden cover to the penthouse, which will cost at least some pounds to repair." This was written the year of the first act, 2nd George III, and was probably a groan from someone interested in the existence of the abuse. The inferior artists gained much money from this source. Mr. Whale, one of the first academicians, painted a Shakespeare 5 feet high for a public house at the northwest corner of Little Russell Street, Covent Garden. The picture was enclosed in a sumptuous carved gilt frame, and was suspended by rich foliated ironwork. A London street 100 years ago must have been one long grotesque picture gallery. When the meat is all good, it is difficult to know where to insert the knife. In travelling, how hard it is to turn back almost in sight of some promised land of which one has often dreamed. Like that traveller, I feel, when I find it necessary in this chapter to confine myself strictly to the legends, traditions, and history of Charing Cross proper, leaving for other opportunities Spring Gardens, the story of the greater part of which belongs more to St. James's Park, Whitehall, and Scotland Yard. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 10 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 10. St. Martin's Lane. St. Martin's Lane, extending from Long Acre to Charing Cross, was built before 1613, and then called the West Church Lane. The first church was built here by Henry VIII. The district was first called St. Martin's Lane about 1617 to 1618. Sir Theodore Mayerne, physician to James I, lived on the west side of this lane. Mayerne was the godson of Beza, the great Calvinist reformer, and one of Henry IV's physicians. He came to England after that king's death. He then became James I's doctor, and was blamed for his treatment of Prince Henry, whom many thought to have been poisoned. He was afterwards physician to Charles I, and nominally to Charles II, but he died in 1655, 5 years before the Restoration. He gave his library to the College of Physicians, and is said to have disclosed some of his chemical secrets to the great enameller Petitot. Mayerne died of drinking bad wine at a Strand tavern, and foretold the time of his death. A good story is told of Sir Theodore, which is the more curious because it records the fashionable fee of those days. A friend consulting Mayerne, and expecting to have the fee refused, ostentatiously placed on the table 2 gold broad pieces, value 36 shillings each. Looking rather mortified when Mayerne swept them into his pouch, "Sir," said Sir Theodore gravely, "I made my will this morning, and if it should become known that I refused a fee the same afternoon, I might be deemed non compos." Near this fortunate doctor, honoured by kings, lived Sir John Finett, a wit and a song writer of Italian extraction. He became master of the ceremonies to Charles I, and wrote a pedantic book on the treatment of ambassadors and other questions of precedency, of the gravest importance to courtiers, but to no one else. He died in 1641. 2 doors from Mayerne and 5 from Finett, from 1622 to 1634, lived Daniel Mittens, the Dutch painter. On Van Dyck's arrival, Mittens grew jealous and asked leave to return to the Hague, but the king persuaded him to stay, and he became friendly with his rival, who painted his portrait. There are pictures by this artist at Hampton Court. Prince Charles gave him his house in the lane for 12 years at the peppercorn rent of 6d. a year. Next to Sir John Finett lived Sir Benjamin Rudyer, and on the same side Abraham van der Roort, keeper of the pictures to Charles I, and necessarily an acquaintance of Mittens and Van Dyck. Carew Raleigh, son of the great enemy of Spain and born in the Tower, lived in this lane, on the west side, from 1636 to 1638, and again in 1664. This unfortunate man spent all his life in writing to vindicate his father's memory, and in efforts to recover his Sherborne estate. In 1659, by the influence of General Monk, he was made Governor of Jersey. The chivalrous wit Sir John Suckling dwelt in St. Martin's in the Fields in 1641, the year in which he joined in a rash plot to rescue Strafford from the Tower. He fled to France, and died there in poverty the same year, in the 32nd year of his age. Suckling had served in the army of Gustavus Adolphus, and was famous for his sparkling repartee. There is an exquisite quaint grace about his poem of the Wedding, which has its scene at Charing Cross. Dr. Thomas Willis, a great physician of his day, who died here in 1678, was grandfather of Brown Willis, the antiquary. Dr. Willis was a friend of Wren, and a great anatomist and chemist. He mapped out the nerves very industriously, and in his Cerebri Anatomi forestalled many future phrenological discoveries. In the same year that eccentric charlatan, Sir Kenelm Digby, was living in the lane. The son of one of the gunpowder conspirators, and the Mirandola of his age, he was one of Ben Jonson's adopted sons. He was generous to the poets, he understood 10 or 12 languages, he shattered the Venetian galleys at Scanderoon, he studied chemistry and professed to cure wounds with sympathetic powder. He held offices of honour under Charles I, in France became a friend of Descartes, and after the Restoration was an active member of the Royal Society. He was born, won his naval victory, and died on the same day of the month. Ben Jonson, in a poem on him, calls him prudent, valiant, just, and temperate, and adds quaintly, "His breast is a brave palace, a broad street, where all heroic ample thoughts do meet, where nature such a large survey hath ta'en, as others' souls to his dwelt in a lane." I cannot here help observing that the ridiculous story about Ben Jonson in his old age refusing money from Charles I, and rudely sending back word that the king's soul dwelt in a lane, must have originated in some careless or malicious perversion of this line of the ruffled poets. Immortal Ben wrote 10 poems on the death of Sir Kenelm's wife, who was the daughter of Sir Edward Stanley, and, it is supposed, the mistress of the Earl of Dorset. Randolph, Habington, and Feltham also wrote elegies on this beautiful woman, who was found dead in her bed, accidentally poisoned, it is supposed, by viper wine, or some philtre or cosmetic given her by her experimentalizing husband in order to heighten her beauty. In one of Ben Jonson's poems there are the following incomparable verses about Lady Venetia: "Draw first a cloud, all save her neck, and out of that make day to break, till like her face it do appear, and men may think all light rose there. And again, not swelling like the ocean proud, but stooping gently as a cloud, as smooth as oil poured forth, and calm as showers, and sweet as drops of balm. Sir Kenelm, when imprisoned in Winchester House in Southwark, wrote an attack on Sir Thomas Browne's sceptical work, Religio Medici. He also produced a book on cookery and a commentary on the Fairy Queen. This strange being was buried in Christ Church, Newgate Street. St Martin's in the Field is an ancient parish, but it was first made independent of St Margaret's, Westminster, in 1535 by that tyrant Henry VIII, who, justly afraid of death, disliked the ceaseless black funeral processions of the outlying people of St Martin's passing the courtly gate of Whitehall, and who therefore erected a church near Charing Cross, and constituted its neighbourhood into a parish. In 1607 that unfortunate youth of promise, Henry Prince of Wales, added a chancel to the very small church, which soon proved insufficient for the growing and populous suburb. But though so modern, this parish formerly included in its vast circle St Paul's Covent Garden, St James Piccadilly, St Anne's Soho, and St George's Hanover Square. It extended its princely circle as far north as Marylebone, as far south as Whitehall, as far east as the Savoy, and as far west as Chelsea and Kensington. When first rated to the poor in Queen Elizabeth's time, it contained less than 100 rateable persons. The chief inhabitants lived by the river side or close to the church. Pall Mall and Piccadilly were then unnamed, and beyond the church westward were St James's Fields, Hayhill Farm, Ebury Farm, and the neat houses about Chelsea. In 1638 this overgrown parish had carved out of it the district of St Paul's Covent Garden, in 1684 St James's, Westminster, and in 1686 St Anne's, Soho. But even in 1680 Richard Baxter, with brave fervour, denounced what he called the greatest cure in England, with its population of 40,000 more persons than the church could hold, people who lived like Americans, without hearing a sermon for many years. From such parishes, of course, crept forth dissenters of all creeds and colours. In 1826 the churchyard was removed to Camden Town, and the street widened, pursuant to 7 George IV, circa 77. That shrewd native of Aberdeen, Gibbs, a not unworthy successor of Wren, came to London at a fortunate time. Wren was fast dying, Vanbrugh was neglected, there was room for a new architect, and no fear of competition. His first church, St Martin's, was a great success. Though its steeple was heavy and misplaced, and the exterior flat and without light or shade, the portico was foolishly compared to that of the Parthenon, and was considered unique for dignity and unity of combination. The interior was so constructed as to render the introduction of further ornaments or of monuments impossible. Savage did but express the general opinion when he wrote with fine pathos, "O Gibbs, whose art the solemn fanes can raise, where God delights to dwell and man to praise." The church was commenced in 1721 and finished in 1726 at a cost of £36,891 10s. and 4d, including £1,500 for an organ. With all its faults, it is certainly one of the finest buildings in London, next to St Paul's and the British Museum. But its cardinal fault is the unnatural union of the Gothic steeple and the Grecian portico. The one style is pagan, the other Christian. The one expresses a sensuous contentment with this earth, the other mounts towards heaven with an eternal aspiration. The steeple leaps like a fountain from among lesser pinnacles, that all point upwards. The Grecian portico is a cave of level shadow and of philosophic content. St Martin's Church enshrines the dust of some illustrious persons. Here lies Nicholas Hilliard, the miniature painter to Queen Elizabeth, and who died in 1619. He was a very careful painter in the manner of Holbein. The great Isaac Oliver was his pupil. He must have had some trouble with the manly queen when she began to turn into a hag, and to object to any shadow in her portraits. Near him, in 1621, was buried Paul Vansomer, a Flemish painter celebrated for his portraits of James I and his Danish queen. And here rests too a third and greater painter, William Dobson, Van Dyck's protégé, who, born in an unlucky age, and forgotten amid the tumult of the Civil War, died in 1646 in poverty in his house in St Martin's Lane. Dobson had been apprenticed to a picture dealer, and was discovered in his obscurity by Van Dyck, whose style he imitated, giving it, however, a richer colour and more solidity. Charles I and Prince Rupert both sat to him for their portraits. In this church reposes Sir Theodore Mayerne, an old court physician. His conserve of bats and scrapings of human skulls could not keep him from the earthy bed, it seems. Nicholas Stone, the sculptor, who died 1647, sleeps here. Stone's son was Cibber's master, all unknown to the learned Thomas Stanley, who died in 1678, and was known for his History of Philosophy and translation of Aeschylus. Here also is John Lacey, first a dancing master, afterwards a trooper, lastly a comedian. He died in 1681. Charles II was a great admirer of Lacey, but unfortunately more so of Nell Gwynn, who also came to sleep here in 1687. Poor Nell! With her good nature and simple frankness, she stands out, wanton and extravagant as she was, in pleasant contrast with the proud painted wantons of that infamous court. If the dead could shudder, Secretary Coventry, who was buried here the year before Nell, must have shuddered at the neighbourhood in which he found himself, for he was the son of Lord Keeper Coventry, who died at Durham House in 1639–40. He had been Commissioner to the Treasury, and had given his name to Coventry Street. This great person became a precedent of burial to the Honourable Robert Boyle. This wise and good man, whom Swift ridiculed, was the inventor of the air pump, and one of the great promoters of the Royal Society, and of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. He died in 1691, and his funeral sermon was preached by Swift's bête noire, that fussy time-server, Bishop Burnet. In the churchyard lies a far inferior man, Sir John Birkenhead, who died in 1679. He was a great pamphlet writer for the Royalists, and Laws set some of his verses to music. He left directions that he should not be buried within the church, as coffins were often removed. In or out of the church was buried Rose, Charles II's gardener, the first man to grow a pineapple in England, a slice of which the King graciously handed to Mr. Evelyn. Worst of all, a scoundrel and fool among sensible men, here lies the bully and murderer Lord Mohun, who fell in a duel in Hyde Park with the Duke of Hamilton, immortalised in Mr. Thackeray's Esmond. Mohun died in 1712. Here also, in 1721, came that vile and pretentious French painter, Louis Laguerre, whom Pope justly satirized. He was brought over by Verrio, and painted the sprawling Labours of Hercules at Hampton Court. He died of apoplexy at Drury Lane Theatre. That clever and determined burglar, Jack Sheppard, is said to have been buried in St Martin's in 1724. Farquhar, the Irish dramatist, author of the Beau Stratagem, was interred here in 1707. Roubiliac, the French sculptor who lived close by, was also buried in this spot, and Hogarth attended his funeral. Mr. J.T. Smith, author of the Life of Nollekins, speaking of his own visits to the vaults of St Martin's Church, says, "It is a curious fact that Mrs. Rudd requested to be placed near the coffins of the Piraeus. Melancholy as my visits to this vault have been, I frankly own that pleasant recollections have almost invited me to sing 'Did you ne'er hear of a jolly young waterman?' when passing by the coffin of my father's old friend, Charles Bannister." Mr. F. Buckland, that delightful writer on natural history, who visited the same charnel house in his search for the body of the great John Hunter, describes the vaults as piled with heaps of leaden coffins, horrible to every sense, but as I write from memory I will not give the ghastly details. That indefatigable and too restless exposer of abuses, Daniel Defoe, wrote a pamphlet in 1720 entitled Parochial Tyranny, or the Housekeeper's Complaint against the Exactions of Select Vestries. In this pamphlet he published one of the bills of the vestry of St. Martin's in 1713, which contains the following impudent items: "Spent at May meetings or visitation, £65 and 4d. Ditto at taverns with ministers, justices, overseers, and so on, £72, 19s. 7d. Sacrament bread and wine, £88 10s. Paid towards a robbery, £21 14s. Spent for dinner at the Mulberry Gardens, £49 13s. and 4d. In 1818 the churchwarden's dinner cost £56 18s. Archdeacon Potts' sermon on the death of Queen Charlotte not selling, the parish paid the loss, £48 12s. 9d. In 1813 the vestry charged the parish £5 for petitioning against the Roman Catholics. The Thames watermen have a plot set apart for themselves in St Martin's churchyard. These amphibious and pugnacious beings were formerly notorious for their powers of sarcasm, though Dr Johnson on a celebrated occasion put one of them out of countenance. In spite of coaches and sedan chairs, their horror in the times of the water poet, who must often have ferried Shakespeare over to the Globe Theatre at the Bankside, they continued till the days of omnibuses and cheap cabs, rowing and singing, rejoicing in their scarlet tunics, and skimming to and fro over the Thames like swallows. There is a Westminster tradition of a waterman who pretended to be deaf, and who was much employed by lovers, barristers who wished to air their eloquence, and young MPs who wanted to recite their speeches undisturbed. In 1821 died Copper Holmes, a well-known character on the river. He lived with his wife and children somewhere along the shore in an ark, which he had artfully framed from a west country vessel, and which, coppers and all, cost him £150. The city brought an action to compel him to remove the obstruction. The honest fellow was buried in the Watermen's Churchyard, on the south side of St Martin's Church. In 1683 Dr Thomas Tennyson, vicar of the parish, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, lived in this street. He died at Lambeth in 1715. He founded in this parish a school and library. Though Swift did say he was hot and heavy as a tailor's iron, he seems to have been one of the best and most tolerant of men, notwithstanding he attacked Hobbes and Bellarmine with his pen. He worked bravely during the plague, and was princely in his charities during the dreadful winter of 1683. It was he who prepared Monmouth for death, and smoothed Queen Mary's dying pillow. He was a steady friend of William of Orange. 2 doors from Slaughter's, on the west side, but lower down, lived Ambrose Philips, from 1720 to 1724. Pope laughed at his pastorals, which had been overpraised by Tickell. Though a friend of Addison and Steele, his sprightly but effeminate copies of verses procured him from Henry Carey the name of Namby Pamby. His winter scene, a sketch of a Danish winter, is, however, admirable. Ambrose Philips was laughed at for advertising in the London Gazette of January 1714 for contributions for a poetical miscellany. He was a Leicestershire man, and chiefly remarkable for translating Racine's Distressed Mother. When the Whigs came into power under George I, he was put into the Commission of the Peace and made a Commissioner of the Lottery. He afterwards became Registrar of the Prerogative Court at Dublin, wrote in the Freethinker, and died in 1749. Pope laughed at the small poet as "the bard who pilfered pastoral's renown, who turns a Persian tale for half a crown, just writes to make his barrenness appear, and strains from hidebound brains 8 lines a year." It was always one of Pope's keenest strokes to call a man poor. Philips in 1714 had industriously translated the 1001 Days, a series of Persian tales, and gained very honourably earned money. The Wasp of Twickenham, whose malice never grew old, sketched Philips again as Macer, that simple harmless fellow who borrowed ends of verse, and whose highest ambition was to wear red stockings and to dine with Steele. Ambrose, naturally indignant to hear himself accused of stealing the little fame he had, very spiritedly hung up a birch at the bar of Button's coffee house, with which he threatened to chastise the Æsop of the age if he dared show himself, but Pope wisely stayed at home. The first house, from the corner of Newport Street, on the right hand going to Charing Cross, was occupied by Beard, the celebrated public singer, who in 1738–39 married Lady Henrietta Herbert, the only daughter of the Earl Waldegrave. After her death, the widower married the daughter of Mr John Rich, the inventor of English pantomime, the best harlequin that probably ever lived, and the patentee of Covent Garden Theatre, from 1732 to 1762. The parlour of the house had 2 windows facing the south, towards Charing Cross. Here Mr J.T. Smith describes his father smoking a pipe with Beard and George Lambert, the latter the founder of the Beefsteak Club, and the clever scene painter of Covent Garden Theatre. The fire of 1808 destroyed most of Lambert's work with the theatre. Next to this house stood Old Slaughter's Coffee House, the great haunt of artists from Hogarth to Wilkie. Towards the end of its existence it was the headquarters of naval and military officers, before the establishment of West End clubs. It was pulled down in 1844 to make way for the new street between Long Acre and Leicester Square. The original landlord, John Slaughter, started it in 1692 and died about 1740. It first became known as Old Slaughter's in 1760, when an opposition set up in the street under the name of Young or New Slaughters. There is a foolish tradition that the coffee house derived its name from being frequented by the butchers of Newport Market. Mr. Smith gives a charming chapter on the frequenters of this old haunt of Dryden and afterwards of Pope. The first he mentions was Mr. Ware, the architect, who published a folio edition of Palladio, the great Italian architect of Elizabeth's time. Ware was originally a chimney sweeper's boy in Charles Court, Strand, but being one day seen chalking houses on the front of Whitehall, a gentleman passing became his patron, educated him, and sent him to Italy. His bust was one of Roubilliac's best works. His skin is said to have retained the stain of soot to the day of his death. Gravelot, who kept a drawing school in the Strand, nearly opposite Southampton Street, was another frequenter of Old Slaughter's. Henri François Bourignon Gravelot was born in Paris in 1699, and died in that city in 1773. His drawings were always minutely finished, and his designs tasteful, particularly those which he etched himself for St. John Hanmer's small edition of Shakespeare. He found an excellent engraver in poor Charles Grignon, Lebas' pupil, who in his old age was driven off the field, fell into poverty, and so remained till he died in 1810, aged 94. John Gwynne, the architect who lived in Little Court, Castle Street, Leicester-Fields, also frequented this house. He built the bridge at Shrewsbury, and wrote a work on London improvements, which his friend Dr. Johnson revised and prefaced. The doctor also wrote strongly in favour of Gwynne's talent and integrity when he was unsuccessfully competing with Milne for the erection of the old Blackfriars Bridge. Hogarth too used Slaughter's, and came there to rail at the black old masters, the follies of patrons, and the knavery of dealers. Here he would banter and brag, and sketch odd faces on his thumbnail. Perhaps the midnight conversation was partly derived from convivial scenes in St. Martin's Lane. Roubilliac, the eccentric French sculptor, was another habitué of the place. His house and studio were opposite on the east side of the lane, and were approached by a long passage and gateway. Here his friends must have listened to his rhapsodies in broken English about his great statues of Handel, Sir Isaac Newton, and that of Shakespeare, now at the British Museum, which cost Garrick, who left it to the nation, 300 guineas. That pompous and wretched portrait painter, Hudson, Reynolds' master and Richardson's pupil, used also to frequent Slaughter's. Hudson was the most ignorant of painters, yet he was for a time the fashion. He painted the portraits of the members of the Dilettanti Society, and was a great and ignorant collector of Rembrandt etchings. Hogarth used to call him, in his brusque way, a fat-headed fellow. Here Hogarth would meet his own engraver, McArdle, who lived in Henrietta Street. One of the finest English mezzotints in respect of brilliancy is Hogarth's portrait of Captain Coram, the brave old originator of the Foundling Hospital, by McArdle. His engravings after Reynolds are superb. That painter himself said that they would immortalise him. Here also came Luke Sullivan, another of Hogarth's engravers, from the White Bear, Piccadilly. His etching of the March to Finchley is considered exquisite. Sullivan was also an exquisite miniature painter, particularly of female heads. He was a handsome, lively, reckless fellow, and died in miserable poverty. At Slaughter's too, Hogarth must have met the unhappy Theodore Gardel, the miniature painter who afterwards murdered his landlady in the Haymarket and burnt her body. Hogarth is said to have sketched him in his ghostly white cap on the day of his execution. Gardel, like Greenacre, pleaded that he killed the woman by an accidental blow, and then destroyed the body in fear. Foote notices his gibbet in the Mayor of Garratt. Old Moser, keeper of the Drawing Academy in Peter's Court, Roubilliac's old rooms, was often to be seen at the same haunt. Moser was a German Swiss, a gold chaser and enameller. He became keeper of the Royal Academy in 1768. His daughter painted flowers. That great painter, poor old Richard Wilson, neglected and almost starved by the senseless art patrons of his day, occasionally came to Slaughter's, probably to meet his countryman, Blythe Parry, the Welsh harper and great draught player. And last of all we must mention Nathaniel Smith, the engraver, and Mr. Rolle, the accoutrement maker in the Strand, and the inseparable companion of Captain Grose, the great antiquary, on whom Burns wrote poems, a learned, fat, jovial Falstaff of a man, who compiled an indecorous but clever slang dictionary. It was at Roll's sale that Dicky Suett bought Charles II's black wig, which he wore for years in Tom Thumb. Numbers 76 and 77 St Martin's Lane were originally one house, built by Payne, the architect of Salisbury Street and the original Lyceum. He built two small houses in his garden for his friends Gwyn, the competitor for Blackfriars Bridge, and Wale, the Royal Academy lecturer on perspective and well-known book illustrator. The entrances were in Little Court, Castle Street. In old times the street on this side, from Beard's Court to St Martin's Court, was called the Pavement, but the road has since been heightened 3 feet. Below Payne's, in Hogarth's time, lived a bookseller named Harding, a seller of old prints, and author of a little book on the monograms of old engravers. It was to this shop that Wilson, the sergeant painter, took an etching of his own, which was sold to Hudson as a genuine Rembrandt. That same night, by agreement, Wilson invited Hogarth and Hudson to supper. When the cold sirloin came in, Scott, the marine painter, called out, "A sail, a sail!" for the beef was stuck with skewers bearing impressions of the new Rembrandt, of which Hudson was so proud. Numbers 88 and 89 were built on the site of a large mansion, the staircase of which was adorned with allegorical figures. It was here that Hogarth's particular friend, John Pine, lived. Pine was the engraver and publisher of the scenes from the Armada tapestry in the House of Lords, now destroyed. He was a round, fat, oily man, and Hogarth drew him, much to his annoyance, as the fat friar eyeing the beef at the gate of Calais. His son Robert, who painted one of the best portraits of Garrick, and carried off the 100-guinea prize of the Society of Art for his picture of the siege of Calais, also lived here, and after him Dr. Gartshore. The house number 96 on the west side was Powell the colourman's in 1828. It had then a Queen Anne door frame, with spread eagle and carved foliage and flowers, like the houses in Carey Street and Great Ormond Street, and a shutter sliding in grooves in the old-fashioned way. Mr. Powell's mother made for many years annually a pipe of wine from the produce of a vine nearly 100 feet long. This house had a large staircase, painted with figures in procession, by a French artist named Clermont, who claimed 1,000 guineas for his work, and received 500. Behind the house was the room which Hogarth has painted in Marriage à la Mode. The quack is Dr. Misaubin, whose vile portrait the satirist has given. The savage fat woman is his Irish wife. Dr. Misaubin, who lived in this house, was the son of a pastor of the Spitalfields French Church. The quack realised a great fortune by a famous pill. His son was murdered, his grandson squandered his money and died in St. Martin's workhouse. Number 104 was at one time the residence of Sir James Thornhill, Hogarth's august father-in-law, a poor yet pretentious painter who decorated St. Paul's. He painted the staircase wall with allegories that were existing some years since in good condition. The junior Van Nost, the sculptor, afterwards lived here, the same artist who took that mask of Garrick's face which afterwards belonged to the elder Matthews. After him, before 1768, came Hogarth's convivial artist friend, Francis Hayman, who decorated Vauxhall and illustrated countless books. Perhaps it was here that the Marquis of Granby, before sitting to the painter, had a round or two of sparring. Sir Joshua Reynolds, too, a graver and colder man, came to live here before he went to Great Newport Street. New Slaughters, at number 82 in 1828, was established about 1760, and was demolished in 1843–44, when the new avenue of Garrick Street was made between Long Acre and Leicester Square. It was much frequented by artists who wished cheap fare and good society. Roubilliac was often to be found here. Wilkie long after enjoyed his frugal dinners here at a small cost. He was always the last dropper in, and was never seen to dine in the house before dark. The fact is, the patient young Scotchman always slaved at his art till the last glimpse of daylight had disappeared below the red roofs. Upon the site of the present Quakers' Meeting House in St. Peter's Court, St. Martin's Lane, stood Roubilliac's first studio after he left Cheer. Here he executed with ecstatic raptures at his own genius his great statue of Handel for Vauxhall. Here afterwards a drawing academy was started, Mr. Michael Moser being chosen the keeper. Reynolds, Mortimer, Nollekens and McArdle were among the earliest members. Hogarth presented to it some of his father-in-law's casts, but opposed the principle of cheap education to young artists, declaring that every foolish father would send his boy there to keep him out of the streets, and so the profession would be overstocked. In this academy the students sat to each other for drapery, and had also male and female models, sometimes in groups. Amongst the early members of the St Martin's Lane Academy were the following: Moser, afterwards keeper of the academy; Hayman, Hogarth's friend; Whale, the book illustrator; Capriani, famous for his book prints; Allan Ramsay, Reynolds' rival; F.M. Newton; Charles Catton, the prince of coach painters; Zoffani, the dramatic portrait painter; Collins, the sculptor, who modelled Hayman's Don Quixote; Jeremy Meyer; William Willett, the great engraver; Anthony Walker, also an engraver; Linnell, a carver in wood; John Mortimer, the Salvator Rosa of that day; Rubinstein, a drapery painter and drudge to the portrait painters; James Payn, son of the architect of the Lyceum; Tilly Kettle, who went to the East, painted several Rajas, and then died near Aleppo; William Parse, who was sent to Greece by the Dilettanti Society; Van der Gucht, a painter who turned picture dealer; Charles Grignon, the engraver; C. Norton, Charles Sherlock, and Charles Bibb, also engravers; Richmond, Keble, Evans, Roper, Parsons, and Black, now forgotten; Russell, the crayon painter; Richmond Cosway, the miniature painter, a fop and a mystic; W. Marlowe, a landscape painter; Messrs. Griggs, Rowe, Dubourg, Taylor, Dance, and Ratcliffe, pupils of gay Frank Hayman; Richard Earlham, engraver of the Liber Veritatis of Claude for the Duke of Richmond; J. A. Gress, a fat artist who taught the Queen and Princesses drawing; Giuseppe Marchi, an assistant of Reynolds; Thomas Beech; Lambert, a sculptor and pupil of Roubiliac; Reed, another pupil of the same great artist, who aided in executing the skeleton on Mrs. Nightingale's monument, and was famous for his pancake clouds; Biagio Rebecca, the decorator; Richard Wilson, the great landscape painter; Terry, Louis Latifiere, John Seaton, David Martin, Burgess; Birch, the medallist; John Colet, an imitator of Hogarth; Nollekens, the sculptor; Reynolds; and, of course, Hogarth himself, the primum mobile. Number 112 was in old times one of those apothecaries' shops with bottled snakes in the windows. It was kept by Leake, the inventor of a diet drink, once as famous as Lockyer's pill. Frank Hayman, one of these St Martin's Lane worthies, was originally a scene painter at Drury Lane. He was with Hogarth at Moll King's when Hogarth drew the girl squirting brandy at the other for his picture in the Rake's Progress. Hayman was a Devonshire man and a pupil of Brown. When he buried his wife, a friend asked him why he spent so much money on the funeral. "Oh, sir," replied the droll, revelling fellow, "she would have done as much or more for me with pleasure." Quin and Hayman were inseparable boon companions. One night, after beating the rounds, they both fell into the kennel. Presently Hayman, sprawling out his shambling legs, kicked his bedfellow Quin. "Hullo, what are you at now?" growled the Welsh actor. "At? Why, endeavouring to get up, to be sure, for this don't suit my palate." "Pooh!" replied Quin, "remain where you are. The watchman will come by shortly, and he will take us both up." Number 113 was occupied by Thomas Major, a die engraver to the Stamp Office, a pupil of Lebas, and an excellent reproducer of subjects from Teniers. He was also an engraver of landscapes after pictures by Ferg, one of the artists employed with Sir James Thornhill at the Chelsea China Manufactory. The old watch house, or round house, used to stand exactly opposite the centre of the portico of Gibbs Church. There is a rare etching which represents its front during a riot. Stocks elaborately carved with vigorous figures of a man being whipped by the hangman stood near the wall of the watch house. The carving, much mutilated, was preserved in the vaults under the church. Near the stocks, with an entrance from the King's Mews, stood the barn, afterwards called the Canteen, which was a great resort of the chess, draught, and whist players of the city. At the south west corner of St Martin's Lane was the shop of Jeffreys, the geographer to King George III. Number 20 was a public house, latterly the Portobello, with Admiral Vernon's ship, well painted by Monamy, for its sign. The date 1638 was on the front of this house, now removed. Number 114 stands on the site of the old house of the Earls of Salisbury. Before the alterations of 1827 there were vestiges of the old building remaining. It has been a constant tradition in the lane that in this house, in James II's reign, the 7 bishops were lodged before they were conveyed to the Tower. Opposite old Salisbury House stood a turnpike, and the tradition in the lane is that the Earl of Salisbury obtained its removal as a nuisance. At that time the church was literally in the fields. The turnpike house stood, circa 1760, on the site of number 28, afterwards, in 1828, Pullen's wine vaults. The Westminster Fire Office was first established in St Martin's Lane, between Chandos Street and Mays Buildings. The White Horse livery stables were originally tea gardens, and south of these was a hop garden. The oldest house in the lane overhung the White Horse stables and was standing in 1828. Number 60 was formerly Chippendale's, the great upholsterer and cabinet maker, whose folio work was the great authority in the trade before Mr Hope's classic style overthrew for a time that of Louis XIV. Number 63 formerly led to Roubiliac's studio. Here in 1828 the Sunday paper The Watchman was printed. It must have been here in the sculptor's time that Garrick, coming to see how his Shakespeare statue progressed, drew out a 2-foot rule and put on a tragic and threatening face to frighten a great red-headed Yorkshireman, who was sawing marble for Roubiliac, but who, to his surprise, merely rolled his quid and coolly said, "What trick are you after next, my little master?" Upon the honest sculptor's death, Reed, one of his pupils, a conceited pretender, took the premises in 1762 and advertised himself as Mr Roubiliac's successor. Reed executed the poor monuments of the Duchess of Northumberland and of Admiral Tyrrell, now in Westminster Abbey. His master used to say to Reed when he was bragging, "When you do the monument, then the world will see what wonder thing you will make." Nollekens used to say of the Admiral's monument, "That figure going to heaven out of the sea looks for all the world as if it were hanging from a gallows with a rope round its neck." Number 70 was formerly the house where Mr Hone held his exhibition when his picture of the Conjurer, intended to ridicule Sir Joshua Reynolds as a plagiarist and to insult Miss Angelica Kauffmann, was refused admittance at Somerset House. Mr Nathaniel Hone was a miniature painter on enamel, who attempted oil pictures and grew envious of Reynolds. Hone was a tall, pompous, big, erect man, who wore a broad-brimmed hat and a lapelled coat, punctiliously buttoned up to his chin. He walked with a measured, stately step, and spoke with an air of great self-importance, in this sort of way: "Joseph Nollekens, Esquire, R.A., how do you do?" The corner house of Long Acre, now 72, formed part of the extensive premises of Mr Cobb, George III's upholsterer, a proud, pompous man who always strutted about his workshops in full dress. It was Dance's portrait of Mr Cobb, given in exchange for a table, that led to Dance's acquaintance with Garrick. One day, in the library at Buckingham House, old King George asked Cobb to hand him a certain book. Instead of doing so, mistaking Cobb called to a man who was at work on a ladder and said, "Fellow, give me that book." The king instantly rose and asked the man's name. "Jenkins," replied the astonished upholsterer. "Then," observed the good old king, "Jenkins shall hand me the book." Alderman Boyle, the great encourager of art, when he first began with half a shop, used to etch small plates of landscapes in sets of 6 for 6d. As there were few print shops then in London, he prevailed upon the proprietors of toy shops to put them in their windows for sale. Every Saturday he went the round of the shops to see what had been done, or to take more. His most successful shop was the Cricket Bat, in Duke's Court, St Martin's Lane. Abraham Rheimbach, the engraver, was born in Cecil Court, St Martin's Lane, in 1776. Sir Joshua Reynolds, in his early period, lived nearly opposite Mays Buildings. He afterwards went to Great Newport Street, where he first met Dr Johnson. O'Keefe describes being in a coffee house in St Martin's Lane on the very morning when the famous number 45 came out. The unconscious newsman came in, and, as a matter of course, laid the paper on the table before him. About the year 1777, O'Keefe was standing talking with his brother at Charing Cross, when a slender figure in a scarlet coat with a large bag and fierce three-cocked hat crossed the way, carefully choosing his steps, the weather being wet. It was John Wilkes. When Fuseli returned to London in 1779 after his foreign tour, he resided with a portrait painter named Cartwright at No. 100 St Martin's Lane, and he remained there till his marriage with Miss Rawlins in 1788, when he removed to Foley Street. Here he commenced his acquaintance with Professor Bonnycastle, and produced his popular picture of the Nightmare (1781), by which the publisher of the print realised £500. Here also he revised Cowper's version of the Iliad, and became acquainted with Sir Joshua Reynolds and Dr. Moore, the author of Zelluco. May's buildings bear the date of 1739. Mr. May, who built them, lived at number 43, which he ornamented with pilasters and a cornice. This house used to be thought a good specimen of architectural brickwork. The Club of the Eccentrics in May's buildings was in 1812 much frequented by the eloquent Richard Layard-Shiel, by William Mudford, the editor of the Courier, a man of logical and sarcastic power, and by Pope Davis, an artist, in later years a great friend of the unfortunate Haydon. Pope Davis was so called from having painted, when in Rome, a large picture of the presentation of the Shrewsbury family to the Pope. The Royal Society of Literature at 4 St. Martin's Place, Charing Cross, was founded in 1823 for the advancement of literature, on which at present it has certainly had no very perceptible influence. It was incorporated by Royal Charter September 13, 1826. George IV gave 1,000 guineas a year to this body, which rescued the last years of Coleridge's wasted life from utter dependence, and placed Dr. Jimison above want. William IV discontinued the lavish grant of a king who was generous only with other people's money, and was always in debt, and since that the somewhat effete society has sunk into a transaction publishing society, or rather a club with an improving library. Sir Walter Scott's opposition to the society was as determined as Hogarth's against the Royal Academy. The immediate and direct favour of the sovereign, said Scott, who had a superstitious respect for any monarch, is worth the patronage of 10,000 societies. Literature wants no patronage now, thank God, but only intelligent purchasers, and whether a king does or does not read an author's work is of small consequence to any writer. Admission to the Royal Society of Literature is obtained by a certificate, signed by 3 members, and an election by ballot. Ordinary members pay 3 guineas on admission, and 2 guineas annually, or compound by a payment of 20 guineas. The Society devotes itself for the most part to the study of Greek and Latin inscriptions and Egyptian literature. This learned body also professes to fix the standard of the English language, to read papers on history, poetry, philosophy, and philology, to correspond with learned men in foreign countries, to reward literary merit, and to publish unedited remains of ancient literature. St. Martin's Lane has seen many changes. Cranbourne Alley is gone with all its bonnet shops, and the Mews and Caribbean Islands are no more. But there still remain a few old houses, with brick pilasters and semi-Grecian pediments, to remind us of the days of Fuseli and Reynolds, Hayman and Old Slaughters, Hogarth and Roubiliac. I can assure my readers that a most respectable class of ghosts haunts the artist's quarter in St. Martin's Lane. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Long Acre and its Tributaries. At the latter end of 1664, says Defoe, 2 men, said to be Frenchmen, died of the plague at the Drury Lane end of Long Acre. Dr. Hodges, however, a greater authority than Defoe, who wrote 57 years after the event, says merely that the pestilence broke out in Westminster, and that 2 or 3 persons dying, the frightened neighbours removed into the city, and there carried the contagion. He, however, distinctly states that the pest came to us from Holland, and most probably in a parcel of infected goods from Smyrna. According to Defoe, the family with which the Frenchman had lodged endeavoured to conceal the deaths, but the rumour growing, the Secretary of State heard of it and sent 2 physicians and a surgeon to inspect the bodies. They certifying that the men had really died of the plague, the parish clerk returned the deaths to the hall, and they were printed in the weekly bill of mortality. The people showed a great concern at this and began to be alarmed all over the town. At Christmas, Dr. Hodges attended a case of plague, and shortly afterwards a proclamation was issued for placing watchmen day and night at the doors of infected houses, which were to be marked with a red St. Andrew cross and the subscription, "Lord, have mercy upon us." By the next September the terrible disease had risen to its height, and the deaths ranged as high as 12,000 a week, and in the worst night after the bonfires had been burnt in the street, to 4,000 in the 12 hours. Great Queen Street, so called after Henrietta Maria, the imprudent but brave wife of Charles I, was built about 1629 before the Troubles. Howes, editor of Stowe, speaks in 1631 of the new fair buildings leading into Drury Lane. Many of the houses were built by Webb, one of Inigo Jones's scholars. The south was the fashionable side, looking towards the Pancras Fields. Most of the north side houses must therefore be of a later date. According to one authority, Inigo Jones himself built Queen Street at the cost of the Jesuits, designing it for a square and leaving in the middle a niche for the statue of Queen Henrietta. The stately and magnificent houses, begun on the other side near Little Queen Street, were not continued. There were fleurs de luce placed on the walls in honour of the Queen. George Digby, the second Earl of Bristol, lived in Great Queen Street in a large house with 7 rooms on a floor, a long gallery and gardens. Evelyn describes going to see him, probably there, to consult about the site of Greenwich Hospital, with Denham, the poet and surveyor, and one of Inigo Jones's clerks. Digby was a Knight of the Garter, who first wrote against popery, and then converted himself. He persecuted Lord Strafford, yet, then turning courtier, lived long enough to persecute Lord Clarendon. Grammont, Bussey, and Clarendon all decry the Earl, and Horace Walpole writes wittily of him. With great parts he always hurt himself and his friends. With romantic bravery he was always an unsuccessful commander. He spoke for the Test Act, though a Roman Catholic, and addicted himself to astrology on the birthday of true philosophy. In 1671 Evelyn describes the Earl's house as taken by the Commissioners of Trade and Plantations, of which he was one, and furnished with tapestry of the King's. The Duke of Buckingham, the Earl of Sandwich, Pepys's patron, the Earl of Lauderdale, Sir John Finch, Waller the poet, and saturnine Colonel Titus, the author of the terrible pamphlet against Cromwell, Killing No Murder, were the new occupants. They sat, says Evelyn, at the board in the council chamber, a very large room furnished with atlases, maps, charts, and globes. The first day's debate was an ominous one. It related to the condition of New England, which had grown rich, strong, and very independent as to their regard to Old England or His Majesty. The colony was able to contest with all the other plantations, and there was fear of her breaking from her dependence. Some of the council were for sending a menacing letter, but others, who better understood the peevish and touchy humour of that colony, were utterly against it. A few weeks afterwards Evelyn was at the council, when a letter was read from Jamaica, describing how Morgan, the Welsh buccaneer, had sacked and burned Panama, the bravest thing of the kind done since Drake. Morgan, who cheated his companions and stole their spoil, afterwards came to England and was, like detestable blood, received at court. Lord Chancellor Finch, Earl of Nottingham, who lived in Great Queen Street, presided as Lord High Steward at Lord Strafford's trial, at which Evelyn was present, noticing the ill-bred impudence of Titus Oates. Finch was the son of a recorder of London, and died in 1681. He was living here when that impudent thief, Sadler, stole the mace and purse and carried them off in procession. The choleric and quixotic Lord Herbert of Cherbury lived in Great Queen Street, in a house on the south side, a few doors east of Great Wild Street. Here he began his wild deistic work De Veritate, published in Paris in 1624 and in London 3 years before his death. He says that he finished this rhapsody in France, where it was praised by Tillinus, an Arminian professor at Sedan, and an opponent of the Calvinists, which procured him a pension from James I, and also from the learned Grotius when he came to Paris after his escape in a linen chest from the Calvinist fortress of Louvestein. Urged to publish by friends, Lord Herbert, afraid of the censure his book might receive, was relieved from his doubts by what his vanity and heated imagination pleased to consider a vision from heaven. This Welsh Quixote says, "Being thus doubtful in my chamber one fair day in the summer, my casement being open towards the south, the sun shining clear and no wind stirring, I took my book, De Veritate, in my hand, and kneeling on my knees, devoutly said these words: O thou eternal God, author of the light which now shines upon me, and giver of all inward illuminations, I do beseech thee of thy infinite goodness to pardon a greater request than a sinner ought to make. I am not satisfied enough whether I shall publish this book De Veritate. If it be for thy glory, I beseech thee to give me some sign from heaven. If not, I shall suppress it." I had no sooner spoken these words, but a loud though gentle noise came from the heavens, for it was like nothing on earth, which did so comfort and cheer me that I took my petition as granted. And this, however strange it may seem, I protest before the eternal God is true, neither am I in any way superstitiously deceived herein, since I did not only hear the noise, but in the serenest sky that ever I saw, being without all cloud, did to my thinking see the place from whence it came. The noise was probably some child falling from a chair overhead, or a chest of drawers being moved in an upper room, and if it had been thunder in a clear sky, it was no more than Horace once heard. Heaven does not often express its approval of deistical books. Lord Herbert doubted of general, and yet believed in individual revelation. What crazy vanity to think the work of an amateur philosopher of sufficient importance for a special revelation, that, in his own opinion, had been denied to a neglected world. Lord Herbert, though refused the sacrament by usher, bore it very serenely, asked what o'clock it was, then said, "An hour hence I shall depart," turned his head to the other side, and expired. He had moved to this quarter from King Street. Lord Herbert, though he wrote a life to vindicate that brutal tyrant Henry VIII, was inconsistent enough to join the Parliament against a less wise but more illegal King, Charles I. When I passed down Queen Street, wondering whether that southern window of the Welsh knight's vision was on the front of the south side or on the back of the southern side of the street, I sometimes think of those soft lines of his upon the question whether love should continue for ever. Having interred her infant birth, the watery ground that late did mourn was strewed with flowers for the return of the wished bridegroom of the earth. The well-accorded birds did sing their hymns unto the pleasant time, and in a sweet consorted chime did welcome in the cheerful spring. And then, on my return home, I get out brave old Ben Jonson and read his lines addressed to this last of the knights, and on whose every part truth might spend all her voice, fame all her art, whether thy learning they would take, or wit, or valour, or thy judgment seasoning it, thy standing upright to thyself, thy ends, like straight thy piety to God and friends. Sir Thomas Fairfax, General of the Parliament, probably lived here, as he dated from this street a printed proclamation of the 12th of February 1648. Sir Godfrey Kneller, the great portrait painter of William and Mary's reign, but more especially of Queen Anne's time, once lived in a house in this street. Sir Godfrey, though a humorist, was the vainest of men, and was made rather a butt by his friends Pope and Gay. Kneller was the son of a surveyor at Lübeck, and intended for the army. King George I, who created him a baronet, was the last of the sovereigns who sat to him. Sir Godfrey was the successor of Sir Peter Lely in England, but was still more slight and careless in manner. His portraits may be often known by the curls being thrown behind the back, while in Lely's portraits they fall over the shoulders and chest. Kneller was a humorist, but very vain, as a man might well be whom Dryden, Pope, Addison, Prior, Tickell and Steele had eulogized in verse. On one occasion, when Pope was sitting watching Kneller paint, he determined to fool him, to the top of his bent. "Do you not think, Sir Godfrey," said the little poet, slyly, "that, if God had had your advice at the creation, he would have made a much better world?" The painter turned round sharply from his easel, fixed his eyes on Pope, and laying one hand on his deformed shoulder, replied, "Forgot, Mr. Pope, I think I should." There was wit in all Kneller's banter, and even when his quaint sayings told against himself, they seemed to reflect the humour of a man conscious of the ludicrous side of his own vanity. To his tailor, who brought him his son to offer him as an apprentice, emulative of Annibale Carracci, whose father had also sat cross-legged, Sir Godfrey said grandly, "Dost thou think, man, I can make thy son a painter? No, God Almighty only makes painters." To a low fellow, whom he overheard cursing himself, he said, "God damn you? No, God may damn the Duke of Marlborough, and perhaps Sir Godfrey Kneller, but do you think he will take the trouble of damning such a scoundrel as you?" Gay on one occasion read some verses to Sir Godfrey, probably those describing Pope's imaginary welcome from Greece, in which these outrageous lines occur: "What can the extent of his vast soul confine? A painter, critic, engineer, divine?" Upon which Kneller, remembering that he had been intended for a soldier, and perhaps scenting out the joke, said, "Ay, Mr. Gay, all what you have said is very fine and very true, but you have forgot one thing, my good friend. Egad, I should have been a general of an army, for when I was in Venice there was a girandole, and all the place of St. Mark was in a smoke of gunpowder, and I did like the smell, Mr. Gay. Should have been a great general, Mr. Gay." His dream, too, was related by Pope to Spence as a good story of the German's droll vanity. Kneller thought he had ascended by a very high hill to heaven, and there found St. Peter at the gate, dealing with a vast crowd of applicants. To one he said, "Of what sect was you?" "I was a Papist." "Go you there." "What was you?" "A Protestant." "Go you there." "And you a Turk." "Go you there." In the meantime St. Luke had descried the painter, and asking if he was not the famous Sir Godfrey Kneller, entered into conversation with him about his beloved art, so that Sir Godfrey quite forgot about St. Peter, till he heard a voice behind him, St. Peter's, call out, "Come in, Sir Godfrey, and take whatever place you like." Pope is said to have ridiculed his friend under the name of Helluo. He certainly laughed at his justice in dismissing a soldier who had stolen a joint of meat, and blaming the butcher who had put it in the rogue's way. Whenever he saw a constable followed by a mob coming up to his house at Whitton, he would call out to him, "Mr. Constable, you see that turning? Go that way. You will find an alehouse, the sign of the King's Head. Go and make it up." Jacob Tonson got pictures out of Kneller, covetous as he was, by praising him extravagantly, and sending him haunches of fat venison and dozens of cool claret. Sir Godfrey used to say to Vandergucht, "Oh, my good man, this old Jacob loves me. He is a very good man, for you see he loves me. He sends me good things." The venison was fat. Old Geggy, the surgeon, however, got a picture or two even cheaper, for he sent no present, but then his praises were as fat as Jacob's venison. Sir Godfrey used to get very angry if any doubt was expressed as to the legitimacy of the pretender. "His father and mother have sat to me about 36 times apiece, and I know every line and bit of their faces. Mein Gott, I could paint King James now by memory. I say the child is so like both that there is not a feature in his face but what belongs to either mother or father. Nay, the nails of his fingers are his mother's, the queen that was. Doctor, you may be out in your letters, but I cannot be out in my lines." Kneller had intended Hogarth's father-in-law, Sir James Thornhill, to paint his staircase at Whitton, but hearing that Newton was sitting to him, he was in dudgeon, declaring that no portrait painter should paint his house, and employed sprawling Laguerre instead. Kneller's prices were 15 guineas for a head, 20 with only one hand, 30 for a half, and 60 for a whole length. He painted much too fast and flimsily, and far too much by the help of foreign assistants, in fact avowedly to fill his kitchen. In 30 years he made a large fortune, in spite of losing £20,000 in the South Sea bubble. His wigs, drapery, and backgrounds were all painted for him. He is said to have left at his death 500 unfinished portraits. His favourite work, the portrait of a Chinese, converted and brought over by Couplet, a Jesuit, is at Windsor, but Walpole preferred his Grinling Gibbons at Houghton. Kneller left his house in Great Queen Street to his wife, and after her decease to his godson Godfrey Huckle, who took the name of Kneller. Amongst the celebrated persons painted by Kneller in his best manner were Bolingbroke, Wren, Lady Wortley Montague, Pope, Locke, Burnet, Addison, Evelyn, and the Earl of Peterborough. The brittleness of this man's fame is another proof that he who paints merely for his time must perish with his time. Conway House was in Great Queen Street. Lord Conway, an able soldier brought up by Lord Vere, his uncle, was an epicure who by his agreeable conversation was very acceptable at the court of Charles I. He had the misfortune to be utterly routed by the Scotch at Newburn, a defeat which gave them Newcastle. The previous Lord Conway was that Secretary of State of whom James I said, "Steenie has given me two proper servants, a secretary, Conway, who can neither write nor read, and a groom of the bedchamber, Mr. Clarke, a one-handed man, who cannot trust my points." It had been well for England if this sottish pedant had had no worse servants than Conway and Clarke. Raleigh might then have been spared, and Overbuy would not have been poisoned. Lord Conway, whose son General Conway was such an idol of Horace Walpole, lived in the family house in Great Queen Street. Winchester House was not far off. Lord Paulet figures in all the early scenes of the Civil War. He was one of the first nobles to raise forces in the West for the wrong-headed king. On one occasion Basing House was all but lost by a plot hatched between Waller and the Marquis of Winchester's brother, but it was detected in time to save that important place. Basing, after 3 months' siege by a conjunction of Parliament troops from Hampshire and Essex, was gallantly succoured by Colonel Gage. The Marchioness, a lady of great honour and alliance, being sister to the Earl of Essex and to the Lady Marchioness of Hertford, enlisted all the Roman Catholics in Oxford in this dashing adventure. Basing was, however, eventually stormed and taken by Cromwell, who put most of the garrison to the sword. William, the fourth Marquis, died 1628 and was succeeded by his son, who was the father of Charles, created in 1689 Duke of Bolton, a title that became extinct in 1794. John Greenhill, a Long Acre celebrity, was one of the most promising of Lely's scholars. He painted portraits, among others, of Locke, Shaftesbury, and Davenant. He also drew in crayons and engraved. It is said that Lely was jealous of him, and would not let his pupil see him paint, till Greenhill's handsome wife was sent to Sir Peter to sit for her portrait, which cost 12 broad pieces or £15. Greenhill, at first industrious, became acquainted with the players and fell into debauched courses. Coming home drunk one night from the Vine Tavern, he fell into the kennel in Long Acre, and was carried to Perry Walton's, the royal picture cleaner, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where he had been lodging, and died in his bed that night, 1676, in the flower of his age. He was buried at St. Giles's, and shameless Mrs. Aphra Ben, who admired his person and his paintings, wrote a long elegy on his death. Sir Peter is said to have settled £40 a year on Greenhill's widow and children, but she died mad soon after her husband. In June 1718, Ryan, an actor of Lincoln's Inn Theatre, was supping at the Sun in Long Acre, and had placed his sword quietly in the window, when a bully named Kelly came up and made passes at him, provoking him to a duel. The young actor took his sword, drew it, and passed it through the rascal's body. The act being one of obvious self-defence, he was not called to serious account for it. This Ryan had acted with Betterton. Addison especially selected him as Marcus in his Cato, and Garrick confessed he took Ryan's Richard as his model. Some years after, Ryan, by this time the Orestes, Macduff, Iago, Cassio, and Captain Plume of the Lincoln's Inn Fields Theatre, in passing down Great Queen Street after playing Scipio in Sophonisba, was fired at by a footpad, and had his jaw shattered. "Friend," moaned the wounded man, "you have killed me, but I forgive you." The actor, however, recovered to resume his place upon the boards, and generous Quinn gave him £1,000 in advance that he had put him down for in his will. He died in 1760. Hudson, a wretched portrait painter, although the master of Sir Joshua Reynolds, lived in a house now divided into two, numbers 55 and 56. Portrait painting, being unable to sink lower than Hudson, turned and began to rise again. When Reynolds in later years took a villa on Richmond Hill, somewhat above that of Hudson, he said, "I never thought I should live to look down on my old master." Hudson's house was afterwards occupied by that insipid poet Hoole, the translator of Tasso and of Ariosto. The old West End entrance of this street, a narrow passage known as the Devil's Gap, was taken down in 1765. Martin Folkes, an eminent scholar and antiquarian, was born in Great Queen Street in 1690. He was made Vice-President of the Royal Society by Newton in 1723, and in 1727, on Sir Isaac's death, disputed the presidentship with Sir Hans Sloane, a post which he eventually obtained in 1741 on the resignation of Sir Hans. Folkes was a great numismatist, and seems to have been a generous, pleasant man. He died in 1784. The sale of his library, prints, and coins lasted 56 days. He was, as Leigh Hunt remarks, one of the earliest persons among the gentry to marry an actress, setting by that means an excellent example. His wife's name was Lucretia Bradshaw. Miss Pope of Queen Street had a face grave and unpromising, but her humour was dry and racy as old sherry. Churchill, in the Rosciad, mentions her as vivaciously advancing in a jig to perform as Cherry and Polly Honeycomb. Later she grew into an excellent Mrs. Malaprop. This good woman, well-bred lady, and finished actress lived for 40 years in Queen Street, 2 doors east of Freemason's Tavern. There the Miss Prue and Cherry and Jacinta and Miss Biddy of years before, the friend of Garrick and the praised of Churchill, sat, surrounded by portraits of Lord Newnham, General Churchill, Garrick, and Holland, and told the story of her first love to Horace Smith. An attachment had sprung up between her and Holland, but Garrick had warned her of the man's waywardness and instability. Miss Pope would not believe the accusations, until one day, on her way to see Mrs. Clive at Twickenham, she beheld the unfaithful Holland in a boat with Mrs. Baddeley, near the Eel Pie Island. She accused him at the next rehearsal. He would confess no wrong, and she never spoke to him again but on the stage. "But I have reason to know," said the old lady, shedding tears as she looked up at her cruel lover's portrait, "that he never was really happy." Miss Pope left Queen Street at last, finding the Freemasons too noisy neighbours, especially after dinner. Miss Pope, says Hazlitt, was the very picture of a duenna or an antiquated dowager in the latter spring of beauty. The second childhood of vanity, more quaint, fantastic, and old-fashioned, more pert, frothy, and light-headed than can be imagined. It was not very easy to please poor soured Hazlitt, whose opinion of women had not been improved by his having been jilted by a servant girl. This good woman, Miss Pope, died at Hadley in 1801, her latter life having been embittered by the loss of her brother and favourite niece. The Freemasons' Hall, built by T. Sandby, architect, was opened in 1776 by Lord Petre, a Roman Catholic nobleman, with the usual mysterious ceremonials of the order. The annual assemblies of the lodges had previously been held in the halls of the city's companies. The tavern was built in 1786 by William Tyler, and has since been enlarged. In the tavern, public meetings and dinners take place, chiefly in May and June. Here a farewell banquet was given to John Philip Kemble, and a public dinner on his birthday to James Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd. All the waiters in this tavern are Masons. The house has been lately enlarged. Its new great hall was inaugurated by the dinner given to Charles Dickens by his friends on his departure for America in November 1857. Isaac Sparks, a famous Irish comedian, about 1774, was an old, fat, unwieldy man with a vast double chin and large, bushy, prominent eyebrows. When in London, he established in Long Acre a club which was frequented by Lord Townshend, Lord Effingham, Lord Lindore, Captain Mulcaster, Mr. Crewe of Cheshire, and other nobles and fashionables. Sparks, who dressed well and had a commanding presence, probably presided over it, as he did at Dublin clubs, dressed in robes as Lord Chief Justice Joker. In one of the grand old houses in Great Queen Street, on the right hand as one goes towards Lincoln's Inn Fields, occupied before 1830 by Messrs. Allman, the booksellers, died Lewis, the comedian, famous to the last, as Leigh Hunt tells us, for his invincible airiness and juvenility. Mr. Lewis, says the same veteran playgoer, displayed a combination rarely to be found in acting, that of the fop and the real gentleman. With a voice, a manner, and a person all equally graceful and light, with features at once whimsical and genteel, he played on the top of his profession like a plume. He was the Mercutio of the age, in every sense of the word mercurial. His airy, breathless voice, thrown to the audience before he appeared, was the signal of his winged animal spirits, and when he gave a glance of his eye, or touched with his finger another man's ribs, it was the very punctum saliens of playfulness and innuendo. We saw him take leave of the public, a man of 65, looking not more than half the age, in the character of the copper captain, and heard him say, in a voice broken with emotion, that for the space of 30 years he had not once incurred their displeasure. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia.
Chapter 11, Part 2 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Olsen Fitak, Los Angeles. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 11, Part 2. Benjamin Franklin, when first in England, worked at the printing office of Mr. Watts in Little Wild Street after being employed for 12 months at 1 Palmer's in Bartholomew Close. He lodged close by in Duke Street, opposite the Roman Catholic chapel, with a widow, to whom he paid 3 and 6 weekly. His landlady was a clergyman's daughter who had married a Catholic and abjured Protestantism. She and Franklin were much together, as he kept good hours and she was lame and almost confined to her room. Their frugal supper often consisted of nothing but half an anchovy, a small slice of bread and butter each, and half a pint of ale between them. On Franklin proposing to leave for cheaper lodgings, she consented to let him retain his room at 2 shillings a week. In the attic of the house lived a voluntary nun. She was a lady who early in life had been sent to the continent for her health, but unable to bear the climate, had returned home to live in seclusion on £12 a year, devoting the rest of her income to charity, and subsisting, healthy and cheerful, on nothing but water gruel. Her presence was thought a blessing to the house, and several tenants in succession had charged her no rent. She permitted the occasional visits of Franklin and his landlady, and the brave American lad, while he pitied her superstition, felt confirmed in his frugality by her example. During his first weeks with Mr. Watts, Franklin worked as a pressman, drinking only water, while his companions had their 5 pints of porter daily. The water American, as he was called, was, however, stronger than his colleagues, and tried to persuade some of them that strong beer was not necessary for strong work. His argument was that bread contained more materials of strength than beer, and that it was only corn in the beer that produced the strength in the liquid. Born to be a reformer, Franklin persuaded the chapel to alter some of their laws. he resisted impositions and conciliated the respect of his fellows. He worked as a pressman, as he had done in America, for the sake of the exercise. He used, he tells us, to carry up and down stairs with one hand a large form of type, while the other 50 men required both hands to do the same work. Franklin's fellow pressmen drank every day a pint of beer before breakfast, a pint with bread and cheese for breakfast, a pint between breakfast and dinner, one at dinner, one again at 6 in the afternoon, and another after his day's work. And all this he declared to be necessary to give him strength for the press. This custom, said the king of common sense, seemed to me abominable. Franklin, however, failed to make a convert of this man, and he went on paying his 4 or 5 shillings a week for the cursed beverage, destined probably, poor devil, to remain all his life in a state of voluntary wretchedness, serfdom, and poverty. A few of the men consented to follow Franklin's example, and renouncing beer and cheese, to take for breakfast a basin of warm gruel with butter, toast, and nutmeg. This did not cost more than a pint of beer, namely 3 halfpence, and at the same time was more nourishing and kept the head clearer. Those who gorged themselves with beer would sometimes run up a score and come to the Water American for credit, their light being out. Franklin attended at the great stone table every Saturday evening to take up the little debts, which sometimes amounted to 30 shillings a week. This circumstance, says Franklin in his autobiography, added to the reputation of my being a tolerable gabber, or, in other words, skilful in the art of burlesque, kept up my importance in the chapel. I had, besides, recommended myself to the esteem of my master by my assiduous application to business, never observing Saint Monday. My extraordinary quickness in composing always procured me such work as was most urgent, and which is commonly best paid, and thus my time passed away in a very pleasant manner. Franklin, like a truly great man, was quietly proud of the humble origin from which he had risen, and when he came to England as the agent and ambassador of Massachusetts, he paid a visit to his workroom in Wild Street, and going to his old friend the press, said to the 2 workmen busy at it, "Come, my friends, we will drink together. It is now 40 years since I worked like you at this very press as a journeyman printer." Wild House stood on the site of Little Wild Street. The Duchess of Ormond was living there in 1655. On the day when King James II escaped from London, the mob grew unruly and assembled in great force to pull down houses where either mass was said or priests lodged. Don Pietro Ronquillo, the Spanish ambassador who lived at Wild House, and whom Evelyn mentions as having received him with extraordinary civility, March 26, 1681, had not thought it necessary to ask for soldiers, though the rich Roman Catholics had sent him their money and plate as to a sanctuary, and the plate of the Chapel Royal was also in his care. But the house was sacked without mercy. His noble library perished in the flames. The chapel was demolished. The pictures, rich beds, and furniture were destroyed. The poor Spaniard making his escape by a back door. His only comfort was that the Sacred Host in his chapel was rescued. In 1780, another savage and thievish Protestant mob, under Lord George Gordon, assembled in St. George's Fields to petition Parliament against the Test Act, which relieved Roman Catholics from many vexatious penalties and unjust disabilities on condition of their taking their oaths of allegiance and disbelief in the infamous doctrines of the Jesuits. The mob assembled on the 2nd of June and jostled and insulted the peers, going to the House of Lords. The same evening the people demolished the greater part of the Roman Catholic chapel in Duke Street. On Monday they stripped the house and shop of Mr. Maberly of Little Queen Street, who had been a witness at the trial of some rioters. On Tuesday they passed through Long Acre and burnt Newgate, releasing 300 prisoners, and the same day destroyed the house of Justice Cox in Great Queen Street. In these street riots, 72 private houses and 4 public jails were burnt, and more than 400 rioters perished. At the above-named chapel, Nollekens, the eminent sculptor, was baptized in 1737. The present chapel is much resorted to on Sundays by the Irish poor and foreigners who live about Drury Lane. Nicholas Stone, the great monumental sculptor, lived in Long Acre. In 1619, Inigo Jones began the new banqueting house at Whitehall, and replaced the one destroyed by fire 6 months before. This master mason was Nicholas Stone, the sculptor of the fine monument to Sir Francis Vere in Westminster Abbey. His pay was 4 shillings 10d a day. Stone also designed Dr. Donne's splendid monument in St. Paul's. Roubillac was a great admirer of the kneeling knight at the northwest corner of Vere's tomb. He used to stand and watch it and say, "Hush, hush, he will speak presently." Mr. J.T. Smith seems to think that the Shakespeare monument at Stratford is in this sculptor's manner. Inigo Jones, who had been fined for having borne arms at the siege of Basing House, joined with Nicholas Stone in burying their money near Inigo's house in Scotland Yard. But as the Parliament encouraged servants to betray such hidden treasures, the partners removed their money and hid it again with their own hands in Lambeth Marsh. Oliver Cromwell, when member for Cambridge, lived from 1637 to 1643 on the south side of Long Acre, 2 doors from Nicholas Stone the sculptor. John Taylor, the water poet, an eccentric poetaster, kept a public house in Phoenix Alley, now Hanover Court, near Long Acre. He was a Thames waterman who had fought at the taking of Cadiz, and afterwards travelled to Germany and Scotland as a servant to Sir William Wade. He was then made collector of the wine dues for the lieutenant of the Tower, and wrote a life of Old Parr, and 63 volumes of satire and jingling doggerel, not altogether without vivacity and vigour. He called himself the King's water poet and the Queen's waterman, and in 1623 wrote a tract called The World Runs on Wheels, a violent attack on the use of coaches. "I dare truly affirm," says the writer, "that every day in any term, especially if the court be at Whitehall, they do rob us of our livings, and carry 560 fares daily from us." In this quaint pamphlet, Taylor gives a humorous account of his once riding in his master's coach from Whitehall to the Tower. "Before I had been drawn 20 yards," he says, "such a timpany of pride puffed me up that I was ready to burst with the wind colic of vain glory." He complains particularly of the streets and lanes being blocked with carriages, especially Blackfriars and Fleet Street or the Strand, after a masque or play at court, the noise deafening everyone and souring the beer to the injury of the public health. It is Taylor who mentions that William Boonen, a Dutchman, first introduced coaches into England in 1564, and became Queen Elizabeth's coachman. It is, he says, a doubtful question whether the devil brought tobacco into England in a coach, or brought a coach in a fog or mist of tobacco. Nor did Taylor rest there, for he presented a petition to James I. Bankside, so as to give more work to watermen. In the Civil War, Taylor went to Oxford and wrote ballads for the king. On his return to London, he settled in Long Acre with a mourning crown for a sign. But the Puritans resenting this emblem, he had his own portrait painted instead with this motto: "There's many a head stands for a sign, then, gentle reader, why not mine?" Taylor was born in 1580 and died in 1654. And the following epitaph was written on the vain, honest fellow, who was buried at St. Martin's in the Fields. "Here lies the water poet, honest John, who rode on the streams of Helicon, where having many rocks and dangers past, he at the haven of heaven arrived at last." From 1682 to 1686, John Dryden lived in Long Acre, on the north side, in a house facing what formerly was Rose Street. His name appears in the rate books as John Dryden, Esquire, an unusual distinction, and the sum he paid to the poor varied from 18 shillings to £1. It was here he resided when he was beaten one December evening in 1679 by 3 ruffians hired by the Earl of Rochester and the Duchess of Portsmouth. Sir Walter Scott makes the poet live at the time in Gerrard Street, but no part of Gerrard Street was built in 1679. Rochester had the year before ridiculed Dryden as poet squab, and believed that Dryden had helped Mulgrave in ridiculing him in his clumsy essay on satire. The best lines of this dull poem are these: "Of fighting sparks fame may her pleasure say, but 'tis a bolder thing to run away. The world may well forgive him all his ill, for every fault does prove his penance still. Falsely he falls into some dangerous noose, and then as meanly labours to get loose." A letter from Rochester to a friend, dated November 21st, in the above year, is still extant, in which he names Dryden as the author of the satire, and concludes with the following threat: "If he, Dryden, falls on me at the blunt, which is his very good weapon in wit, I will forgive him, if you please, and leave the repartee to Black Will with a cudgel." Dryden offered a reward of £50 for the discovery of the men who cudgelled him, depositing the money in the hands of Mr. Blanchard, goldsmith, next door to Temple Bar, but all in vain. The Rose Alley satire, the Rose Alley ambuscade, and the Dryden salutation became established jokes with Dryden's countless enemies. Even Mulgrave himself, in his Art of Poetry, said of Dryden coldly, "Though praised and punished for another's rhymes, his own deserve as great applause sometimes." And in a conceited note, the amateur poet described the libel as one for which Dryden had been unjustly applauded and wounded. But these lines and this note Mulgrave afterwards suppressed. Poor Otway, whom Rochester had satirized, and who had accused Dryden of saying of his Don Carlos that, "Egad, there was not a line in it he would be author of," stood up bravely for Dryden as an honest satirist in these vigorous verses. "Poets in honour of the truth should write, with the same spirit brave men for it fight. From any private cause where malice reigns, or general pique, all blockheads have two brains." Dryden never took any poetical revenge on Rochester, and in the prefatory essay to his Juvenal he takes credit for that forbearance. Edward, more generally known as Ned Ward, was the landlord of public houses alternately in Moorfields, Clerkenwell, Fulwood's Rents, and Long Acre. He was born in 1667 and died 1731. He was a high Tory and fond of the society of poets and authors. Attacked in the Dunciad, he turned Don Quixote into Hudibrastic verse, and wrote endless songs, lampoons, coarse, clever satires, and dialogues on matrimony. 1710. The father of Pepys' long-suffering wife lived in Long Acre, and the bustling official describes, with a stultifying exactitude, his horror at a visit which he found himself forced to pay to a house surrounded by taverns. Dr. Arbuthnot, in a letter to Mr. Watkins, gives Bessie Cox, a woman in Long Acre whom Prior would have married when her husband died, a detestable character. The infatuated poet left his estate between his old servant Jonathan Drift and this woman, who boasted that she was the poet's Emma, another virago, Flanders Jane, being his Chloe. It is said of this careless, pleasant poet that after spending an intellectual evening with Oxford, Bolingbroke, Pope, and Swift, in order to unbend, he would smoke a pipe and drink a bottle of ale with a common soldier and his wife in Long Acre. Cibber calls the man a butcher. Other writers make him a cobbler or a tavern-keeper, which is more likely. The shameless husband is said to have been proud of the poet's preference for his wife. Pope, who was remorseless at the failings of friends, calls the woman a wretch, and said to Spence, "Prior was not a right good man. He used to bury himself a whole days and nights together with this poor mean creature, and often drank hard." This person, who perhaps is misrepresented, and where there is a doubt the prisoner at the bar should always have the benefit of it, was the Venus of the poet's verse. To her Prior wrote, after Walpole tried to impeach him, "From public noise and factions' strife, from all the busy ills of life, take me, my Chloe, to thy breast, and lull my wearied soul to rest. For ever in this humble cell, ale-house, let thee and I, me, my fair one, dwell. None enter else but love, and he shall bar the door and keep the key." Prior was the son of a joiner, and was brought up, as before mentioned, by his uncle, a tavern-keeper at Charing Cross, where the clever waiter's knowledge of Horace led to his being sent to college by the Earl of Dorset. Abandoning literature, he finally became our ambassador to France. He died in retirement in 1721. It was in a poor shoemaker's small window in Long Acre, half of it devoted to boots, half to pictures, that poor starving Wilson's fine classical landscapes were exposed, often vainly, for sale. Here, from his miserable garret in Tottenham Court Road, the great painter, peevish and soured by neglect, would come swearing at his rivals Barrett and Smith of Chichester. I can imagine him, with his tall, burly figure, his red face, and his enormous nose, striding out of the shop, thirsting for porter, and muttering that if the pictures of Wright of Derby had fire, his had air. Yet this great painter, whose works are so majestic and glowing, so fresh, airy, broad, and harmonious, was all but starved. The king refused to purchase his Kew Gardens, and the very pawnbrokers grew weary of taking his Tivolis and Niobes as pledges, far preferring violins, flat-irons, or telescopes. It was in Longacre that delightful idyllic painter Stothard was born in 1755. His father, a Yorkshireman, kept an inn in the street. Sent for his health into Yorkshire, and placed with an old lady who had some choice engravings, he began to draw. The first subject that he ever painted was executed with an oyster shell full of black paint, borrowed from the village plumber and glazier. This little man was the father of many a Watteau lover and tripping Boccaccio nymph. That genial and graceful artist, who illustrated Chaucer, Robinson Crusoe, and the Pilgrim's Progress, had the road to fame pointed out to him first by that little black man. On the accession of King George I, the Tories had such sway over the London mobs that the friends of the Protestant succession resolved to found cheap tavern clubs in various parts of the city in order that well-affected tradesmen might meet to keep up their spirit of loyalty and serve as focus points of resistance in case of Tory tumults. Defoe, a staunch Whig, describes one of these assemblies in Longacre, which probably suggested the rest. At the Mug House Club in Longacre, about 100 gentlemen, lawyers, and tradesmen met in a large room at 7 o'clock on Wednesday and Saturday evenings in the winter, and broke up soon after 10. A grave old gentleman, in his own grey hairs, and within a few months of 90, was the president, and sat in an armed chair, raised some steps above the rest of the company to keep the room in order. A harp was played all the time at the lower end of the room, and every now and then one of the company rose and entertained the rest with a song. Nothing was drunk but ale, and everyone chalked his score on the table beside him. What with the songs and drinking healths from one table to another, there was no room for politics or anything that could sour conversation. The members of these clubs retired when they pleased, as from a coffee-house. Old Sir Hans Sloane's coach, made by John Aubrey, Queen Anne's coachmaker, in Longacre, and given to him by her for curing her of a fit of the gout, was given by Sir Hans to his old butler, who set up the White Horse Inn behind Chelsea Church, where it remained for half a century. Charles Catton, one of the early academicians, was originally a coach and sign painter. He painted a lion as a sign for his friend, a celebrated coachmaker, at that time living in Longacre. A sign painted by Clarkson that hung at the northeast corner of Little Russell Street about 1780 was said to have cost £500, and crowds used to collect to look at it. Lord William Russell was led from Holborn into Little Queen Street on his way to the scaffold in Lincoln's Inn Fields. As the coach turned into this street, Lord Russell said to Tillotson, "I have often turned to the other hand with great comfort, but I now turn to this with greater." He referred to Southampton House, on the opposite side of Holborn, which he inherited through his brave and good wife, the granddaughter of Shakespeare's early patron. In the year 1796, Charles Lamb resided with his father, mother, aunt, and sister in lodgings at No. 7, Little Queen Street, a house, I believe, removed to make way for the church. Southey describes a call which he made on them there in 1794 or 5. The father had once published a small quarto volume of poetry, of which The Sparrow's Wedding was his favourite, and Charles used to delight him by reading this to him when he was in his dotage. In 1797, Lamb published his first verses. His father, the ex-servant and companion of an old bencher in the Temple, was sinking into the grave. His mother had lost the use of her limbs, and his sister was employed by day in needlework, and by night in watching her mother. Lamb, just 21 years old, was a clerk in the India House. On the 22nd of September, Miss Lamb, who had been deranged some years before by nervous fatigue, seized a case-knife while dinner was preparing, chased a little girl, her apprentice, round the room, and on her mother calling to her to forbear, stabbed her to the heart. Lamb arrived only in time to snatch the knife from his sister's hand. He had that morning been to consult a doctor, but had not found him at home. The verdict at the inquest was insanity, and Mary Lamb was sent to a madhouse, where she soon recovered her reason. Poor Lamb's father and aunt did not long survive. Not long after, Lamb himself was for 6 weeks confined in an asylum. There is extant a terrible letter in which he describes rushing from a party of friends who were supping with him soon after the horrible catastrophe, and in an agony of regret, falling on his knees by his mother's coffin, asking forgiveness of heaven for forgetting her so soon. There is no doubt that poor Lamb played the sot over his nightly grog, but he had a noble soul, and let us be lenient with such a man. Be to his faults a little blind, and to his virtues very kind. He abandoned her whom he loved, together with all meaner ambitions, and drudged his years away as a poor, ignoble clerk, in order to maintain his half-crazed sister. For this purpose, true knight that he was, though he never drew sword, he gave all that he had, his life. Peace, then, peace be to his ashes. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Recording by Linda Olsen Fitak, Los Angeles.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Esmeralda Fisher. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Drury Lane, Part 1. The roll of Battle Abbey tells us that the founder of the Drury family came into England with that brave Norman robber, the Conqueror, and settled in Suffolk. From this house branched off the Drurys of Hawstead, in the same county, who built Drury House in the time of Elizabeth. It stood a little behind the site of the present Olympic Theatre. Of another branch of the same family was that Sir Drew Drury, who, together with Sir Amias Powlett, had at one time the custody of Mary, Queen of Scots. Drury Lane takes its name from a house probably built by Sir William Drury, a Knight of the Garter, and a most able commander in the desultory Irish wars during the reign of Elizabeth, who fell in a duel with John Burroughs, thought to settle a foolish quarrel about some punctilio of precedency. In this house, in 1600, the imprudent friends of rash Essex resolved on the fatal outbreak that ended so lamentably at Ludgate. The Earl of Southampton then resided there. The plots of Blunt, Davis, Davers, etc., were communicated to Essex by letter. It was noticed that at his trial the Earl betrayed agitation at the mention of Drury House, though he had carefully destroyed all suspicious papers. Sir William's son Robert was a patron of Dr. Donne, the religious poet and satirist, who in 1611 had apartments assigned to him and his wife in Drury House. Donne, though the son of a man of some fortune, was foolish enough to squander his money when young, and in advanced life was so wanting in self-respect as to live about in other men's houses, paying for his food and lodging by his wit in conversation. He lived first with Lord Chancellor Egerton, Bacon's predecessor, afterwards at Drury House, and with Sir Francis Woolley at Pitford in Surrey. After his clandestine marriage with Lady Ellesmere's niece, Donne's life was for some time a hard and troublesome one. Sir Robert Drury, says Isaac Walton, a gentleman of a very noble estate and a more liberal mind, assigned Donne and his wife a useful apartment in his own large house in Drury Lane, and rent-free. He was also a cherisher of his studies, and such a friend as sympathized with him and his in all their joys and sorrows. Sir Robert, wishing to attend Lord Hay as King James' ambassador at his audiences in Paris with Henry IV, begged Donne to accompany him. But the poet refused, his wife being at the time near her confinement and in poor health, and saying that her divining soul boded some ill in his absence. But Sir Robert, growing more urgent, and Donne unwilling to refuse his generous friend a request, at last obtained from his wife a faint consent for a 2 months' absence. On the 12th day the party reached Paris. 2 days afterwards Donne was left alone in the room where Sir Robert and other friends had dined. Half an hour afterwards Sir Robert returned, and found Mr. Donne still alone, but in such an ecstasy, and so altered in his looks, as amazed him. After a long and perplexed pause, Donne said, "I have had a dreadful vision since I saw you. I have seen my dear wife pass by me twice in this room, with her hair hanging about her shoulders, and a dead child in her arms." To which Sir Robert replied, "Sure, sir, you have slept since I saw you, and this is the result of some melancholy dream, which I desire you to forget, for you are now awake." Donne assured his friend that he had not been asleep, and that on the second appearance his wife stopped, looked him in the face, and then vanished. The next day, however, neither rest nor sleep had altered Mr. Donne's opinion, and he repeated the story with only a more deliberate and confirmed confidence. All this inclining Sir Robert to some faint belief, he instantly sent off a servant to Drury House to bring him word in what condition Mrs. Donne was. The messenger returned in due time, saying that he had found Mrs. Donne very sad and sick in bed, and that after a long and dangerous labor she had been delivered of a dead child, and upon examination the delivery proved to have been at the very day and hour in which Donne had seen the vision. Walton is proud of this late miracle, so easily explainable by natural causes, and illustrates the sympathy of souls by the story of 2 lutes, one of which, if both are tuned to the same pitch, will, though untouched, echo the other when it is played. Far be it from me to wish to ridicule any man's belief in the supernatural, but still, as a lover of truth, wishing to believe what is, whether natural or supernatural, without confusing the former with the latter, let me analyze this pictured presentiment. An imaginative man, against his sick wife's wish, undertakes a perilous journey, Absent from her, alone, after wine and friendly revel, feeling still more lonely. In the twilight he thinks of home and the wife he loves so much. Dreaming, though awake, his fears resolve themselves into a vision, seen by the mind, and to the eye apparently vivid as reality. The day and hour happen to correspond, or he persuades himself afterwards that they do correspond with the result, and the daydream is henceforward ranked among supernatural visions. Who is there candid enough to write down the presentiments that do not come true? And after all, the vision, to be consistent, should have been followed by the death of Mrs. Donne as well as the child. Some verses are pointed out by Isaac Walton as those written by Donne on parting from her for this journey. But there is internal evidence in them to the contrary, for they refer to Italy, not to Paris, and to a lady who would accompany him as a page, which a lady in Mrs. Donne's condition could scarcely have done. I have myself no doubt that the verses cited were written to his wife long before, when their marriage was as yet concealed. With what a fine vigor the poem commences. By our first strange and fatal interview, by all desires which thereof did ensue, by our long-striving hopes, by that remorse, which my words' masculine persuasive force begot in thee, and by the memory of hurts which spies and rivals threaten me. And how full of true feeling and passionate tenderness is the dramatic close. When I am gone, dream me some happiness. Nor let thy looks our long-hid love confess, nor praise nor dispraise me, nor bless nor curse openly love's force, nor in bed fright thy nurse with midnight startings, crying out, "Oh, oh, nurse! Oh, my love is slain! I saw him go o'er the white Alps alone. I saw him. I, assailed, taken, fight, stabbed, bleed, and die." The verses really written on Donne's leaving for Paris begin with 4 exquisite lines. As virtuous men pass mild away, and whisper to their souls to go, whilst some of their sad friends do say, "The breath goes now," and some say no. A later verse contains a strange conceit, beaten out into pin wire a page long by a modern poet. If we be two, we are two so, as stiff twin compasses are two. Thy soul, the fixed foot, makes no show to move, but does if t'other do. Donne was the chief of what Dr. Johnson unwisely called the metaphysical school of poetry. Dryden accuses Donne of perplexing the fair sex with nice speculations. His poems, often pious and beautiful, are sometimes distorted with strange conceits. He has a poem on a flea, and in his lines on Good Friday he thus whimsically expresses himself. Who sees God's face, that is, self-life, must die. What a death were it then to see God die! It made his own lieutenant, nature, shrink. It made his footstool crack and the sun wink. Could I behold those hands which span the poles, and tune all spheres at once, pierced with those holes? This imitator of the worst faults of Marini was made Dean of St. Paul's by King James I, who delighted to converse with him. The king used to say, "I always rejoice when I think that by my means Donne became a divine." He gave the poet the deanery one day as he sat at dinner, saying that he would carve to him of a dish he loved well, and that he might take the dish, the deanery, home to his study, and say grace there to himself, and much good might it do him. Shortly before his death, Donne dressed himself in his shroud, and standing there with his eyes shut and the sheet opened, to discover his thin, pale, and death-like face, he caused a curious painter to take his picture. This picture he kept near his bed as a ghostly remembrance, and from this Nicholas stone the sculptor carved his effigy, which still exists in St. Paul's, having survived the Great Fire, though the rest of his tomb and monument has perished. Drury House took the name of Craven House when rebuilt by Lord Craven. There is a tradition in Yorkshire, where the deanery of Craven is situated, that this chivalrous nobleman's father was sent up to London by the carrier, and there became a mercer, or draper. His son was not unworthy of the staunch old Yorkshire stock. He fought under Gustavus Adolphus against Wallenstein and Tilly, and afterwards attached himself to the service of the unfortunate King and Queen of Bohemia, and won wealth and a title for his family, which the Wars of the Roses had first reduced to indigence. The Queen of Bohemia had been married in 1613 to Frederick, Count Palatine of the Rhine, only a few months after the death of Prince Hendrie, her brother. The young King of Spain had been her suitor, and the Pope had opposed her match with the Protestant. She was married on St. Valentine's Day, and Donne, from his study in Drury Lane, celebrated the occasion by a most extravagant epithalamion in which is to be found this outrageous line: "Here lies a she-sun and a he-moon there." The poem opens prettily enough with these lines: "Hail, Bishop Valentine, whose day this is! All the air is thy diocese, and all the chirping choristers and other birds are thy parishioners. Thou marriest every year, the lyric lark and the grave whispering dove." At 17, Sir William Craven had entered the service of the Prince of Orange. On the accession of Charles I, he was ennobled. At the storming of Kreuznach, he was the first of the English cavaliers to mount the breach and plant the flag. It was then that Gustavus said smilingly to him, "I perceive, sir, you are willing to give a younger brother a chance of coming to your title and estate." At Donauwort, the young Englishman again distinguished himself. In the same month that Gustavus fell at Lutzen, the Elector Palatine died at Mentz. While Grotius interceded for the Queen of Bohemia, Lord Craven fought for her in the vineyards of the Palatinate. In consequence, perhaps, of Richelieu's intrigues, 4 years elapsed before Charles I took compassion on the children of his widowed sister, whose cause the Puritans had loudly advocated. When Charles and Rupert did go to England, they went under the care of the trusty Lord Craven, who was to try to recover the arrears of the widow's pension. On their return to Germany, to campaign in Westphalia, Rupert and Lord Craven were taken prisoners and thrown into the castle at Vienna, a confinement that lasted 3 years, a long time for brave young soldiers who, like the Douglas, preferred the lark's song to the mouse's squeak. Later in the Civil War, we find this same generous nobleman giving £50,000 to King Charles, at a time when he was a beggar and a fugitive. Cromwell, enraged at the aid thus ministered to an enemy, accused the Cavalier of enlisting volunteers for the Stewart, and instantly, with stern promptitude, sequestered all his English estates except Combe Abbey. In the meantime, Lord Craven served the state and his queen bravely, and waited for better times. It was this faithful servant who consoled the royal widow for her son's ill treatment, the slander heaped upon her daughter, and the incessant vexations of importunate creditors. The Restoration brought no good news for the unfortunate queen. Charles, afraid of her claims for a pension, delayed her return to England, till the Earl of Craven generously offered her a house next his own in Drury Lane. She found there a pleasant and commodious mansion, surrounded by a delightful garden. It does not appear that she went publicly to court, or joined in the royal revelries, but she visited the theatres with her nephew Charles and her good old friend and host, and she was reunited to her son Rupert. In the autumn of 1661, the year after the Restoration, she moved to Leicester House, then the property of Sir Robert Sidney, Earl of Leicester, and in the next February she died. Evelyn mentions a violent tempestuous wind that followed her death, as a sign from heaven to show that the troubles and calamities of this princess, and of the royal family in general, had now all blown over, and were, like the ex-queen, to rest in repose. She left all her books, pictures, and papers to her incomparable old friend and benefactor. The Earl of Leicester wrote to the Earl of Northumberland a cold and flippant letter to announce the departure of his royal tenant, and adds, "It seems the fates did not think it fit I should have the honour, which indeed I never much desired, to be the landlord of a queen." Charles, who had grudged the dethroned queen even her subsistence, gave her a royal funeral in Westminster Abbey. At the very time when she died, Lord Craven was building a miniature Heidelberg for her at Hampstead Marshall, in Berkshire, under the advice of that eminent architect and charlatan, Sir Balthazar Gerbier. But the palace was ill-fated, like the poor queen, for it was consumed by an accidental fire before it could be tenanted. The arrival of the Portuguese Infanta, a princess scarcely less unfortunate than the queen just dead, soon erased all recollections of King James' ill-starred daughter. The biographers of the Queen of Bohemia do not claim for her beauty, wit, learning, or accomplishments, but she seems to have been an affectionate, romantic girl, full of vivacity and ambition, who was ripened by sorrow and disappointment into an amiable and high-souled woman. It was always supposed that the Queen of Bohemia was secretly married to Lord Craven, as Bassompierre was to a princess of Lorraine. A base and abandoned court could not otherwise account for a friendship so unchangeable and so unselfish. There is also a story that when Craven House was pulled down, a subterranean passage was discovered joining the eastern and western sides. Similar passages have been found joining convents to monasteries, but unfortunately for the scandal-mongers, they are generally proved to have been either sewers or conduits. The Queen of Hearts, as she was called, the princess to whose cause the chivalrous Christian of Brunswick, the knight with the silver arm, had solemnly devoted his life and fortunes, the royal mistress to whom shifty Sir Henry Wotton had written those beautiful lines. "You meaner beauties of the night, that poorly entertain our eyes, more by your number than your light, what are ye when the moon doth rise?" was at last gone to dust. Her faithful servant, the old soldier of Gustavus, survived her 35 years, and lived to follow to the grave his foster child in arms, Prince Rupert, whose daughter Ruperta was left to his trusty guardianship. In 1670, on the death of the stolid and drunken Duke of Albemarle, Charles II constituted Lord Craven Colonel of the Coldstreams. Energetic, simple-hearted, benevolent, this good servant of a bad race became a member of the Royal Society, lived in familiar intimacy with Evelyn and Ray, improved his property, and employed himself in gardening. Although he had many estates, Lord Craven always showed the most predilection for Combe Abbey, the residence of the Queen of Bohemia in her youth. To judge by the numerous dedications to which his name is prefixed, he would appear to have been a munificent patron of letters, especially of those authors who had been favorites of Elizabeth of Bohemia. On the accession of James, Lord Craven, true as ever, was sworn of the Privy Council, but soon after, on some mean suspicion of the king, was threatened with the loss of his regiment. "If they take away my regiment," said the staunch old soldier, "they had as good take away my life, since I have nothing else to divert myself with." In the hurry of the Popish catastrophe, it was not taken away, but King William proved Craven's loyalty to the Stewarts by giving his regiment to General Talmash. The unemployed officer now expended his activity in attending riots and fires. Long before, when the Puritan prentices had pulled down the houses of ill fame in Wetton Park and in Moorfields, Pepys had described the colonel as riding up and down like a madman, giving orders to his men. Later, Lord Dorset had spoken of the old soldier's energy in a gay ballad on his mistress. The people's hearts leap wherever she comes, and beat day and night like my Lord Craven's drums. In King William's reign, the veteran was so prompt in attending fires that it used to be said his horse smelt a fire as soon as it broke out. Lord Craven died unmarried in 1697, aged 88, and was buried at Binley, near Coventry. The grandson of a Wharfdale peasant had ended a well-spent life. His biographer, Miss Benger, well remarks, "If his claims to disinterestedness be contemned of men, let his cause be left to female judges, to whose honour be it averred, examples of nobleness, generosity, and magnanimity are ever delightful, because to their purer and more susceptible souls they are never incredible." Drury House was rebuilt by Lord Craven after the Queen's death. It occupied the site of Craven Buildings and the Olympic Theatre. Pennant, ever curious and energetic, went to find it, and describes it in his pleasant way as a large brick pile, then turned into a public house bearing the sign of the Queen of Bohemia, faithful still to the worship of its old master. The house was taken down in 1809, when the Olympic Pavilion was built on part of its gardens. The cellars, once stored with good Rhenish from the Palatinate and sack from Cadiz, still exist, but have been blocked up. Palsgrave Place, near Temple Bar, perpetuates the memory of the unlucky husband of the brave princess. It was Lord Craven who generously founded pest houses in Carnaby Street, soon after the Great Plague. There were 36 small houses and a cemetery. They were sold in 1772 to William, 3rd Earl of Craven, for £1,200. It may be remembered that in the Memoirs of Scriblerus, a room is hired for the dissection of the purchased body of a malefactor, near the St. Giles pest fields, and not far from Tyburn Road, Oxford Street. The Earl was their founder. On the end wall at the bottom of Craven Buildings, there was formerly a large fresco painting of the Earl of Craven, who was represented in armour, mounted on a charger, and with the truncheon in his hand. This portrait had been twice or thrice repainted in oil, but in Brayley's time was entirely obliterated. This fresco is said to have been the work of Paul Vansomer, a painter who came to England from Antwerp about 1606 and died in 1621. He painted the Earl and Countess of Arundel, and there are pictures by him at Hampton Court. He also executed the pleasant and quaint hunting scene, with portraits of Prince Henry and the young Earl of Essex, now at St. James's Palace. Mr. Moser, keeper of the Royal Academy, a chaser of plate, cane heads, and watch cases, afterwards an enameller of watch trinkets, necklaces, and bracelets, lived in Craven Buildings, which were built in 1723 on part of the site of Craven House. He died in his apartments in Somerset House in 1783. It was in Short's Gardens, Drury Lane, in a hole that Charles Matthews the Elder made one of his first attempts as an actor. Clare House Court, on the left hand going up Drury Lane, derived its name from John Hollis, 2nd Earl of Clare, whose town house stood at the end of this court. His son Gilbert, the 3rd Earl, died in 1689, and was succeeded by his son, John Hollis, created Marquis of Clare and Duke of Newcastle in 1694. He died in 1711, when all his honours became extinct. The corner house has upon it the date 1693. In the reign of James I, when Gondomar, the Spanish ambassador, lived at Ely House in Holborn, he used to pass through Drury Lane in his litter on his way to Whitehall, Covent Garden being then an enclosed field, and this district and the Strand the chief resorts of the gentry. The ladies, knowing his hours, would appear in their balconies or windows to present their civilities to the old man, who would bend himself as well as he could to the humblest posture of respect. One day, as he passed by the house of Lady Jacob in Drury Lane, she presented herself. He bowed to her, but she only gaped at him. Curious to see if this yawning was intentional or accidental, he passed the next day at the same hour, and with the same result. Upon which he sent a gentleman to her to let her know that the ladies of England were usually more gracious to him than to encounter his respects with such affronts. She answered that she had a mouth to be stopped as well as others. Gondomar, finding the cause of her distemper, sent her a present, an antidote which soon cured her of her strange complaint. This Lady Jacob became the wife of the poet Brooke. That credulous gossip, the Wiltshire gentleman Aubrey, tells a quaint story of a duel in Drury Lane in probably Charles II's time, which is a good picture of such rencontre amongst the hot-blooded bravos of that wild period. Captain Carlo Phantom, a Croatian, he says, who spoke 13 languages, was a captain under the Earl of Essex. He had a world of cuts about his body with swords, and was very quarrelsome. He met, coming late at night, out of the Horseshoe Tavern in Drury Lane, with a lieutenant of Colonel Rossiter, who had great jingling spurs on. Said he, "The noise of your spurs do offend me. You must come over the kennel and give me satisfaction." They drew and passed at each other, and the lieutenant was run through, and died in an hour or two, and 'twas not known who killed him. About this time John Lacy, Charles II's favourite comedian, the Falstaff of Dryden's time, lived in Drury Lane from 1665 till his death in 1681. The ex-dancing master and lieutenant dwelt near Cradle Alley and only 2 doors from Lord Anglesey. Drury Lane, though it soon began to deteriorate, had fashionable inhabitants in Charles II's time. Evelyn, that delightful type of the English gentleman, mentions in his diary the marriage of his niece to the eldest son of Mr. Attorney Montague at Southampton Chapel, and talks of a magnificent entertainment at his sister's lodgings in Drury Lane. Steele, however, branded its disreputable districts. Gay warned us against Drury's mazy courts and dark abodes, and Pope laughed at building a church for the saints of Drury Lane, and derided its proud and paltry drabs. This little sour poet, snugly off and well housed, delighted to sneer with a cruel and ungenerous contempt at the poverty of the poor Drury Lane poet, who wrote for instant bread. 9 years, cries he, who, high in Drury Lane, lulled by soft zephyrs through the broken pane, rhymes ere he wakes, and prints before term ends, obliged by hunger and request of friends. To ridicule poverty and to treat misfortune as a punishable crime is the special opprobrium of too many of the heroes of English literature. Hogarth has shown us the poor poet of Drury Lane. Goldsmith has painted for us the poor author, but in a kindlier way, for he must have remembered how poor he himself and Dr. Johnson, Savage, Otway, and Lee had been. Pope, in his notes to the Dunciad, expressly says that the poverty of his enemies is the cause of all their slander. Poverty with him is another name for vice and all uncleanness. Goldsmith only laughs as he describes the poor poet in Drury Lane in a garret, snug from the bailiff, and opposite a public house famous for Calvert's beer and Parsons' black champagne. The windows are dim and patched, the floor is sanded. The damp walls are hung with the royal game of goose, the 12 rules of King Charles, and a black profile of the Duke of Cumberland. The rusty grate has no fire. The mantelpiece is chalked with long unpaid scores of beer and milk. There are 5 cracked teacups on the chimney-board, and the poet meditates over his epics and his finances, with a stocking round his brows, instead of bay. Early in the reign of William III, Drury Lane finally lost all traces of its aristocratic character. Vinegar Yard in Drury Lane was originally called Vine Garden Yard. Vine Street, Piccadilly, Vine Street, Westminster, and Vine Street, Saffron Hill all derived their names from the vineyards they displaced, but there is great reason to suppose that in the Middle Ages orchards and herb gardens were often classified carelessly as vineyards. English grapes might produce a sour, thin wine, but there was never a time when homemade wine superseded the produce of Montvoisin, Bordeaux, or Gascon. Vinegar Yard was built about 1621. In St. Martin's burial register there is an entry, 1624, February 4th, buried Blind John out of Vinegar Yard. Clayrender's letter in Smollett's Roderick Random is written to her dear creature from Vinegar Yard, Drury Lane. This fair charmer must surely have lived not far from Mr. Dickens' inimitable Mrs. Megby. The nearness of Vinegar Yard to the theatre is alluded to by James Smith in his parody on Sir Walter Scott in The Rejected Addresses. General Monk's gross and violent wife was the daughter of his servant, John Clarges, a farrier in the Savoy. Her mother, says Aubrey, was one of the 5 women barbers that lived in Drury Lane. She kept a glove shop in the New Exchange before her marriage, and as a seamstress used to carry the general's linen to him when he was in the Tower. Pepys hated her because she was jealous of his patron, Lord Sandwich, and called him a coward. He calls her ill-looking and a plain, homely dowdy, and says that one day when Monk was drunk and sitting with Troutbeck, a disreputable fellow, the Duke was wondering that Nan Hyde, a brewer's daughter, should ever have come to be Duchess of York. "Nay," said Troutbeck, "ne'er wonder at that, for if you will give me another bottle of wine, I will tell you as great, if not a greater miracle, and that was that our dirty Bess should come to be Duchess of Albemarle." Nell Gwynn was born in Coal Yard on the east side of Drury Lane, the next turning to the infamous Lewknor Lane, which used to be inhabited by the Orange girls who attended the theatres in Charles II's reign. It was in this same lane that Jonathan Wild, the thief-taker, whom Fielding immortalizes, afterwards lived. In a coarse and ruthless satire written by Sir George Etheridge after Nell's death, the poet calls her a scoundrel lass, raised from a dunghill, born in a cellar, and brought up as a cinder wench in a coal yard. Nelly was the vagabond daughter of a poor cavalier captain and fruiterer who is said to have died in prison at Oxford. She began life by selling fish in the street, then turned orange girl at the theatres, was promoted to be an actress, and finally became a mistress of Charles II. Though not as savage-tempered as the infamous Lady Castlemaine, Nelly was almost as mischievous and quite as shameless. She obtained from the king 60,000 pounds in 4 years. She bought a pearl necklace at Prince Rupert's sale for 4,000 pounds. She drank, swore, gambled, and squandered money as wildly as her rivals. Nelly was small, with a good-humored face, and eyes that winked when she laughed. She was witty, reckless, and good-natured. The portrait of her by Lely, with the lamb under her arm, shows us a very arch, pretty, dimply little actress. The present Duke of St. Albans is descended from her. In 1667, Nell Gwynn was living in Drury Lane, for on May Day of that year, Pepys says, "To Westminster, in the way meeting many milkmaids with garlands upon their pails, dancing with the fiddler between them, and saw pretty Nelly standing at her lodgings' door in Drury Lane, in her smock sleeves and bodice, looking upon one. She seemed a mighty pretty creature." Nelly had not then been long on the stage, and Pepys had hissed her a few months before being introduced to her by dangerous Mrs. Knipp. In 1671, Evelyn saw Nelly, then living in Pall Mall, looking out of her garden on a terrace at the top of the wall, and talking too familiarly to the king, who stood on the green walk in the park below. Poor Nell was not allowed to starve, but ended an ill life by dying of apoplexy. There is no authority for the name of Nell Gwynn's dairy given to a house near the Adelphi. That infamous and perjured scoundrel and the murderer of so many innocent men, Titus Oates, was the son of a popular Baptist preacher in Ratcliffe Highway, and was educated at Merchant Taylor's. Dismissed from the fleet, of which he was chaplain, for infamous practices, he became a Jesuit at St. Omer's, and came back to disclose the sham popish plot, for which atrocious lie he received of the Roman Catholic King Charles II £1,200 a year, an escort of guards, and a lodging in Whitehall. Oates died in 1705. He lodged for some time in Cockpit Alley, now called Pitt Place. It was in the Crown Tavern next the Whistling Oyster, and close to the south side of Drury Lane Theatre, that Punch was first projected by Mr. Mark Lemon and Mr. Henry Mayhew in 1841, and its first number was prepared for press in a back room in Newcastle Street, Strand. Great rivers often have their sources in swampy and obscure places, and our good-natured satirist has not much to boast of in its birthplace. To Punch, Tom Hood contributed his immortal Song of the Shirt, and Tennyson his scorching satire against Bulwer and his New Timon. Almost from the first, Leech devoted to it his humorous pencil, and Albert Smith his perennial store of good humor and drollery. Amongst its other early contributors should be mentioned Mr. Gilbert A. Beckett, Mr. W. H. Wills, and Douglas Jerrold. Zoffany, the artist, lived for some time in poverty in Drury Lane. Mr. Audinet, father of Philip Audinet the engraver, served his time with the celebrated clockmaker Rimbaud, who lived in Great St. Andrew Street, 7 Dials. This worthy excelled in the construction of the clocks called at that time 12-tuned Dutchmen, which were contrived with moving figures, engaged in a variety of employments. The pricking of the barrels of those clocks was performed by Bellodi, an Italian, who lived hard by, in Short's Gardens, Drury Lane. This person solicited Rimbaud in favor of a starving artist who dwelt in a garret in his house. "Let him come to me," said Rimbaud. Accordingly, Zoffany waited upon the clockmaker and produced some specimens of his art, which were so satisfactory that he was immediately set to work to embellish clock faces, and paint appropriate backgrounds to the puppets upon them. From clock faces, the young painter proceeded to the human face divine, and at last resolved to try his hand upon the visage of the worthy clockmaker himself. He hit off the likeness of the patron so successfully that Rimbaud exerted himself to serve and promote him. Benjamin Wilson, the portrait painter, who at that time lived at 56 Great Russell Street, a house afterwards inhabited by Philip Audinet, being desirous of procuring an assistant who could draw the figure well, and being, like Lawrence, deficient in all but the head, found out the ingenious painter of clock faces, and engaged him at the moderate salary of £40 a year, with an especial injunction to secrecy. In this capacity he worked upon a picture of Garrick and Miss Bellamy in Romeo and Juliet, which was exhibited under the name of Wilson. Garrick's keen eye satisfied him that another hand was in the work, so he resolved to discover the unknown painter. This discovery he effected by perseverance. He made the acquaintance of Zoffany and became his patron, employing him himself and introducing him to his friends, and in this way his bias to theatrical portraiture became established. Garrick's favor met with an ample return in the admirable portraits of himself and contemporaries, which have rendered their personal appearance so speakingly familiar to posterity both in his pictures and the admirable mezzotinto scrapings of Earlham. Zoffany was elected among the first members of the Royal Academy in 1768. The old Cockpit, or Phoenix Theatre, stood on the site of what is now called Pitt Place. Early in James I's reign, it had been turned into a playhouse and probably rebuilt. On Shrove Tuesday, 1616, the London prentices, roused to their annual zeal by a love of mischief and probably a Puritan fervour, sacked the building to the discomfiture of the harmless players. Bitter, narrow-headed Prynne, who notes with horror and anger the 40,000 plays printed in 2 years for the 5 Devils' chapels in London, describes the Cockpit as demoralizing Drury Lane, then no doubt wealthy, and therefore supposed to be respectable. In 1647 the Cockpit Theatre was turned into a schoolroom. In 1649 Puritan soldiers broke into the house, which had again become a theatre, captured the actors, dispersed the audience, broke up the seats and stage, and carried off the dramatic criminals in open day, in all their stage finery, to the gatehouse at Westminster. Rhodes, the old prompter at Blackfriars, who had turned bookseller, reopened the Cockpit on the Restoration. The new theatre in Drury Lane opened in 1663 with the humorous lieutenant of Beaumont and Fletcher. This was the King's company under Killigrew. Davenant and the Duke of York's company found a home first in the Cockpit, and afterwards in Salisbury Court, Fleet Street. The first Drury Lane Theatre was burnt down in 1672. Wren built the new house, which opened in 1674 with a prologue by Dryden. Cibber gives a careful account of Wren's Drury Lane, the chief entrance to which was down Playhouse Passage. Pepys blamed it for the distance of the stage from the boxes, and for the narrowness of the pit entrances. The platform of the stage projected very forward, and the lower doors of entrance for the actors were in the place of the stage boxes. In 1681 the two companies united, leaving Portugal Street to the lithe tennis players and Dorset Gardens to the brawny wrestlers. Wren's Theatre was taken down in 1791. Its successor, built by Holland, was opened in 1794 and destroyed in 1809. The present edifice, the fourth in succession, is the work of Wyatt and was opened in 1812. Hart, Mohun, Burt, and Clune were all actors in Killigrew's company. Hart, who had been a captain in the army, was dignified as Alexander, incomparable as Catiline, and excellent as Othello. He died in 1683. Mohun, whom Nat Lee wrote parts for, and who had been a major in the Civil War, was much applauded in heroic parts, and was a favorite of Rochester's. Burt played Cicero in Ben Jonson's Catiline, and poor Clune, who was murdered by footpads in Kentish Town, was great as Iago, and as subtle in The Alchemist. From Pepys' memoranda of visits to Drury Lane we gather a few facts about the licentious theatre-goers of his day. After the plague, when Drury Lane had been deserted, the old gossip went there, half ashamed to be seen, and with his cloak thrown up round his face. The king flaunts about with his mistresses, and Pepys goes into an upper box to chat with the actresses and see a rehearsal, which seems then to have followed and not preceded the daily performance. He describes Sir Charles Sedley in the pit, exchanging banter with a lady in a mask. 3 o'clock seems to have been about the time for theatres opening. The king was angry, he says, with Ned Howard for writing a play called The Change of Crowns, in which Lacy acted a country gentleman who is astonished at the corruption of the court. For this Lacy was committed to the porter's lodge. On being released, he called the author a fool, and having a glove thrown in his face, returned the compliment with a blow on Howard's pate with a cane, upon which the pit wondered that Howard did not run the mean fellow through, and the king closed the house, which the gentry thought had grown too insolent. August 15th, 1667, Pepys goes to see The Merry Wives of Windsor, which pleased our great Admiralty official in no part of it. 2 days after, he weeps at the troubles of Queen Elizabeth, but revives when that dangerous Mrs. Nip dances among the milkmaids and comes out in her nightgown to sing a song. Another day he goes at 3 o'clock to see Beaumont and Fletcher's Scornful Lady, but does not remain, as there is no one in the pit. In September of the same year he finds his wife and servant in an 18-penny seat. In October 1667 he ventures into the tiring room where Nell was dressing, and then had fruit in the scene-room, and heard Mrs. Nip read her part in Flora's Vagaries, Nell cursing because there were so few people in the pit. A fortnight after he contrives to see a new play, The Black Prince, by Lord Orrery, and though he goes at 2, finds no room in the pit, and has for the first time in his life to take an upper 4-shilling box. November 1st, he proclaims The Taming of the Shrew a silly old play. November 2nd, the house was full of Parliament men, the house being up. One of them choking himself while eating some fruit. Orange Moll thrust her finger down his throat and brought him to life again. Pepys condemns Nell Gwynn as unbearable in serious parts, but considers her beyond imitation as a madwoman. In December 1667, he describes a poor woman who had lent her child to the actors, but hearing him cry, forced her way onto the stage and bore it off from heart. It would seem from subsequent notes in the diary that to a man who stopped only for one act at a theatre and took no seat, no charge was made. End of Haunted London, Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esmeralda Fisher. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury, Drury Lane, Part 2. In February 1668, Pepys sees at Drury Lane The Virgin Martyr by Massinger, which he pronounces not to be worth much but for Becky Marshall's acting. Yet the wind music when the angel descended wrapped up his soul so that, remarkably enough, it made him as sick as when he was first in love, and he determined to go home and make his wife learn wind music. May 1st, 1668, he mentions that the pit was thrown into disorder by the rain coming in at the cupola. May 7th of the same year, he calls for Nip when the play is over, and sees Nell in her boy's clothes. Mighty pretty. But Lord, he says, their confidence, and how many men do hover about them as soon as they come off the stage, and how confident they are in their talk. On May 18th, 1668, Pepys goes as early as 12 o'clock to see the first performance of that poor play, Sir Charles Sedley's Mulberry Garden, at which the king, queen, and court did not laugh. While waiting for the curtain to pull up, Pepys hires a boy to keep his place, slips out to the Rose Tavern in Russell Street, and dines off a breast of mutton from the spit. On September 15th, 1668, there is a play, The Ladies a la Mode, so bad that the actor who announced the piece to be repeated fell a-laughing, as did the pit. 4 days after Pepys sits next Shadwell, the poet, admiring Ben Jonson's extravagant comedy, The Silent Woman. In January 1669, he sat in a box near that Mary Jade Nell, who, with a comrade from the Duke's house, lay there laughing upon people. Les Horaces of Corneille he found a silly tragedy. February 1669, Beatson, one of the actors, read his part, Kynaston having been beaten and disabled by order of Sir Charles Sedley, whom he had ridiculed. The same month, Pepys went to the king's house to see The Faithful Shepherdess, and found not more than £10 in the house. A great leader in the Drury Lane troupe was Lacy, the Falstaff of his day. He was a handsome, audacious fellow, who delighted the town as Frenchman, Scot, or Irishman, fine gentleman or fool, honest simpleton, or rogue, Tartuffe or Drunch, old man or loquacious woman. He was King Charles' favourite actor as Teague in the committee, or mimicking Dryden as Bayes in the rehearsal. The greatest rascal in the company was Goodman, Scum Goodman, as he was called, admirable as Alexander and Julius Caesar. He was a dashing, shameless, impudent rogue, who used to boast that he had once taken an airing on the road to recruit his purse. He was expelled Cambridge for slashing a picture of the Duke of Monmouth. He hired an Italian quack to poison 2 children of his mistress, the infamous Duchess of Cleveland, joined in the Fenwick plot to kill King William, and would have turned traitor against his fellow conspirators had he not been bought off for £500 a year and sent to Paris, where he disappeared. Haynes, one of Killigrew's band, was an impudent but clever low comedian. In Sparkish, in The Country Wife, he was the very model of airy gentleman. His great successes were as Captain Bluff in Congreve's Old Bachelor, Roger in Aesop, and the lively, impudent, and irresistible Tom Errand in Farquhar's Constant Couple, that most triumphant comedy of a whole century. The stories told of Joe Haines are good. He once engaged a simple-minded clergyman as chaplain to the Theatre Royal, and sent him behind the scenes ringing the big bell to call the actors to prayers. Count Haines was once arrested by 2 bailiffs on Holborn Hill at the very moment that the Bishop of Ely passed in his carriage. "Here comes my cousin. He will satisfy you," said the ready-witted actor, who instantly stepped to the carriage window and whispered Bishop Patrick, "Here are 2 Romanists, my lord, inclined to become Protestants, but yet with some scruples of conscience." The anxious bishop instantly beckoned to the bailiffs to follow him to Ely Place, and Joe escaped, the mortified bishop paying the money out of sheer shame. Haines died in 1701. Amongst the actresses at this house were pretty but frail Mrs. Hughes, the mistress of Prince Rupert, and Mrs. Knipp, Pepys's dangerous friend, who acted rakish fine ladies and rattling ladies' maids, and came on to sing as priestess, nun, or milkmaid. Anne Marshall, the daughter of a Presbyterian divine, acquired a reputation as Dorothy in The Virgin Martyr, and as the Queen of Sicily in Dryden's Secret Love. But Nell Gwynn was the chief toast of the town. Little, pretty, impudent, and witty, she danced well and was a good actress in comedy and in characters where natural emotion bordering on insanity was to be represented. Her last original part was that of Almahide in Dryden's Conquest of Grenada, where she spoke the prologue in a straw hat, as large as a wagon wheel. Leigh Hunt says that 19 out of 20 of Dryden's plays were produced at Drury Lane, and 7 out of Lee's 11. All the good plays of Wycherley, except The Gentleman Dancing Master, 2 of Congreve's, The Old Bachelor and The Double Dealer, and all Farquhar's except The Beau's Stratagem. Dryden's impurity and daring bombast were the attractions to Drury Lane, as Otway's sentimentalism and real pathos were to the rival house. Lee's splendid bombast was succeeded by Farquhar's gay rakes and not too virtuous women. Doggett, who was before the public from 1691 to 1713, was a little lively Irishman, for whom Congreve wrote the characters of Fondlewife, Sir Paul Pliant, and Ben. He was partner in the theatre with Cibber and Wilkes from 1709 to 1712, but left when Booth was taken into the firm. He was a staunch Whig and left an orange livery and a badge to be rode for yearly by 6 London watermen. The Queen of Comedy, Mrs. Oldfield, flashed upon the town first as Lady Betty Modish in Cibber's Careless Husband in 1704-5. When quite a girl, she was overheard by Farquhar reading The Scornful Lady of Beaumont and Fletcher to her aunt, who kept the Mitre Tavern in St. James Market. Farquhar introduced her to Vanbrugh, and Vanbrugh to Rich. She excelled all actresses, says Davis, in sprightliness of wit and elegance of manner, and was greatly superior in the clear, sonorous, and harmonious tones of her voice. Her eyes were large and speaking, and when intended to give special archness to some brilliant or gay thought, she kept them mischievously half shut. Cibber praises Mrs. Oldfield for her unpresuming modesty and her good sense in not rejecting advice. A mark of good sense, says the shrewd old manager, rarely known in any actor of either sex but herself. Yet it was a hard matter to give her any hint that she was not able to take or improve. With all this merit, she was tractable and less presuming in her station than several that had not half her pretensions to be troublesome. This excellent actress was not fond of tragedy, but she still played Marcia in Cato. Swift, who attended the rehearsals with Addison, railed at her for her good-humored carelessness and indifference, and Pope sneered at her vanity in her last moments. It is true that she was buried in kid gloves, tucker, and ruffles of best lace. Mrs. Oldfield lived first with the Mr. Mainwaring, a rough, hard-drinking Whig writer, to whom Addison dedicated one of the volumes of The Spectator, and after his death with General Churchill, one of the Marlborough family. Nevertheless, she went to court and habitually associated with ladies of the highest rank. Society is cruel and inconsistent in these matters. Open scandal it detests, but to secret vice it is indifferent. Mrs. Oldfield died in 1730, lay in state in the Jerusalem chamber, and when she was borne to her grave in the abbey, Lord Hervey, Pope Sporus, Lord Delawar, and that toady Bub Doddington supported her pall. The late Earl of Cadogan was the great-grandson of Anne Oldfield. This actress, so majestic in tragedy, so irresistible in comedy, was generous enough to give an annuity to poor, hopeless, scampish Savage. Robert Wilkes, a young Irish government clerk, obtained great successes as Farquhar's heroes, Sir Harry Wildair, Mirabell, Captain Plume, and Archer. He played equally well the light gentleman of Cibber's comedies. Jeunesse describes him as buoyant and graceful on the stage, irreproachable in dress, his every movement marked by an ease of breeding and manner. This actor also excelled in plaintive and tender parts. Cibber hints, however, at his professional conceit and overbearing temper. Wilkes, on one occasion, read George Barnwell to Queen Anne at the court at St. James. He died in 1732. Barton Booth, who was at Westminster School with Rowe the poet, identified himself with Addison's Cato. His dignity, pathos, and energy as that lover of liberty led Bolingbroke to present him on the first night with a purse of 50 guineas. The play was translated into 4 languages. Pope gave it a prologue. Garth decked it with an epilogue, while Dennis proved it, to his own satisfaction, to be worthless. Aaron Hill tells us that statistics proved that Booth could always obtain from 18 to 20 rounds of applause during the evening. When playing the ghost to Betterton's Hamlet, Booth is said to have been once so horror-stricken as to be unable to proceed with his part. He often took inferior Shakespearean parts, and was frequently indolent, but if he saw a man whose opinion he valued among the audience, he fired up and played to him. This petted actor and manager died in 1733. Colley Cibber, to judge from Steele's criticisms, must have been admirable as a beau, whether rallying pleasantly, scorning artfully, ridiculing, or neglecting. Wilkes surpassed him in beseeching gracefully, approaching respectfully, pitying, mourning, and loving. In the part of Sir Fopling Flutter in The Fool of Fashion, played in 1695, Cibber wore a fair, full-bottomed periwig which was so much admired that it used to be brought on the stage in a sedan and put on publicly. To this wonder of the town, Colonel Brett, who married Savage's mother, took a special fancy. The beaux of those days, says Cibber, had more of the stateliness of the peacock than the pert of the lapwing. The colonel came behind the scenes, first praised the wig, and then offered to purchase it. On Cibber's bantering him about his anxiety for such a trifle, the gay colonel began to rally himself with such humor that he fairly won Cibber, and they sat down at once, laughing, to finish their bargain over a bottle. Quin's career began at Dublin in 1714 and ended at Bath in 1753. From 1736 to 1741 he was at Drury Lane. From Booth's retirement till the coming of Garrick, Quin had no rival as Cato, Brutus, Volpone, Falstaff, Zanga, etc. His Macbeth, Othello, and Lear were inferior. Davis says the tender and the violent were beyond his reach, but he gave words weight and dignity by his sensible elocution and well-regulated voice. His movements were ponderous and his action languid. Quin was generous, witty, a great epicure, and a careless dresser. It was his hard fate, though a warm-hearted man, to be equally warm in temper and to kill 2 adversaries in duels that were forced upon him. Quin was a friend of Garrick and of Thomson the poet, and a frequent visitor at Allen's house at Prior Park, near Bath, where Pope, Warburton, and Fielding visited. Some of Quin's jests were perfect. When Warburton said, "By what law can the execution of Charles I be justified?" Quin replied, "By all the laws he had left them." No wonder Walpole applauded him. The bishop bade the player remember that the regicides came to violent ends, but Quin gave him a worse blow. That, your lordship, he said, if I am not mistaken, was also the case with the 12 apostles. Quin could overthrow even Foot. They had at one time had a quarrel, and were reconciled, but Foot was still a little sore. Jemmy, said he, you should not have said that I had but one shirt, and that I lay in bed while it was washed. Sammy, replied the actor, I never could have said so, for I never knew that you had a shirt to wash. Quin died in 1766, and Garrick wrote an epitaph on his tomb in Bath Abbey, ending with the line, "To this complexion we must come at last." Garrick appeared first at Goodman's Fields Theatre in 1741 as King Richard. In 8 days the West flocked eastward, and as Davis tells us, the coaches of the nobility filled up the space from Temple Bar to Whitechapel. Pope came up from Twickenham to see if the young man was equal to Betterton. Garrick revolutionized the stage. Tragedians had fallen into a pompous, rhythmical, mechanical sing-song, fit only for dull orators. Their style was overlabored with art. It was mere declamation. The actor had long ceased to imitate nature. Garrick's first appearance at Drury Lane was in 1742. Cumberland, then at Westminster School, describes his sight of Quin and Garrick, and the first impressions they produced on him. Garrick was Lothario, Mrs. Cibber Callista, Quin Horatio, and Mrs. Pritchard Lavinia. Quin, when the curtain drew up, presented himself in a green velvet coat, embroidered down the seams, an enormous full-bottomed periwig, rolled stockings, and high-heeled square shoes. With very little variation of cadence, and in a deep full tone, accompanied by a sawing kind of action which had more of the Senate than the stage in it, he rolled out his heroics with an air of dignified indifference that seemed to disdain the plaudits that were bestowed upon him. Mrs. Cibber, in a key high-pitched, but sweet withal, sang or rather recitatived Rose harmonious strains. But when, after long and anxious expectation, I first beheld little Garrick, then young and light and alive in every muscle and every feature, come bounding on the stage and pointing at the whittle Altamont and heavy-paced Horatio, heavens, what a transition! It seemed as if a whole century had been swept over in the passage of a single scene. And yet, according to fretful Cumberland, the show of hands was for Quin, though according to Davis, the best judges were for Garrick. And when Quin was slow in answering the challenge, somebody in the gallery called out, "Why don't you tell the gentleman whether you will meet him or not?" Garrick's repertory extended to 100 characters, of which he was the original representative of 36. Of his comic characters, Ranger and Abel Drugger were the best. One was irresistibly vivacious, the other comically stupid. Garrick, who mutilated Shakespeare and wrote clever verses and useful theatrical adaptations, was a vain, sprightly man, who got the reputation of reforming stage costume, although it was Macklin, pugnacious and courageous, who first dared to act Macbeth dressed as a Highland chief, and felt proud of his own anachronism. Garrick had, in fact, a dislike to really truthful costume. He dared to play Hotspur in laced frock and Ramillies wig. In truth, it was neither Garrick nor Macklin who originated this reform, but the change of public opinion and the widening of education. West, in spite of ridicule and condemnation, dared to dress the soldiers in his Death of Wolfe in English uniform, instead of in the armor of stage Romans. Burke said of Garrick that he was the most acute observer of nature he had ever known. Garrick could assume any passion at the moment, and could act offhand Scrub or Richard, Brute or Macbeth. He oscillated between tragedy and comedy. He danced to perfection. He was laborious at rehearsals. And yet all that he did seemed spontaneous. In Fribble, he imitated no fewer than 11 men of fashion so that every one recognized them. Garrick died in 1779 and was buried in the Abbey. Chatham, says Dr. Doran, the actor's admirable biographer, had addressed him living in verse, and peers sought for the honor of supporting the pall at his funeral. That he was vain and oversensitive there can be no doubt, but there can be also no doubt that he was generous, often charitable, delightful in society, and never, like Foote, eager to give pain by the exercise of his talent. As an actor, Garrick has not since been equalled in versatility and equal balance of power, nor has any subsequent actor attained so high a rank among the intellect of his age. Kitty Clive, born in 1711, took leave of the stage in 1769. She was one of the best-natured, wittiest, happiest, and most versatile of actresses, whether as roguish chambermaid, fierce virago, chuckling hoyden, brazen romp, stolid country girl, affected fine lady, or thoroughly natural old woman. Fielding, Garrick, and Walpole delighted in Kitty Clive. After years of quadrille at Purcell's, and cards and music at the villa at Teddington, which Horace Walpole lent her, Kitty Clive died suddenly, without a groan, in 1785. Woodward was excellent in fops, rascals, simpletons, and Shakespearean-like characters. His Bobadil, Marplot, and Touchstone were beyond approach. Shooter, originally a billiard marker, came on the stage in 1744 and quitted it in 1776. His grimace and impromptu were much praised. Samuel Foote, born at Truro in 1720, having failed in tragedy and not been very successful in comedy, started his entertainments at the Haymarket in 1747. He died in 1777. His history belongs to the records of another theatre. Spangerberry in 1748-9 acted Hamlet and Macbeth alternately with Garrick. Davis says that Barry could not perform such characters as Richard and Macbeth, but he made a capital Alexander. He charmed the ladies by the soft melody of his love complaints and the noble ardor of his courtship. Only Mrs. Cibber excelled him in the expression of love, grief, tenderness, and jealous rage. Tall, handsome, and dignified, Barry undoubtedly ran Garrick close in the part of Romeo, artificial as Churchill in the Rosciad declares him to have been. A lady once said that had she been Juliet, she should have expected Garrick to have stormed the balcony, he was so impassioned, but that Barry was so eloquent, tender, and seductive, that she should have come down to him. In Lear, the town said that Barry was every inch a king, but Garrick every inch King Lear. Barry was amorous and extravagant. He delighted in giving magnificent entertainments, and treated Mr. Pelham in so princely a style that that minister, with not the finest taste, rebuked him for his lavish hospitality. The brilliant and witching Peg Woffington was the daughter of a small huckster in Dublin, and became a pupil of Madame Violante, a rope dancer. In 1740 she came out at Covent Garden, and soon won the town as Sir Harry Wildair. She played Lady Townley and Lady Betty Modish with happy ease and gaiety. She rendered the most audacious absurdities pleasing by her beautiful bright face and her vivacity of expression. Peg quarrelled with Kitty Clive and Mrs. Cibber, and detested that reckless woman George Anne Bellamy. This witty and enchanting actress, as generous and charitable as Nell Gwynn with all her faults, was struck by paralysis while acting Rosalind at Covent Garden, and died in 1760. During his career from 1691 to his retirement in 1733, clever, careless Colley Cibber originated nearly 80 characters, chiefly grand old fops, inane old men, dashing soldiers, and impudent lackeys. His fondle wife, Sir Courtly Nice, and Shallow were his best parts. Of all English managers, says Dr. Doran, Cibber was the most successful. Of the English actors, he is the only one who was ever promoted to the laureateship or elected a member of White's Club. Even Pope, who hated him and got some hard blows from him, praised the careless husband. Walpole, who despised players, praised Colley, and Dr. Johnson approved of his admirably written apology. Cibber's daughter, Mrs. Clark, led a wild and disreputable life, became a waitress at Marylebone, and died in poverty in 1760. Colley's son Theophilus, the best pistol ever seen on the stage, and the original George Barnwell, was drowned in crossing the Irish Sea. His wife was a sister of Dr. Arne, the composer. In tragedy, she was remarkable for her artless sensibility and exquisite variety of expression. As Ophelia, she moved even Tate Wilkinson. She was one of the first actresses to make the woes of the grand tragedy queen natural. She died in 1766 and was buried in the cloisters of Westminster Abbey. Mrs. Pritchard, that inspired idiot, as Dr. Johnson called her in his contempt for her ignorance, seems to have been a virtuous woman. She left the stage in 1768. Though plain, and in later years very stout, Mrs. Pritchard was admired in tragedy for her perfect pronunciation, and her force and dignity as the Queen in Hamlet, and as Lady Macbeth. She was also a good comedian in playful and witty parts. She was, however, not very graceful, and inclined to rant. When Mrs. Sibbard died in 1765, Mrs. Yates succeeded to her fame, with Mrs. Barry for a rival, till Mrs. Siddons came from Bath and unseated both. Mrs. Yates was wanting in pathos, but in pride and scorn as Medea, or in hopeless grief as Constance, she was unapproachable. She died in 1787. George Anne Bellamy, the reckless and the unfortunate, was the daughter of a Quakeress with whom Lord Tyrawley ran away from school. Dr. Durand says, "What with the loves, caprices, charms, extravagances, and sufferings of Mrs. Bellamy, she excited the wonder, admiration, pity, and contempt of the town for 30 years. Now she was squandering money like a Cleopatra. Now she was crouching on the wet steps of Westminster Bridge, brooding over suicide. The Bellamy, says the critic, was only equal to the Cibber in expressing the ecstasy of love. This follower of the old school of intoners was the original Volumnia of Thomson, the Erixene of Dr. Young, and the Cleone of the honest footman poet and publisher Dodsley. She took her farewell benefit in 1784. In 1778, Miss Farren appeared at Drury Lane. She was the daughter of a poor vagabond strolling player. Walpole says she was the most perfect actress he had ever seen, and he spoke well of her fine ladies, of whom he was a judge. Adolphus, not easily appeased, praised her irresistible graces, and all the indescribable little charms which give fascination to the women of birth and fashion. She was gay as Lady Betty Modish, sentimental as Cecilia or Indiana, and playful as Rosara in The Barber of Seville. In 1797, the little girl who had been helped over the ice to the lock-up at Salisbury, to hand up a bowl of milk to her father when a prisoner there, took leave of the stage in the part of Lady Teazle, and married the Earl of Derby, who had buried his wife just 6 weeks before. In 1798, Mrs. Abington, the best affected fine lady of her time, retired from the stage of Drury Lane. She was the daughter of a common soldier, and as a girl was known as Nosegay Fan and had sold flowers in St. James Park. She first appeared at Drury Lane in 1756-7. Poor Mrs. Robinson, the Perdita so heartlessly betrayed by the Prince of Wales, was driven onto the stage in 1776 by her husband, a handsome scapegrace who had run through his fortune. She passed from the stage in 1780 and died, forgotten, poor, and paralytic, in 1800. In 1767, Samuel Reddish, Canning's stepfather, first appeared at Drury Lane as Lord Townley. He was a reasonably good Edgar and Posthumus, but failed in parts of passion. He went mad in 1779. In this group of minor actors we may include Gentleman Smith, a good Charles Surface, who retired from the stage in 1786, Yates, whose forte was old men and Shakespeare's fools, 1736 to 1780, Dodd, who from 1765 to 1796 was the prince of fops and old men, Master Slender and Master Stephen were said to die with him, and lastly that great comic actor, John Palmer, who died on the stage in 1798 as he was playing the stranger. He was the original representative of plausible Joseph Surface. "Plausible," he used to say, "am I? You rate me too highly. The utmost I ever did in that way was that I once persuaded a bailiff who had arrested me to bail me." Once when making friends with Sheridan after a quarrel, Palmer said to the author, "If you could but see my heart, Mr. Sheridan," to which Sheridan replied, "Why, Jack, you forgot I wrote it." Jack Palmer, says Lamb, was a gentleman with a slight infusion of the footman. He had two voices, both plausible, hypocritical, and insinuating. Henderson was engaged by Sheridan for Drury Lane in 1777. As Falstaff, this humorous friend of Gainsborough was seldom equalled. His defects were a woolly voice and a habit of sawing the air. Dr. Durand says he was the first actor who, with Sheridan, gave public readings at Freemasons' Hall, and his recitation of John Gilpin gave impetus to the sale of the narrative of that adventurous ride. Henderson died in 1785, aged only 38, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Mrs. Siddons, the daughter of an itinerant actor, was born in 1755. After strolling and becoming a lady's maid, she married a poor second-rate actor of Birmingham. She appeared first at Drury Lane in 1775 as Portia. Her first real triumph was in 1780 as Isabella in Southern's Tragedy. The management gave her Garrick's dressing room, and some legal admirers presented her with a purse of 100 guineas. Soon afterwards, as Jane Shore, she sent many ladies in the audience into fainting fits. This great actress closed her career in 1812 with Lady Macbeth, her greatest triumph. She is said to have made King George III shed tears. He admired her especially for her repose. Garrick, he used to say, could never stand still. He was a great fidget. No actress received more homage in her time than Mrs. Siddons. Reynolds painted his name on the hem of her garment in his portrait of her as the tragic muse. Dr. Johnson kissed her hand and admired her genius. In comedy, Mrs. Siddons failed. Her rigorous Grecian face was not arch. In comedy, says Coleman, she was only a frisking grig. Those who knew her best, says Dr. Durand, have recorded her grace, her noble carriage, divine elocution and solemn earnestness, her grandeur, her pathos, her correct judgment. Erskine studied her cadences and tones. According to Campbell, she increased the heart's capacity for tender, intense, and lofty feelings. This lofty-minded actress, as Young calls her, died in 1831. Her elder brother, John Kemble, first appeared at Drury Lane in 1783 as Hamlet. In 1788-9, he succeeded King as manager of the theatre, and continued so till 1801. In Coriolanus and Cato, Kemble was preeminent, but his Richard and Sir Giles were inferior to Cooks and Keans. In comedy he failed, except in snatches of dignity or pathos. As an actor, Kemble was sometimes heavy and monotonous. He had not the fire or versatility of Garrick, or the wild passion of Edmund Kean. As Hamlet he was romantic, dignified, and philosophic. In his Rolla he delighted Sheridan and Pitt. In Octavian he drew tears from all eyes. He excelled also in Coeur de Lion, Penruddock, and the Stranger. In private life he was always majestic and gravely convivial. When Covent Garden was burnt down in 1808, he bore the loss bravely, and on the night of the opening the generous Duke of Northumberland sent him back his bond for £10,000 to be committed to the flames. Walpole, who saw Kemble, preferred him to Garrick and Benedick, and to Quin in Maskwell. Kemble took his solemn farewell of the stage in 1817 as Coriolanus, and died at Lausanne in 1823. Leigh Hunt, an excellent dramatic critic, paints the following picture of Kemble. A figure of melancholy dignity, dealing out a most measured speech in sepulchral tones and a pedantic pronunciation, and injuring what he has made you feel by the want of feeling it himself. John Kemble's brother Charles acted well in Mercutio, young Mirabell, and Benedick. He remained on the stage till 1836. George Frederick Cooke, whose life was one perpetual debauch, and whose career on the stage extended from 1801 to 1812, when he died at Boston, did not, I think, appear at Drury Lane. His laurels were won chiefly at Covent Garden. Master Betty, born in 1791 at Shrewsbury, elegant and quick of memory, appeared at Drury Lane in 1804, fretted his little hour upon the stage, and earned a fortune with which he prudently retired in 1808. He lived till 1876. King, the original representative of Sir Peter Teazle, Lord Ogleby, Puff, and Dr. Cantwell, began his London career at Drury Lane in 1748. He left the stage in 1802. His best characters were Touchstone and Ranger, and in these parts he was always arch, rapid, and versatile. Hazlitt discourses on King's old, hard, rough face, and his shrewd hints and tart replies. Dicky Suett was a favorite low comedian from 1780 to 1805, when he died. He was a tall, thin, ungainly man, too much addicted to grimace, interpolations, and practical jokes. He drank hard and suffered from mental depression. Hazlitt calls him the delightful old croaker, the everlasting Dicky gossip of the stage. Lamb describes his "oh la" as irresistible. He drolled upon the stock of those two syllables richer than the cuckoo. Shakespeare's jesters have all the true Suett stamp, a loose and shambling gait, and a slippery tongue. Miss Pope, who left the stage in 1808, had played with Garrick and Mrs. Clive. She was the original Polly Honeycomb, Miss Sterling, Mrs. Candor, and Tilburina. In youth, she played hoydens, chambermaids, and half-bred ladies, with a dash and good humor free from all vulgarity, and in old age she took to duennas and Mrs. Heidelberg. In 1761, Churchill mentions her as Lively Pope, and in 1807 Horace Smith describes her as a bulky person with a duplicity of chin. In 1741, the theatre, which had been rebuilt by Wren in 1674, in a cheap and plain manner, became ruinous, and was enlarged and almost rebuilt by the Adams. In 1747, Garrick became the manager, and Dr. Johnson, as a friend, wrote the celebrated address beginning with the often-quoted lines, "When learning's triumph o'er her barbarous foes first reared the stage, immortal Shakespeare rose. Each change of many-colored life he drew, exhausted worlds, and then imagined new. Existence saw him spurn her bounded reign, and panting time toiled after him in vain." In 1775, the year in which the duenna was brought out at Covent Garden, Garrick made known his wish to sell a moiety of the patent of this theatre. In June 1776 a contract was signed, Mr. Sheridan taking 2/14 of the whole for £10,000, Mr. Lindley the same, and Dr. Ford 3/14 at £15,000. How Sheridan raised the money no one ever knew. Sheridan's first contribution to this new stage was an alteration of Vanbrugh's licentious comedy of The Relapse, which he called A Trip to Scarborough, and brought out in 1777. The same year the brilliant manager, then only 26, produced the finest and most popular comedy in the English language, The School for Scandal. On the last slip of this miracle of wit and dramatic construction, Sheridan wrote, "Finished at last, thank God, R.B. Sheridan." Below this the prompter added his devout response, "Amen, W. Hopkins." Garrick was proud of the new manager and boasted of his budding genius. In 1778, Sheridan bought out Mr. Lacy for more than £45,000, and Dr. Ford for £77,000. In 1779, Garrick died, and Sheridan wrote a monody to his memory, which was delivered by Mrs. Yates after the play of The West Indian. Slander attributed the finest passage in this monody to Tickell, just as it had before attributed Tickell's bad farce to Sheridan. Doughton, who appeared in 1796 as Shiva, was felicitous in good-natured, testy old men, and also in crabbed and degraded old villains. His Dr. Cantwell and Sir Anthony Absolute were in the true spirit of old comedy. Leigh Hunt praises Doughton's changes from the irritable to the yielding, and from the angry to the tender. Willie Blanchard was natural and unaffected, but mannered. Matthews first appeared in London in 1803. He excelled in valets and old men, and drew tears as M. Mallet. the poor émigré who is disappointed about a letter. Liston made his debut at the Haymarket in 1805 as Sheepface. Leigh Hunt praises his ignorant rustics and condemns his old men. He sets him down as a painter of emotions, and therefore more intellectual than Fawcett and less farcical than Munden. Liston was a hypochondriac. Below his fun there was always an undercurrent of melancholy, as though, says Dr. Doran mysteriously, he had killed a boy when, under the name of Williams, he was usher at the Reverend Dr. Burney's at Gosport. In 1807, Jones and Young made their first appearances, but not at Drury Lane. Young originated Rienzi, and played Hamlet, Falstaff, and Captain Macheath. Jones was a stage rake of great excellence. Among the actresses before Kean, we may mention Miss Brunton, afterwards Countess of Craven, and Mrs. Davison, a good Lady Teazle. Lewis, who left the stage in 1809, was a draper's son. He died in 1813, and out of part of his fortune the new church at Ailing was erected. He played young Rapid and Jeremy Diddler, and created the Honourable Tom Shuffleton in John Bull. His restless style suited Morton and Reynolds' comedies, and he succeeded in all that was frolic, gay, humorous, whimsical, eccentric, and yet elegant. He was manager of Covent Garden for 21 years, and made everyone do his duty by kindness and good treatment. Leigh Hunt sketches Lewis admirably, with his easy flutter, short knowing respiration, and complacent liveliness. Lewis played the gentleman with more heart than Elliston. He seemed polite, not from vanity, but rather from a natural, irresistible wish to please. He had all the laborious carelessness of action, important indifference of voice, and natural vacuity of look that are requisite for the lounger. His defects were a habit of shaking his head and drawing in of the breath. His flippant airiness, vivacious importance, and French flutter must have been in their way perfect. Gay, fluttering, hair-brained Lewis, says Hazlitt. Nobody could break open a door, or jump over a table, or scale a ladder, or twirl a cocked hat, or dangle a cane, or play a jockey nobleman or a nobleman's jockey like him. Here a moment's pause for an anecdote. When a riot took place at Drury Lane in 1740 about the non-appearance of a French dancer, the first symptoms of the outbreak were the ushering of ladies out of the pit. A noble marquis gallantly proposed to fire the house. The proposal was considered, but not adopted. The Bucks and Bloods then proceeded to destroy the musical instruments and fittings, to break the panels and partitions, and pull down the royal arms. The offence was finally condoned by the ringleading marquis sending £100 to the manager. Charles Lamb describes Drury Lane in his own delightful way. The first play he ever saw was in 1781-2, when he was 6 years old. A portal, now the entrance, he writes, to a printing office at the north end of Cross Court was the pit entrance to Old Drury, and I never pass it without shaking some 40 years from off my shoulders, recurring to the evening when I passed through it to see my first play. The afternoon was wet. With what a beating heart did I watch from the window the puddles. It was the custom then to cry, "Chase some oranges, chase some nonpareil, chase a bill of the play." But when we got in, and I beheld the green curtain that veiled a heaven to my imagination, the breathless anticipations I endured. The boxes, full of well-dressed women of quality, projected over the pit. The orchestra lights arose, the bell sounded once, it rang the second time, the curtain drew up, and the play was Artaxerxes. Harlequin's Invasion followed. The next play Lamb went to was The Lady of the Manor, followed by a pantomime called Lun's Ghost. Rich was not long dead. His third play was The Way of the World and Robinson Crusoe. 6 or 7 years after he went, with what changed feelings, to see Mrs. Siddons in Isabella. Comparison and retrospection, he says, soon yielded to the present attraction of the scene, and the theatre became to me, upon a new stock, the most delightful of all recreations. Handsome Jack Bannister, who played in youth with Garrick and in later years with Edmund Kean, was the model for the Uncle Toby in Leslie's picture. Natural honest as Hamlet, he was also good as Walter in The Children of the Wood. Inimitable in depicting hardiness, says Dr. Doran, ludicrous distress, grave or affected indifference, honest bravery, insurmountable cowardice, a spirited young or an enfeebled yet impatient old fellow, mischievous boyishness, good-humoured vulgarity, there was no one of his time who could equal him. Bannister left the stage with a handsome fortune. Hazlitt says finally of him that his gaiety, good humour, cordial feeling, and natural spirits shone through his characters and lighted them up like a transparency. His kind heart and honest face were as well known as his good-humoured smile and buoyant activity. Jack, says Lamb, was beloved for his sweet, good-natured moral pretensions. He gave us a downright concretion of a whopping sailor, a jolly, warm-hearted Jack Tar. Mrs. Jordan's mother was the daughter of a Welsh clergyman who had eloped with an officer. The debutante came out at Drury Lane in 1785 as the heroine of The Country Girl. In 1789 she became the mistress of the Duke of Clarence. Good-natured and endowed with a sweet, clear voice, she played rakes with the airiest grace, and excelled in representing arch, buoyant girls, spirited, buxom, lovable women, and handsome hoydens. The critics complained of her as vulgar. Late in life, she retired to France and died in 1815. Her wealth, says Dr. Doran, was lavished on the Duke of Clarence, who left her to die untended, but when he became king, he ennobled all her children, the eldest being made Earl of Munster. Hazlitt, speaking of Mrs. Jordan, says eloquently, her voice was a cordial to the heart, because it came from it full, like the luscious juice of the rich grape. To hear her laugh was to drink nectar. Her smile was sunshine, her talking far above singing. Her singing was like the twanging of Cupid's bow. Her body was large, soft, and generous, like the rose. Miss Kelly, if we may accept the judgment of Hazlitt, was in comparison a mere dexterous, knowing chambermaid. Jordan was all exuberance and grace. It was her capacity for enjoyment and the contrast she presented to everything sharp, angular, and peevish that delighted the spectator. She was Cleopatra turned into an oyster wench. Charles Lamb praises Mrs. Jordan for her tenderness in such parts as Ophelia, Helena, and Viola, and for her steady, melting eye. Robert William Elliston was the son of a Bloomsbury watchmaker, and was born in 1774. He appeared in London first in 1797, and obtained a triumph as Sir Edward Mortimer, a part in which Kemble had failed. He is praised by Dr. Doran as one of the best of stage gentlemen, not being so reserved and languid as Charles Kemble. All the qualities that go to the making of a gallant were conspicuous in his Duke Oranza: self-command, kindness, dignity, good humour, a dash of satire, and true amatory fire. But then his voice was too pompously deep in soliloquy, and he was too genteel in low comedy. As a stage lover he was impassioned, tender, and courteous, yet he would persist in one uniform dress: blue coat, white waistcoat, and white knee-breeches. Yet though a self-deceiving and pompous humbug, Charles Lamb reverenced him, and Leigh Hunt admired his acting. In turn, proprietor of the Olympic, the Surrey, and Drury Lane theatres, Elliston outlived his fame and fortune. When acting George IV in a sham coronation procession, having taken too much preliminary wine, he became so affected at the delight of the audience that he gave them his grandest benediction in these affecting words: "Bless you, my people." When Douglas Jerrold saved the Surrey Theatre by his black-eyed Susan, Elliston declared such services should be acknowledged by a presentation of plate, not by himself, however, but by Jerrold's own friends. Elliston's last appearance was in 1826, and he died in 1831. Hull, a heavy, useful, and intelligent actor, left the stage in 1807. Holman, an exaggerating actor, had a career that lasted from 1784 to 1800. Munden, the broadest of farceurs and drollest of grimacers, appeared first in 1790 as Sir Francis Gripe, and last in 1823 as Sir Robert Bramble and Dozy. His crack in The Turnpike Gate was one of his greatest parts, but I am afraid he would be now thought too much of the buffoon. Charles Lamb devotes a whole essay to the subject of Munden's acting as Cockletop, Sir Christopher Curry, Old Dornton, and the Cobbler of Preston. He says of him, "When you think he has exhausted his battery of looks in unaccountable warfare with your gravity, suddenly he sprouts out an entirely new set of features, like Hydra. He, and he alone, makes faces. In the grand grotesque of farce, Munden stands out as single and unaccompanied as Hogarth. Can any man wonder like him, any man see ghosts like him, or fight with his own shadow?" Lamb praises Dodd for a face formerly flat in Foppington, frothily pert in Faddle, and blankly expressive of no meaning in Acres and Fribble. In 1792, Sheridan's affairs began to get entangled. The surveyors reported the theatre unsafe and incapable of repair, and it was therefore resolved to build a new one at a cost of £150,000 by means of 300 shares at £500 each. In the meantime, while Sheridan was paying interest for his loan, the company was playing at an enormous expense on borrowed stages, and the careless and profuse manager, his prudent wife now dead, was maintaining 3 establishments, one at Wanstead, one at Isleworth, and one in Jermyn Street. In 1794, a new theatre was built by Henry Holland. In 1798, that masterpiece of false, hysterical German sentiment, The Stranger, translated from Kotzebue, was rewritten by Sheridan and brought out at his own theatre. This was one of the earliest importations of the Germanism that Canning afterwards, for political purposes, so pungently denounced in The Anti-Jacobin. The great success of The Stranger and the false taste it had implanted induced Sheridan in 1799 to bring out the play of Pizarro. He wrote scarcely anything in it but the speech of Rolla, which is itself an amplification of a few lines of the original. End of Chapter 12, Part 2 of Haunted London.
Chapter 21 Drury Lane, Part 3 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury. Chapter 21 Drury Lane, Part 3. The new theatre was to have cost £75,000, and the £150,000 subscribed for was to have paid the architect and defrayed the mortgage debts. The theatre, however, cost more than £150,000. Only part of the debt was paid off, and a claim of £70,000 remained upon the property. On the 24th of February, 1809, while the House of Commons was occupied with Mr. Ponsonby's motion on the conduct of the war in Spain, the debate was interrupted by a great glare of light through the windows. When the cause was ascertained, so much sympathy was felt for Sheridan that it was proposed to adjourn. But Sheridan calmly rose and said that whatever might be the extent of his private calamity, he hoped it would not interfere with the public business of the country. He then left the house, and it is said to have reached Drury Lane just in time to find all hope of saving his property abandoned. According to one story, he coolly proceeded to the Piazza Coffee House and discussed a bottle of wine, replying to a friend who praised his philosophic calmness, "Why, a man may surely be allowed to take a glass of wine at his own fireside." He is said to have been most grieved at the loss of a harpsichord that had belonged to his wife. Encouraged by the opening presented, and at the tardiness of shareholders to rebuild, speculators now proposed to erect a third theatre. But this design Sheridan and his friends defeated, and Mr. Whitbread, the great brewer of Chiswell Street, Finsbury, who afterward destroyed himself, exerted his energies in the rebuilding of it. By the new agreement of 1811, Sheridan was to receive for his moiety £24,000,
and an additional sum of £4,000 for the property of the fruit offices and the reversion of boxes and shares. His son also received his quarter of the patent property. Out of this sum, the claims of the Lynne family and other creditors were to be satisfied. Overwhelmed with debt, dogged by bailiffs, hurried to and from sponging houses, Sheridan, now a broken-down man, died in 1816, reproaching the committee with his last breath for refusing to lend him more money. The new theatre, built by Mr. B. Wyatt, had been opened in October 1812, the performances consisting of Hamlet and The Devil to Pay. The house held 800 persons less than its predecessor. The proprietors, being anxious to have an opening address equal to that of Dr. Johnson, advertised for a suitable poem, and professed a desire for an open and free competition. The verses were, like Oxford competition poems, to be marked with a word, number, or motto, and the appended sealed paper containing the name of the writer was not to be opened unless the poem was successful. They offered 20 guineas as the prize, and extended the time for sending in the poems. The result was an avalanche of mediocrity, till the secretary's desk and the Treasury office ran over with poems. The proprietors were in despair when Lord Holland prevailed on Lord Byron to write an address, at the risk, the poet feared, of offending 100 rival scribblers and a discerning public. The poem was written and accepted, and delivered on the special night by Mr. Elliston, who performed the part of Hamlet. The address was voted tame by the newspapers, with the exception of the following passage. As soars the fane to emulate the last, O might we draw our omens from the past? Some hour propitious to our prayers may boast names such as hallow still the dome we lost. On Drury first your Siddon's thrilling art o'erwhelmed the gentlest, stormed the sternest heart. On Drury Garrick's latest laurels grew. Here your last tears retiring Roscius drew, sighed his last thanks, and wept his last adieu. The brothers Smith eagerly seized this fine opportunity for parody, and the rejected addresses made all London shake with laughter. The leaden statue of Shakespeare over the entrance of Old Drury Lane was executed by Cheer of Hyde Park Corner, the leaden figure man formerly so celebrated, from a design by Scheemakers, a native of Antwerp and the master of Nollekens. When this sculptor first went to Rome to study, he travelled on foot and had to sell his shirts by the way in order to procure funds. Mr. Whitbread, one of Sheridan's creditors, gave the figure to the theatre. Mr. Whitbread and a committee had erected the house and purchased the old patent rights by means of a subscription of £400,000. Of this £20,000 was paid to Sheridan, and a like sum to the other holders of the patent. The creditors of the old house took a quarter of what they claimed in full payment, and the Duke of Bedford abandoned a claim of £12,000. The company consisted of Elliston, Doughton, Bannister, Ray, Wallach, Wewitzer, Miss Smith, Mrs. Davison, Mrs. Glover, Miss Kelly, and Miss Mellon. Mr. C. Kemble and Grimaldi were at the other house, that the next season boasted a strong company. John and Charles Kemble, Conway, Terry, and Matthews. At Drury Lane no new piece was brought out except Coleridge's Remorse. At Covent Garden there was played Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp. At Drury Lane, says Dr. Doran, neither new pieces nor new players succeeded, till on the 20th of January, 1814, the playbills announced the first appearance of an actor from Exeter, whose coming changed the evil fortunes of the house, scared the old, correct, dignified, and classical school of actors, and brought again to the memories of those who could look back as far as Garrick the fire, nature, impulse, and terrible earnestness, all in short but the versatility of that great master in his art. This player was Edmund Kean. Kean was born in 1787. He was the son of a low and worthless actress, whose father, George Saville Carey, a poor singer, reciter, and mimic, hanged himself. The father of Carey was a dramatist and songwriter, the natural son of the great Lord Halifax, who died in 1695. Kean's father is unknown. He may have been Aaron Kean the tailor, or Moses Kean the builder. In early life, the genius was cabin boy, strolling player, dancer on the tightrope, and elocutionist at country fairs. His first appearance as Shylock in 1814 was a triumph. That night he came home and promised his wife a carriage and his son Charles, then in his cradle, an education at Eton. In Richard III, he soon attained great triumphs. He was audacious, sneering, devilish, almost supernatural in his cruelty and hypocrisy. His Hamlet, though graceful and earnest, was inferior to his Othello, but Kemble thought that the latter was a mistake, Othello being palpably a slow man. When Southey saw Kean and Young, he said, "It is the arch-fiend himself." When Kean played Sir Giles Overreach and removed it from Kemble's repertory, his wife received him on his return from the theatre with the anxious question, "What did Lord Essex think of it?" The triumphant reply is well known. "D. Lord Essex, Mary, the pit rose at me." In 1822, after a visit to America, Kean appeared with his rival Young in a series of characters, though he never liked the Jesuit, as he used to call Young. In 1827, Kean's son Charles appeared as Norval at Drury Lane, while his father, now sinking fast, was acting at Covent Garden. In 1833, Kean, shattered and exhausted, played Othello to his son's Iago, and died 2 months after. Hazlitt has a fine comparison between Kean and Mrs. Siddons. Mrs. Siddons never seemed to task her powers to the utmost. Her least word seemed to float to the end of the stage. The least motion of her hand commanded obedience. Mr. Kean, he says, is all effort, all violence, all extreme passion. He is possessed with a fury and demon that leaves him no repose, no time for thought, nor room for the imagination. Mr. Kean's imagination appears not to have the principles of joy or hope or love in it. He seems chiefly sensible to pain and to the passion that springs from it, and to the terrible energies of mind or body which are necessary to grapple with or to avert it. The new theatre had small success under its committee of proprietors, and soon became involved in debt and unable to pay the performers. In 1814 it was let to the highest bidder, Elliston, who took it at the yearly rental of £10,300 and expended £15,000 on repairs. Captain Polhill afterwards became the lessee and sunk in it large sums of money. The next two lessees, Messrs. Bunn and Hammond, became bankrupts. Toward the middle of 1840, the house was reopened, and after a closing of some months, for the then new entertainments of promenade concerts. Grimaldi, the son of Queen Charlotte's dentist, was born in 1779. He made his debut at Drury Lane in a Robinson Crusoe pantomime in 1781, and retired from the stage in 1828. His first part of any importance was Orson. He remained at Drury Lane for nearly 25 years, and then played alternately at Covent Garden and Sadler's Wells every night. He was the very beau ideal of thieves, says a critic of the time. Robbery became a science in his hand, You forgave the larceny from the humor with which Joe indulged his irresistible weakness. He was famous for his rich, ringing laugh, his complacent chuckle, the roll of his eyes, the drop of his chin, and his elongated respiration. But we must go back to the singers. Mrs. Crouch, the great singer, and the daughter of a Gray's Inn Lane attorney, was articled to Mr. Linley, patentee of Drury Lane, in 1779, and in 1780 made her debut as Mondaine. In 1785 she married a lieutenant in the Navy, but returned to the stage in 1786, to be eclipsed by Mrs. Billington. In 1787 she acted with Kelly at Drury Lane in the opera of Richard Coeur de Lion, and in the same year, in the character of Selima, sang the once popular song of "No flower that blows is like the rose." In 1788 she played Lady Eleanor in The Haunted Tower at Drury Lane. She died in 1804. Mrs. Billington, the daughter of a German musician, was born in London in 1765. In 1801, 1802, she sang alternately at Drury Lane and Covent Garden. She died in 1818. Bianchi wrote for this lady the opera of Inez de Castro. She is said to have played and sung at sight Mozart's Clemenza di Tito. Her voice ranged from D to G in altissimo. She indulged too much in ornament, but was especially celebrated for her soldier tired of war's alarms. John Braham, a Jew pencil boy, so the musical On Dit goes, was brought up by a singer at the Duke's Place Synagogue. He made his debut in 1787. He appeared first, in 1796, in Storace's opera of Mahmoud at Drury Lane. The compass of his song, Let Glory's Clarion, extended over 17 notes. He died in 1856. Storace, born in 1763, died in 1796. He was the son of an Italian double bass player, was engaged by Linley to compose for Drury Lane, and for that theatre wrote the following operas: The Siege of Belgrade, 1792, Lodoiska, 1794, and The Iron Chest, 1796. This brilliant young man wrote chiefly for Braham and Kelly. Madame Storace made her debut at Drury Lane in 1789 in her brother's comic opera of The Haunted Tower. Bishop, who was born about 1780, produced his opera of The Mysterious Bride at Drury Lane in 1808. In 1809, the night preceding the fire, Bishop produced his first great success, The Circassian Bride, the score of which was burnt. After being long at Covent Garden, Bishop, in 1826, produced his Aladdin at Drury Lane to compete with Weber's Oberon at Covent Garden. In 1827, he adapted Rossini's Turco in Italia, and in 1830, for Drury Lane, he adapted Rossini's William Tell. Michael Kelly, born in 1762, made his first appearance at Drury Lane in 1787. In his jovial career, Kelly composed The Castle Spectre, Bluebeard, the march in which he is very pompously oriental and fine, Of Age Tomorrow, Deaf and Dumb, etc. He also wrote many Italian, English, and French songs, and had a good tenor voice. He became superintendent of music at the Drury Lane Theatre and died in 1826. He was an agreeable man and much esteemed by George IV. Parkes accuses him of a want of knowledge of harmony and of stealing from the Italians. In May 1836, Madame Malibran de Berriot appeared at Drury Lane as Isolina in Balfe's Maid of Artois, which was a great success. At the close of the season she went abroad. Returned in September, she sang at the Manchester Festival, and after a duet with Madame Caradori Allen, was taken ill and died a few days after. This gifted woman, the daughter of a Spanish Jew, an opera singer, was born in 1808. To return to our last batch of actors, James Wallack, born in 1792, began to be known about 1816, and in 1820 was principal tragedian at Drury Lane. His Hamlet, Rolla, and Romeo were very manly and bearable. He afterwards became stage manager at Drury Lane, and was praised for his light comedy. Charles Young, who played with Kean at Drury Lane, was a dignified but rather cold actor. Booth appeared also with Kean in 1817, and again in 1820 with Wallack and Cooper. Mrs. Marden, the supposed mistress of Lord Byron, appeared on the Drury Lane stage in 1815. She was boisterous, but so full of girlish gaiety and reckless wildness that she became for a short time the favorite of the town. She failed, however, when she reappeared in 1833 in a tragic part. Charming Mrs. Nisbet, that peach of a woman, as Douglas Jerrold used to call her, died in 1858, aged 45, the daughter of a drunken Irish officer who took to the stage. She married an officer in the Life Guards in 1831, but on the death of her husband by an accident, she returned to her first love in 1832, and reappeared at Drury Lane. Her great triumph was the Love Chase, which was produced at the Haymarket in 1837, and ran for nearly 100 nights. It was worth going 100 miles to hear Mrs. Nisbet's merry, ringing, silvery laugh. Irish Johnstone, who died in 1828, is described by Hazlitt as acting at Drury Lane, with his supple knees, his hat twisted round in his hand, his good-humoured laugh, his arched eyebrows, his insinuating leer, and his lubricated brogue curling round the ear like a well-oiled mustachio. Oxbury quitted Drury Lane with Elliston in 1820. In 1821 he took the Craven's Head Chop House in Drury Lane, where he used to say to his guest, "We vocalize on a Friday, conversationalize on a Sunday, and chop-eyes every day." His best characters were Leo Luminati, Slender, and Abel Day. Emery surpassed him in Tyke, Little Knight, and Robin Roughhead. Farron, who was born about 1787, made his debut at Covent Garden in 1818. He was for some time at Drury Lane, and latterly manager of the Olympic. In Old Men he took the place of Dowton. His finest performance was Lord Ogleby, but in his prime he excelled also in Sir Peter Teazle, Sir Anthony Absolute, Sir Fretful Plagiary, and the Bailey Nicol Jarvie. John Pritt Harley was the son of a silk mercer, and originally a clerk in Chancery Lane. He was born in 1786 or 1790. He made his debut at the Lyceum in 1815, in The Devil's Bridge. His first appearance at Drury Lane was in 1815, as Lissardo in The Wonder. In farce he was good-humoured, bustling, and droll, and he excelled in Caleb Quotem, Peter Fidget, Bottom, and many Shakespearean characters. He died only a year or two ago, repeating, it is said, this line of one of his old parts: "I have an explosion of sleep come upon me." Miss Kelly, born in 1790, was at the Lyceum in 1808, and went from thence to Drury Lane. She sang in operas, and was admirable in genteel comedy and domestic tragedy. Her romps were scarcely inferior to Mrs. Jordan's. Her waiting-maids were equal to Mrs. Orger's. Charles Lamb, writing in 1818, says of her, "Your tears have passion in them and a grace, a genuine freshness which our hearts avow. Your smiles are winds whose ways we cannot trace, that vanish and return we know not how." Miss Kelly was twice shot at while acting. In both cases, the cruel assailants were rejected admirers. In 1850, Mrs. Glover took her farewell benefit at Drury Lane. Farron and Madame Vestris taking parts in the performance, Mrs. Glover playing Mrs. Malaprop. She was born in 1779 and had made her first appearances as Elvina in good Hannah More's dull tragedy at Covent Garden in 1797. Beautiful in youth, Mrs. Glover had gracefully passed from sighing Juliets and maundering Elvinas into Mrs. Heidelberg's, Mrs. Candor's, and the nurse in Romeo and Juliet. Robert Keeley, who was brought up a compositor, was born in Grange Court, Carey Street, in 1794. He acted at Drury Lane as early as 1819, and at the Adelphi as early as 1826, as Jemmy Green in Tom and Jerry. In 1834 we find the critics ranking him below Liston and Reeve, but he was very popular in his representations of cowardly fear and stupid chuckling astonishment. He left the stage for several years before his death. Miss Helen Fawcett, born in 1816, was the original heroine of Sir Bulwer Lytton's and Mr. Browning's plays. Her Beatrice, Imogen, and Rosalind were admirable, and her Antigone was a great success. She retired from the stage in 1851 when she married Mr. Theodore Martin, the accomplished translator of Horace and Catullus, and the joint author with Professor Ayton of those admirable burlesque ballads of Bon Gaultier. William Charles Macready, the son of a Dublin upholsterer, appeared in London first in 1816. Kean approved his Orestes, and he soon advanced to Rob Roy, Virginius, and Coriolanus. He then removed to Drury Lane and distinguished himself as Caius Gracchus and William Tell in two of Mr. Sheridan Knowles' plays. He reappeared at Drury Lane in 1826. The critics said that he failed in Rolla and Hamlet, but excelled in Rob Roy, Coriolanus, and Richard. He himself preferred his own Hamlet. They complained that he had a burr in his enunciation and a catching of the breath, that he was too fond of declamation and violent transitions. Others thought him too heavy and colloquial. In 1826 he went to America, where the fatal riot of Forrest partisans occurred, and 22 men were killed. His season closed at Drury Lane in 1843. His benefit took place in 1851, and he then retired from the stage to live the life of a quiet, useful country gentleman in the west of England. He died in 1873 and lies buried at Kensal Green. Mr. Charles Kean, struggling with a bad voice and a mean figure, had a hard fight for success and won it only by the most dauntless perseverance. Born in 1811, he appeared for the first time upon the boards as Norval in 1827. After repeated failures in London and much success in the provinces in America, Mr. Kean accepted an engagement at Drury Lane in 1838. Mr. Bunn offering him £50 a night. He succeeded in Hamlet, and was presented with a silver vase of the value of £200. In Richard and Sir Giles Overreach he also triumphed. In 1843 Mr. Kean renewed his engagement with Mr. Bunn. Before retiring from the stage and starting for Australia, Mr. and Mrs. Kean performed for many nights at Drury Lane. Charles Kean died in 1868. Miss Ellen Tree first performed at Drury Lane as Violante in The Wonder. She married Mr. C. Kean in 1842 and aided him in those antiquarianly correct spectacles that for a time rendered a scholarly, careful, but scarcely first-rate actor popular in the metropolis. We have room in this brief and imperfect resume of theatrical history for only two pictures of Drury Lane. One is in 1800, when George III was fired at by Hatfield as he entered the house to witness Cribber's comedy of She Would and She Would Not. When the Marquis of Salisbury would have drawn him away, the brave, obstinate king said, Sir, you discompose me as well as yourself. I shall not stir one step. The Queen and princesses were in tears all the evening, but George III sat calm and collected, staring through his single-barrel opera-glass. In 1783 the King, Queen, and Prince of Wales went to Drury Lane to see Mrs. Siddons play Isabella. They sat under a dome of crimson velvet and gold. The King wore a Quaker-colored dress with gold buttons, while the handsome scapegrace Prince was adorned in blue Genoa velvet. Mr. Planchet, the accomplished writer of extravaganzas and the Somerset Herald, brought out his burlesque of Amoroso, King of Little Britain, at Drury Lane in 1818. He afterwards wrote the libretto of Maid Marian for Mr. Bishop, and that of Oberon for Weber. In 1828 his Charles XII was produced at Drury Lane. On Mr. Falconer's clever imitative experiments we have no room to dilate. The Peep o' Day, a piece which reproduced all the Colleen Bawn effects, was the best. And now, leaving the theatres for meaner places, we pass on to the district of the butchers. Clare Market stands on a spot formerly called Clement's Inn Fields, and was built by the Earl of Clare, who lived close by in 1657. The family names Denzil, Holles, etc., are retained in the neighbouring streets. This market became notorious in Pope's time for the buffoonery, noisy impudence, and extravagancies of orator Hendrie, a sort of ecclesiastical outlaw of a not very religious age, who tried to make his impudence and conceit pass for genius. This street orator, the son of a Leicestershire vicar, was born in 1692. After going to St. John's College, Cambridge, he returned home, kept a school, wrote a poem called Esther, and began a universal grammar in 10 languages. Heated by an itch for reforming, and tired of the country, or driven away, as some say, by a scandalous embarrassment, he hurried to London and for a short time did duty at a chapel in Bedford Row. During this time, under the Earl of Macclesfield's patronage, he translated Pliny's epistles, Vertot's works, and Montfaucon's Italian travels. He then competed for a lectureship in Bloomsbury, but failed, the parishioners not disliking his language or his doctrine, but complaining that he threw himself about too much in the pulpit. Now regular action was one of Henley's peculiar prides. The rejection hurt his vanity and nearly drove him crazy. Losing his temper, he rushed into the vestry-room. "Blockheads!" he roared. "Are you qualified to judge the degree of action necessary for a preacher of God's word? Were you able to read, or had sufficient sense, you sorry knaves, to understand the renowned orator of antiquity? He would tell you almost the only requisite of a public speaker was action, action, action. But I despise and defy you. Provoco ad populum. The public shall decide between us." He then hurried from the room, soon afterwards published his probationary discourse, and taking a room in Newport Market, started as quack divine and public lecturer. But first he consulted the eccentric and heretical Whiston, whom Swift bantered so ruthlessly, Whiston being, like Henley, a Leicestershire man, as to whether he should incur any legal penalties by officiating as a separatist from the Church of England. Whiston, himself an expelled professor, tried to dissuade the orator from his wild project. Disagreement and abuse followed, and the correspondence ended with the following final bombshell from the violent demagogue. To Mr. William Whiston, take notice that I give you warning not to enter my room in Newport Market at your peril. John Henley. The orator patronized divinity on Sundays and secular subjects on Wednesdays and Fridays. The admittance was 1 shilling. He also published outrageous pamphlets and a weekly farrago called The Hip Doctor, intended to antidote the Craftsman, and for which pompous nonsense Sir Robert Walpole is said to have given him £100 a year. He also attacked eminent persons, even Pope, from his pulpit. Every Saturday an advertisement of the subject of his next week's oration appeared in the Daily Advertiser, preceded by a sarcastic or libelous motto, and sometimes an offer that if any one at home or abroad could be found to surpass him, he would surrender his oratory at once to his conqueror. In 1729, Hendrie, growing perhaps more popular, removed to Clare Market, where the butchers became his warm partisans and served as his bodyguard. The following are two of his shameless advertisements. At the oratory in Newport Market tomorrow, at half an hour after 10, the sermon will be on the Witch of Endor. At half an hour after 5, the theological lecture will be on the conversion and original of the Scottish nation and of the Picts and Caledonians, St. Andrew's relics and panegyric, and the character and mission of the apostles. On Wednesday, at 6 or near the matter, take your chance, will be a medley oration on the history, merits, and praise of confusion and of confounders, in the road and out of the way. On Friday will be that on Dr. Faustus and Fortunatus and conjuration. After each, the chimes of the times, Numbers 23 and 24. Very shortly afterwards he advertised from Clare Market. Number 1. The postil will be on the turning of Lot's wife into a pillar of salt. The sermon will be on the necessary power and attractive force which religion gives the spirit of a man with God and good spirits. Number 2. At 5:1, the postil will be on this point: in what language our Savior will speak the last sentence to mankind. Number 3. The lecture will be on Jesus Christ sitting at the right hand of God, where that is, the honors and luster of his inauguration, the learning, criticism, and piety of that glorious article. The Monday's orations will be shortly resumed. On Wednesday the oration will be on the skits of the fashions, or a live gallery of family pictures in all ages, ruffs, muffs, puffs, manifold, shoes, wedding shoes, two shoes, slip shoes, heels, clocks, pantofles, buskins, pantaloons, garters, shoulder knots, periwigs, headdresses, modesties, tuckers, farthingales, corkins, minikins, slammakins, ruffles, round robins, fans, patches, dame, forsooth, madam, my lady, the wit and beauty of my grandmum, Winifred, Joan, Bridget, compared with our Winnie, Jenny, and Biddy, fine ladies and pretty gentlewomen, being a general view of the beau monde from before Noah's flood to the year 29. On Friday will be something better than last Tuesday. After each, a bob at the Times. This very year, 1729, the Dunciad was published, and in it this Rabelais of the pulpit had, of course, his niche. Pope had been accused of taking the bread out of people's mouths. He denies this and asks if Colley Cibber has not still his lord, and Hendrie his butchers, and ends with these lines, which, however, had no effect, for Hendrie went on ranting for 18 years longer. But where each science lifts its modern type, history and her pot, divinity his pipe, while proud philosophy repines to show dishonest sight his breeches rent below, embrowned with native bronze, lo, Hendrie stands, tuning his voice and balancing his hands. How fluent nonsense trickles from his tongue! How sweet the periods, neither said nor sung! Still break the benches, Hendrie, with thy strain, while Sherlock, Hare, and Gibson preach in vain. O great restorer of the good old stage, preacher at once and zany of the age! O worthy thou of Egypt's wise abodes, a decent priest when monkeys were the gods! But fate with butchers placed thy priestly stall, meek modern faith to murder, hack, and maul, and bade thee live to crown Britannia's praise in Toland's, Tyndall's, and in Woolston's days. In another place he says, Hendrie lay inspired beside a sink, and to mere mortals seemed a priest in drink. Pope often attacked Hendrie in the Grub Street Journal, and the orator retaliated. A year or two after the essay on man was published, Hendrie, December 1737, announced a lecture. Whether Mr. Pope be a man of sense in one argument, whatever is right. If whatever is right, Hendrie thought that nothing could be wrong. Ergo, he himself was not a proper object of satire. Hendrie's pulpit was covered with velvet and gold lace, and over his altar was written, "The Primitive Eucharist." A contemporary journalist describes him entering his pulpit suddenly, like a harlequin, through a sort of trap door at the back, and at one large leap jumping into and falling to work, beating his notions into the butcher audience simultaneously with his hands, arms, legs, and head. In one of his arrogant puffs, he boasts that he has singly executed what would sprain a dozen of modern doctors of the tribe of Issachar, that no one dares to answer his challenges, that he can write, read, and study 12 hours a day and not feel the yoke, and write 3 dissertations a week without help, and put the church in danger. He struck medals for his tickets, with a star rising to the meridian upon them, and the vain superscription ad summa, to the heights, and below, inveniam viam aut faciam, I will find a way or make one. When the orator's funds grew low, his audacity and impudence rose to their climax. He once filled his chapels with shoemakers, whom he had attracted by advertising that he could teach a method of making shoes with wonderful celerity. His secret consisted in cutting the tops off old boots. His motto to this advertisement was Omni majus continet esse minus, the greater includes the less. In 1745, Hendrie was cited before the Privy Council for having used seditious expressions in one of his lectures. Charing, then Archbishop of York, had been arming his clergy and urging everyone to volunteer against the Pretender. The Earl of Chesterfield, then Secretary of State, urged on Hendrie the impropriety of ridiculing such honest exertions at a time when rebellion actually raged in the very heart of the kingdom. "I thought, my lord," said Hendrie, "that there was no harm in cracking a joke on a red herring." During his examination, the restorer of ancient eloquence requested permission to sit, on account of a rheumatism that was greatly supposed to be imaginary. The earl tried to turn the outlaw divine into ridicule, but Hendrie's eccentric answers, odd gestures, hearty laughs, strong voice, magisterial air, and self-possessed face were a match for his somewhat heartless lordship. Being cautioned about his disrespectful remarks on certain ministers, Hendrie answered gravely, "My lords, I must live." Lord Chesterfield replied, "I don't see the necessity," and the council laughed. Upon this, Hendrie, remembering that the joke was Voltaire's, was somewhat irritated. "That is a good thing, my lord," he exclaimed, "but it has been said before." A few days after the orator, being reprimanded and cautioned, was dismissed as an impudent but entertaining fellow. Dr. Charing, whom the rogue ridiculed, was a worthy man, who in 1747, on the death of Potter, became Archbishop of Canterbury, and died in 1757. Swift hated Charing for condemning the Beggar's Opera in a sermon at Lincoln's Inn, and wrote accordingly, "The Beggar's Opera will probably do more good than 1,000 sermons of so stupid, so injudicious, and so prostitute a divine." In 1748, Dr. Cobden, the court chaplain, an odd but worthy man, incurred the resentment of King George II by preaching before him a sermon entitled "A Persuasive to Chastity," a virtue not popular then at St. James. He resigned his post in 1752. The text of this obnoxious sermon was, "Take away the wicked from before the king." Hendrie's next Saturday's motto was, "Away with the wicked before the king, away with the wicked behind him." His throne it will bless with righteousness, and we shall know where to find him. If any of the orator's old Bloomsbury friends ever caught his eye among the audience, he would gratify his vanity and rankling resentment by a pause. He would then say, "You see, sir, all mankind are not exactly of your opinion. There are, you perceive, a few sensible persons in the world who consider me as not totally unqualified for the office I have undertaken." His abashed adversaries, hot and confused, and with all eyes turned on them, would retreat precipitately, and sometimes were pushed out of the room by Henley's violent butchers. The orator figures in two caricatures, attributed, as Mr. Stevens thinks, wrongly to Hogarth. In one he is christening a child, in another he is on a scaffold with a monkey by his side. A parson takes the money at the door, while a butcher is porter. Modesty is in a cloud, folly in a coach, and there is a gibbet prepared for poor merit. Henley, who latterly grew coarse, brutal, and drunken, died October 14, 1756. The Gentleman's Magazine merely announces his death thus: Reverend Orator Henley, age 64. Nollekens Smith says that he died mad. It is somewhat uncertain where his oratory stood. Some say in Duke Street, others in the Market. It was probably in Davenant's old theatre at the tennis court in Vere Street. The beginning of one of this buffoon's ribald sermons has been preserved, and it is worth quoting to prove the miserable claptrap with which he amused his rude audience. The text is taken from Jeremiah 16, "I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them, and after that I will send many hunters, and they shall hunt." The former part of the text seems, as Scripture is written for our admonition, on whom the ends of the world are come, and end of all we have in the world, to relate to the Dutch, who are to be fished by us according to the Act of Parliament, for the word herrings in the Act has a figurative as well as a literal sense, and by a metaphor means Dutchmen, who are the greatest stealers of herrings in the world, so that the drift of the statute is that we are to fish for Dutchmen and catch them, either by nets or fishing rods, in return for their repeated catching of Englishmen, then transport them in some of Jonathan Forward's close lighters, and sell them in the West Indies, to repair the loss which our South Sea Company endured by the Spaniards, denying them the asiento, or sale of negroes. Among other wild sermons of Henley, we find discourses on the tears of Magdalen, St. Paul's cloak, and the last wills of the patriarchs. He left behind him 600 manuscripts, which he valued at 1 guinea apiece, and 150 volumes of commonplaces and other scholarly memoranda. They were sold for less than £100. They had been written with great care. When Henley was once accused that he did all for lucre, he retorted that some do nothing for it. He once filled his room by advertising an oration or marriage. When he got into his pulpit, he shook his head at the ladies and said he was afraid they oftener came to church to get husbands than to hear the preacher. On one occasion, 2 Oxonians whom he challenged came followed by such a strong party that the butchers were overawed, and Henley silently slunk away by a door behind the rostrum. There are still popular preachers in London, as greedy of praise and as basely eager for applause as Orator Henley. Equally great buffoons and men equally low in moral tone still fill some pulpits, and point the way to a path they may never themselves take. To such unhappy self-deceivers, we can advise no better cure than a moonlight walk in Clare Market in search of the ghost of Orator Henley. There was in Hogarth's time an artists' club at the Bull's Head, Clare Market. Boitard etched some of these characters: Hogarth, Jack Leggere, Colley Cibber, Dennis the critic, Boitard, Spiller the comedian, and George Lambert were members. Laguerre gives Spiller's portrait to the landlord and drew a caricature procession of his chums. The inn was afterwards called the Spiller's Head. One of the wags of the club wrote an epitaph on Spiller, beginning, "The butchers' wives fall in hysteric fits, for sure as they're alive, poor Spiller's dead. But thanks to Jack Laguerre, we've got his head. He was an inoffensive merry fellow, when sober-hipped, blithe as a bird when mellow." The Bull's Tavern in Clare Market, the same place in which Hogarth's Club was held, had previously been the favourite resort of that illustrious Jacobite, Dr. Radcliffe, who is said to have killed 2 queens. Swift did not like this overbearing, ignorant, and surly humorist, who, however, rejoiced in doing good, and left a vast sum of money to the University of Oxford. When Bathurst, the head of Trinity College, asked Radcliffe where his library was, he pointed to a few vials, a skeleton, and a herbal, and replied, "There is Radcliffe's library." Mrs. Bracegirdle, that excellent and virtuous actress, used to be in the habit, says Tony Ashton, of frequently going into Clare Market and giving money to the poor, unemployed basket women, insomuch that she could not pass that neighbourhood without thankful acclamations from people of all degrees. In 1846 there were in and about Clare Market about 26 butchers, who slaughtered from 350 to 400 sheep weekly in the stalls and cellars. The number killed was from 50 to 60 weekly, but in winter sometimes as many as 200. But the butcher's market has now become almost a thing of the past. Joe Miller formerly lay buried in a graveyard on the south side of Portugal Street, but the graveyard is now turned to other purposes. At the corner of Portugal Street and Lincoln's Inn Fields is the Black Jack Inn, a hostelry whose name is connected with some of Jack Sheppard's feats. End of Chapter 21, Drury Lane, Part 3.
Section 22, Part 1 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury, Section 22, Part 1. Chapter 13, St. Giles's. That ancient Roman military road, the Watling Street, came from Edgware, and passing over Hyde Park and through James's Park by Old Palace Yard, once the wool stable, it reached the Thames. Thence it was continued to Canterbury and the 3 great seaports. Another Roman road, the Via Trinobantica, which began at Southampton and ended at Aldborough, ran through London, crossed the Watling Street at Tyburn, and passed along Oxford Street. In latter times, says Dr. Stukely, the road was changed to a more southerly direction, and Holborn was formed, leading to Newgate or the Chamberlain's Gate. One of the earliest tolls ever imposed in England is said to have had its origin in St. Giles's. In 1346, Edward III granted to the master of the Hospital of St. Giles and to John de Holborn a commission empowering them to levy tolls for 2 years, 1 penny in the pound on their value, on all cattle and merchandise passing along the public highways leading from the old temple, that is Holborn Bars, to the Hospital of St. Giles's, and also along the Charing Road and another highway called Portpool, now Gray's Inn Lane. The money was to be used in repairing the roads, which, by the frequent passing of carts, wains, horses, and cattle, had become so miry and deep as to be nearly impassable. The only persons exempted were to be lords, ladies, and persons belonging to religious establishments. Henry V ascended the throne in 1413, and astonished his subjects by suddenly casting off his slough of vice and becoming a self-restrained, virtuous, and high-spirited king. His first care was to forget party distinctions, and to put down the Lollards, or disciples of Wycliffe, whom the clergy denounced as dangerous to the civil power. As a good general secures the rear of his army before he advances, so the young king was probably desirous to guard himself against this growing danger before he invaded Normandy and made a clutch at the French crown. Arundel, the primate, urged him to indict Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, the head of the Lollard sect. The king was averse to a prosecution, and suggested milder means. At a conference, therefore, appointed before the bishops and doctors in 1414, the following articles were handed Oldcastle as tests, and the unorthodox lord was allowed 2 days to retract his heresies. He was required to confess that at the sacrament the material bread and wine are turned into Christ's very body and Christ's very blood, that every Christian man ought to confess to an ordained priest, that Christ ordained St. Peter and his successors as his vicars on earth, that Christian men ought to obey the priest, and that it is profitable to go on pilgrimages and to worship the relics and images of saints. This is determination of Holy Church. How feel ye this article? With these stern words ended every dogma proposed by the primate. Lord Cobham, who was much esteemed by the king and had been a good soldier under his father, repeatedly refused to profess his belief in these tenets. The archbishop then delivered the heretic to the secular arm, to be put to death according to the usage of the times. The night previous to his execution, however, Lord Cobham escaped from the Tower and fled to Wales, where he lay hid for 4 years while Agincourt was being fought, and where he must have longed to have been present with his true sword. Soon after his escape, the frightened clergy spread a report that he was in St. Giles's Fields at the head of 20,000 Lollards, who were resolved to seize the king and his 2 brothers, the Dukes of Bedford and Gloucester. For this imaginary plot, 36 persons were hanged or burnt, but the names of only 3 are recorded, and of these Sir Roger Acton is the only person of distinction. A reward of 1,000 marks was offered for Lord Cobham, and other inducements were held out by Chicheley, the primate Arundel's successor. 4 years, however, elapsed before the premature Protestant was discovered and taken by Lord Powis in Wales. After some blows and blood, a countrywoman in the fray breaking Cobham's leg with a stool, he was secured and sent up to London in a horse litter. He was sentenced to be drawn on a hurdle to the gallows in St. Giles's Fields, and to be hanged over a fire in order to inflict on him the utmost pain. He was brought from the Tower on the 25th of December 1418, and his arms bound behind him. He kept a very cheerful countenance as he was drawn to the field where his assumed treason had been committed. When he reached the gallows, he fell devoutly on his knees and piously prayed God to forgive his enemies. The cruel preparations for his torment struck no terror in him, nor shook the constancy of the martyr. He bore everything bravely as a soldier, and with the resignation of a Christian. Then he was hung by the middle with chains and consumed alive in the fire, praising God's name as long as his life lasted. He was accused by his enemies of holding that there was no such thing as free will, that all sin was inevitable, and that God could not have prevented Adam's sin, nor have pardoned it without a satisfaction of Christ. Fuller says of him, "Stage poets have themselves been very bold with, and others very merry at, the memory of Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, whom they have fancied a boon companion or jovial roisterer, and yet a coward to boot, contrary to the credit of the chronicles, owning him to be a martial man of merit. Sir John Falstaff hath derided the memory of Sir John Oldcastle, and of late is substituted buffoon in his place. But it matters us little what petulant priests or what malicious poets have written against him." The gallows had been removed from the elms at Smithfield in 1413, the first year of Henry V, but Tyburn was a place of execution as early as 1388. The St. Giles's gallows was set up at the north corner of the hospital wall, between the termination of High Street and Crown Street, opposite to where the Pound stood. The manor of St. Giles was anciently divided from Bloomsbury by a great fosse called Blemen's Ditch. The Domesday Book contains no mention of this district, nor indeed of London at all, except of 10 acres of land nigh Bishopsgate, belonging to St. Paul's, and a vineyard in Holborn, belonging to the Crown. This yard is supposed to have stood on the site of the Vine Tavern, now destroyed, a little to the east of Kingsgate Street. Blemen's Ditch was a line of defence running nearly parallel with the north side of Holborn, and connecting itself to the east with the Fleet Brook. It was probably of British origin. On the north-west of London, in the Roman times, there were marshes and forests, and even as late as Elizabeth, Marylebone and St John's Wood were almost all chase. The manor was crown property in the Norman times, for Matilda, daughter of Malcolm, King of Scotland, and the Queen of Henry I, built a leper hospital there and dedicated it to St Giles. The same good woman erected a hospital at Cripplegate and another at St Catherine's near the Tower, and founded a priory within Aldgate. The hospital of St Giles sheltered 40 lepers, 1 clerk, a messenger, the master, and several matrons. The Queen gave 60 shillings each a year to each leper. The inmates of later hospitals were in the habit of begging in the marketplaces. The patron saint, St Giles, was an Athenian of the 7th century who lived as a hermit in a forest near Nismes. One day some hunters, pursuing a hind that he had tamed, struck the Greek with an arrow as he protected it, but the good man still went on praying and refused all recompense for the injury. The French king in vain attempted to entice the saint from his cell, which in time, however, grew first into a monastery and then into a town. The hospital was built on the site of the old parish church, and it occupied 8 acres. It stood a little to the west of the present church, where Lloyd's Court stands or stood, and its gardens reached between High Street and Hog Lane, now Crown Street, to the Pound, which used to stand nearly opposite to the west end of Mears Brewhouse. It was surrounded by a triangular wall, running in a line with Crown Street to somewhere near the Cock and Pie Fields, afterwards the 7 Dials, in a line with Monmouth Street, and thence east and west up High Street, joining near the Pound. Unwholesome diet and the absence of linen seems to have encouraged leprosy, which was probably a disease of Eastern origin. In 1179 the Lateran Council decreed that lepers should keep apart and have churches and churchyards of their own. It was therefore natural to build hospitals for lepers outside large towns. Henry II, for the health of the souls of his grandfather and grandmother, granted the poor lepers a second 60 shillings, each to be paid yearly at the feast of St Michael, and 30 shillings more out of his Surrey rents to buy them lights. He also confirmed to them the grant of a church at Feltham, near Hounslow. In Henry III's reign, Pope Alexander IV issued a bull to confirm these privileges. Edward I granted the hospital 2 charters in 1300 and 1303, and in Edward II's reign so many estates were granted to it that it became very rich. Edward III made St Giles a cell of Burton St Lazar in Leicestershire. This annexation led to quarrels and to armed resistance against the visitations of Robert, Archbishop of Canterbury. In this reign the Great Plague broke out, and the king commanded the wards of the city to issue proclamations and remove all lepers. It is strange that St Giles should have been the resort of pariahs from the very beginning. Burton St Lazar, a manor sold in 1828 for £30,000, is still celebrated for its cheeses. It remained a flourishing hospital from the reign of Stephen till Henry VIII suppressed it. St Giles's sank in importance after this absorption, and finally fell in 1537 with its larger brother. By a deed of exchange, the greedy king obtained 48 acres of land, some marshes, and 2 inns. 6 years after, the king gave St Giles to John Dudley, Viscount Lisle, High Admiral of England, who fitted up the principal part of the hospital for his own residence. 2 years after, Lord Lisle sold the manor to Wymond Carew, Esquire. The mansion was situated westward of the church and facing it. It was afterwards occupied by the celebrated Alice, Duchess of Dudley, who died there in the reign of Charles II, aged 90. This house was subsequently the residence of Lord Wharton. It divided Lloyd's Court from Denmark Street. The Master's House, the White House, stood on the site of Dudley Court, and was given by the Duchess to the parish as a rectory house. The wall which surrounded the hospital gardens and orchards was not entirely removed till 1639. Early in the 14th century, the parish of St Giles, including the hospital inmates, numbered only 100 inhabitants. In King John's reign it was laid out in garden plots and cottages. In Henry III's reign it was a scattered country village, with a few shops and Stone Cross, where the High Street now is. As far back as 1225 a blacksmith's shop stood at the northwest end of Drury Lane and remained there till its removal in 1575. In Queen Elizabeth's reign, the Holborn houses did not run farther than Red Lion Street. The road was then open as far as the present Hart Street, where a garden wall commenced near Broad Street, St Giles's, and the end of Drury Lane, where a cluster of houses on the right formed the chief part of the village, the rest being scattered houses. The hospital precincts were at this time surrounded by trees. Beyond this, north and south, all was country, and avenues of trees marked out the Oxford and other roads. There was no house from Broad Street, St Giles's, to Drury House at the top of Wych Street. The lower part of Holborn was paved in the reign of Henry VI in 1417, and in 1542 it was completed as far as St Giles's, being very full of pits and sloughs, and perilous and noisome to all on foot or horseback. The first increase of buildings in this district was on the north side of Broad Street. 3 edicts of 1582, 1593 and 1602 evince the alarm of government at the increase of inhabitants, and prohibit further building under severe penalties. The first proclamation, dated from Nonsuch Palace in Surrey, assigns the reason of these prohibitions. 1. The difficulty of governing more people without new officers and fresh jurisdictions. 2. The difficulty of supplying them with food and fuel at reasonable rates. 3. The danger of plague and the injury to agriculture. Regulations were also issued to prevent the further resort of country people to town, and the Lord Mayor took oaths to enforce these proclamations. But London burst through these foolish and petty restraints as Samson burst the green withes. In 1580 the resident foreigners in the capital had increased from 3,762 to 6,462 persons, the majority being Dutch who had fled from the Spaniards, and Huguenots who had escaped from France after the massacre of St Bartholomew. St Giles's grew, especially to the east and west round the hospital. The girdle wall was mostly demolished soon after 1595. Holborn, stretching westward with its fair houses, lodgings for gentlemen, and inns for travellers, had nearly reached it. In Aggas's map, cattle graze and intersecting footpaths where the great Queen Street now is. There were then only 2 or 3 houses in Covent Garden, but in 1606 the east side of Drury Lane was built. In the assessment of 1623 upwards of 20 courtyards and alleys are mentioned, and 100 houses were added on the north side of St Giles's Street, 136 in Bloomsbury, 56 on the west side of Drury Lane, and 71 on the south side of Holborn. The south and east sides of the hospital site had been the slowest in their growth. After the Great Fire these still remained gardens, but the north side, nearer Oxford Road, was already occupied. The first inhabitants of importance were Mr. Abram Speckart and Mr. Breads, in the reigns of James I and Charles I, and afterwards Sir William Stidolph. New Compton Street was originally called Stidolph Street, but afterwards changed its name when Charles II gave the adjoining marsh land to Mr. Francis Compton, who built on the old hospital land a continuation of Old Compton Street. Monmouth Street, probably named after the foolish and unfortunate Duke, was also built in this reign. In 1694, in the reign of William III, a Mr. Neal, a lottery promoter, took on lease the Cock and Pie Fields, then the resort of gambling boys, thieves and beggars, and a sink of filth and cesspools, and built the neighbouring streets, placing in the centre a Doric pillar with 7 dials on it. Afterwards a clock was added. This same Sir Thomas Neal took a large piece of ground on the north side of Piccadilly from Sir Thomas Clarges, agreeing to lay out £10,000 in building, but he failed to carry out his design, and Sir Walter Clarges, after great trouble, got the lease out of his hands, and Clarges Street was then built. In 1697, many hundreds of the 14,000 French refugees who fled from Louis XIV's dragoons after the cruel revocation of the Edict of Nantes, settled about Long Acre, the 7 Dials and Soho. In Strype's time, Queen Anne's reign, Stakel Street, Kendrick Yard, Vinegar Yard and Phoenix Street were mostly occupied by poor French people, indigent marquises and starving countesses. In the reign of Queen Anne, St Giles's increased with great rapidity. St Giles's Street and Broad Street from the Pound to Drury Lane, The south-east side of Tottenham Court Road, Crown Street, the Seven Dials and Castle Street were completed. The south side of Holborn was also finished from Broad Street to a little east of Great Turnstile, and on the north side the street spread to 2 doors east of the Vine Tavern. The Irish had already begun to debase St Giles's. The French refugees completed the degradation and hopelessness and spread like a mud deluge towards Soho. In 1640 there are in the parish book several entries of money paid to soldiers and distressed men who had lost everything they had in Ireland. Paid to a poor Irishman and to a prisoner come over from Dunkirk, 1 shilling. Paid for a shroud for an Irishman that died at Bricketts, 2 shillings and 6pence. In 1640, 1642 and 1647 there constantly occurred donations to poor Irish ministers and plundered Irish. Clothes were sent by the parish into Ireland. There is 1 entry. Paid to a poor gentleman undone by the burning of a city in Ireland, having licence from the Lords to collect, 3 shillings. The following entries are also curious and characteristic. 1642, to Mrs. Mabb, a poet's wife, her husband being dead, 1 shilling. Paid to Goody Parish to buy her boys 2 shirts, and Charles their father, a waterman at Chiswick, to keep him at £20 a year from Christmas, 3 shillings. 1648, gave to the Lady Pygott in Lincoln's Inn Fields, poor and deserving relief, 2 shillings and 6pence. 1670, given to the Lady Thornbury, being poor and indigent, 10 shillings. 1641, to Old Goodman Street and Old Goody Malthus, very poor. 1645, to Mother Cole and Mother Johnson, 20p apiece, 2 shillings. 1646, to William Burnett in a cellar in Raggedstaff Yard, being poor and very sick, 1 shillings and 6pence. To Goody Sherlock in Maidenhead Fields Lane, 1 linen wheel, and gave her money to buy flax, 1 shilling. There are also some interesting entries showing what a sink for the poverty of all the world the St Giles's cellars had become even before the Restoration. 1640, gave to Signor Lifcatha, a distressed Grecian. 1642, to Laelish Milchitaire of Chemaica in Armenia, to pass him to his own country and to redeem his sons in slavery under the Turks, 5 shillings. 1654, paid towards the relief of the mariners, maimed soldiers, widows and orphans of such as have died in the service of Parliament, £4 11 shillings. These were for Cromwell's soldiers, and this year Oliver himself gave £40 to the parish to buy coals for the poor. 1666, collected at several times towards the relief of the poor sufferers burnt out by the late dreadful fire of London, £25 8 shillings and 4pence. In 1670, nearly £185 was collected in this parish towards the redemption of slaves. After 1648, the Irish are seldom mentioned by name. They had grown by this time part and parcel of the district, and dragged all round them down to poverty. In 1653, an assistant beadle was appointed especially to search out and report all new arrivals of chargeable persons. In 1659, a monthly vestry meeting was instituted to receive the constable's report as to new vagrants. In 1675, French refugees began to increase, and in 1679 to 1680, 1690 and 1692, fresh efforts were made to search out and investigate the cases of all newcomers. In 1710, the churchwardens reported to the commissioners for building new churches that a great number of French Protestants were inhabitants of the parish. Well-known beggars of the day are frequently mentioned in the parish accounts, as for instance, 1640, gave to Tottenham Court Meg, being very sick, 1 shilling. 1642, gave to the ballad-singing cobbler, 1 shilling. 1646, gave to old Friswig, £1 6 shillings. 1657, paid the collectors for a shroud for old Guy, the poet, 2 shillings and 6pence. 1658, paid a year's rent for Mad Bess, £1 4 shillings and 6pence. 1642, paid to one Thomas, a traveller, 6pence. To a poor woman and her children almost starved, 5 shillings and 6pence. 1645, for a shroud for Hunter's child, the blind beggarman, 1 shilling and 6pence. 1646, paid and given to a poor wretch, name forgot, 1 shilling. Given to old Osborne, a troublesome fellow, 1 shilling and 3pence. Paid to Roton, the lame glazier, to carry him towards Bath, 3 shillings. 1647, to old Osborne and his blind wife, 6d. To the old mud wall maker, 6d. In 1665 the plague fell heavily on St Giles's, already dirty and overcrowded. The pest had already broken out 5 times within the 80 years beginning in 1592, but no outbreak of this oriental pest in London had carried off more than 36,000 persons. The disease in 1665, however, slew no fewer than 97,306 in 10 months. In St Giles's, the plague of 1592 carried off 894 persons. In 1625 there died of the plague about 1,333, but in 1665 there was swept off from this parish alone 3,216. The plague of 1625 seemed to have alarmed London quite as much as its successor, for we find that in St Giles's no assessment could be made, as the richer people had all fled into the country. A pest house was fitted up in Bloomsbury for the 9 adjoining parishes, and this was afterwards taken by St Giles's for itself. The vestry appointed 2 examiners to inspect infected houses. Mr Pratt, the churchwarden, who advanced money to succour the poor when the rich deserted them, was afterwards paid £40 for the sums he had generously disbursed at his own risk. In 1642 the entries in the parish books showed that the disease had again become virulent and threatening. The bodies were collected in carts by torchlight and thrown without burial service into large pits. Infected houses were padlocked up, and watchmen placed to admit doctors or persons bringing food to the searchers, who at night brought out the dead. The following entries, for 1642, in the parish books seem to me even more terrible than Defoe's romance written 50 years after the events. Paid for the 2 padlocks and hasps for visited houses, 2 shillings and 6d. Paid Mr Hyde for candles for the bearers, 10 shillings. To the same for the night cart and cover, £7 9 shillings. To Mr Mann for links and candles for the night bearers, 10 shillings. The next year the plague still raged, and the same precaution seemed to have been taken as afterwards in 1665, showing that the terrible details of that punishment of filth and neglect were not new to London citizens. The entries go on. To the bearers for carrying out of Crown Street a woman that died of the plague, 1 shilling and 6d. Sent to a poor man shut up in Crown Yard of the plague, 1 shilling and 6d. Then follow some sums paid for padlocks and staples, graves and links. Paid and given Mr Lynne the beadle for a piece of good service to the parish in conveying away of a visited household to Lord's Pest House, 4th of Mr Higgins's house at Bloomsbury, 1 shilling and 6d. Received of Mr Hurl, Dr Temple's gift, to be given to Mrs Hockey, a minister's widow, shut up in the creche yard of the plague, 10 shillings. But now came the awful pestilence of 1665. The streets were so deserted that grass grew in them, and nothing was to be seen but coffins, pest carts, link men, and red-crossed doors. The air resounded with the tolling of bells, the screams of distracted mourners crying from the windows, "Pray for us," and the dismal call of the searchers, "Bring out your dead." The plague broke out in its most malignant form among the poor of St Giles's, and Dr Hodges and Sir Richard Massingham, both first-rate authorities on this subject, agree in this assertion. In August 1665 an additional rate to the amount of £600 was levied. Independent of this, very large sums were subscribed by persons resident in or interested in the parish. The following are a few of the items. Mr Williams, from the Earl of Clare, £10. Mr Justice Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, from the Lord Treasurer, £50. Earl Craven and the rest of the justices, towards the visited poor at various times, £449 16 shillings and 10d. Earl Craven towards the visited poor, £40 3 shillings. There are also these ominous entries. August, paid the searchers for viewing the corpse of Goodwife Phillips, who died of the plague, 6d. Laid out for Goodman Phillips and his children being shut up and visited, 5 shillings. Laid out for Lila Lewis, 3 Crane Court, being shut up of the plague, and laid out for the nurse, and for the nurse and burial, 18 shillings and 6d. In July 1666 the constables, etc., were ordered to make an account of all new inmates coming to the parish, and to take security that they would not become burdensome. They were also directed to be careful to prevent the infection spreading for the future by a timely guard of all that are or hereafter may happen to be visited. During the plague time, says an eyewitness, nobody put on black or formal mourning, yet London was all in tears. The shrieks of women and children at the doors and windows of their houses, where their dearest relations were dying or perhaps dead, were enough to pierce the stoutest hearts. At the west end of the town it was a surprising thing to see those streets which were usually thronged now grown desolate, so that I have sometimes gone the length of a whole street, I mean by streets, and have seen nobody to direct me but watchmen, sitting at the doors of such houses as were shut up. And one day I particularly observed that even in Holborn the people walked in the middle of the street and not at the sides, not to mingle, as I supposed, with anybody that came out of infected houses, or meet with smells and scents from them. Dr. Hodges, a great physician who shunned no danger, describes even more vividly the horrors of that period. In the streets, he says, might be seen persons seized with a sickness, staggering like drunken men. Here lay some dozing and almost dead. There others were met fatigued with excessive vomiting, as if they had drunk poison. In the midst of the market, persons in full health fell suddenly down as if the contagion was there exposed to sale. It was not uncommon to see an inheritance pass to the 3 heirs within the space of 4 days. The bearers were not sufficient to inter the dead. It is supposed that till the leper hospital was suppressed, the St. Giles's people used the oratory there as their parish church. Leland does not mention any other church, although he lived and wrote about the time of the suppression, and even made an effort to save the monastic manuscripts by proposing to have them placed in the King's Library. The oratory had probably a screen walling off the lepers from the rest of the congregation. It boasted several chantry chapels and a high altar at the east end dedicated to St. Giles, before which burnt a great taper called St. Giles's Light, and towards which, about A.D. 1200, one William Christmas bequeathed an annual sum of 12d. There was also a chapel of St. Michael appropriated to the infirm, and which had its own special priest. End of section 22, part 1. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia. Section 23 of Haunted London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia. Haunted London by Walter Thornbury, Section 23. In the reign of Charles I, the south side of the hospital church was full of rubbish, lumber, and coffin boards, and Lady Dudley put up a screen to divide the nave from the chancel. In 1623 the church became so ruinous that it had to be rebuilt at an expense of £2,068 7s and 2d. Among the subscribers appear the names of the Duchess of Lennox, Sir Anthony Ashley, Sir John Cotton, and the players at the Cockpit Playhouse. The 415 householders of the parish subscribed £1,065 9s, the donations ranging from the £250 of the Duchess of Dudley to Mother Parker's 2d. Nearly 5 years elapsed before the new church was consecrated. On the 9th of June 1628, Pym brought a charge against the rector, Dr. Mannering, for having preached 2 obnoxious sermons entitled Religion and Allegiance, and accused the imprudent time-server of persuading citizens to obey illegal commands on pain of damnation, and framing, like Guy Fawkes, a mischievous plot to alter and subvert the government. The third sermon, in which Mannering defended his 2 first, the stern Commons found, upon inquiry, had been printed by special command of the King. It was as full of mischief as a bombshell. It held that on any exigency all property was transferred to the sovereign, that the consent of Parliament was not necessary for the imposition of taxes, and that the divine laws required compliance with every demand which a prince should make upon his subjects. For these doctrines the Commons impeached Mannering. The sentence pronounced on him was that he should be imprisoned during the pleasure of the House, that he should be fined £1,000 to the King, make submission of his offence, be suspended from lay and ecclesiastical office for 3 years, and that his sermons be called in and burnt. On June 20, the courtly preacher came to the house, and on his knees submitted himself in sorrow and repentance for the errors and indiscretions he had been guilty of in preaching the sermons rashly, scandalously, and unadvisedly. He further acknowledged the 3 sermons to be full of dangerous passages and aspersions, and craved pardon for them of God and the king. No sooner was the session over than the wilful king pardoned him, promoted him to the deanery of Winchester, and some years after to the bishopric of St. David's. The new church was consecrated on the 26th of January 1630. Bishop Laud performed the ceremony and was entertained at the house of a Mr. Speckart near the church. There were 2 tables sufficient to seat 32 persons. The broken churchyard wall was fenced up with boards, the altar hung with green velvet, a rail made to keep the mob from the west door, and a train of constables armed with bills and halberts appointed to maintain order if the Puritans became threatening. The new rector, Dr. Haywood, had been chaplain to Laud, and was probably of the High Church party. Like his exiled predecessor, he had been chaplain to one of the most arbitrary of kings. In 1640, the Puritans, gaining strength, petitioned Parliament against him, stating that he had set up crucifixes and images of saints, likewise organs, with other confused music, etc., hindering devotion and maintained at the great and needless charge of the parish. They described the carved screen as particularly obnoxious, and they objected to the altar rail, the chancel carpet, the purple velvet in the desk, the needlework covers of the books, the tapestry, the lawn cloth, the bone lace of the altar cloths, and the taffeta curtains on the walls. These popish and superstitious ornaments were sold by order of Parliament, all but the plate and the great bell. The surplices were given away, the 12 apostles were washed off the organ loft, and the painted glass was taken down from the windows. The screen was sold for 40 shillings, and the money given to the poor. The covenant was framed and hung up in the church, and 5 shillings given to a pewterer for a new basin cut square on one side for baptisms. The blue velvet carpet, embroidered cushions, and blue curtains were sold, and so were the communion rails. In 1647, Lady Dudley's pew was lined with green baize and supplied with 2 straw mats. In 1650, the King's Arms were taken out of the windows, and a sundial was substituted. The organ loft was let as a pew. The Restoration soon followed on these paltry excesses of a low-bred fanaticism. The ringers of St. Giles's rang a peal for 3 days running. The King's Arms in the vestry and the windows were restored. Galleries were erected for the nobility. In 1670, a brass chandelier of 16 branches was bought for the church, and an hourglass for the pulpit. In 1718, the old hospital church had become damp and unwholesome. The grave ground had risen 8 feet, so that the church lay in a pit. Parliament was therefore petitioned that St. Giles's should be one of the 50 new churches. It was urged that a good church facing the High Street, the chief thoroughfare for all persons who travel the Oxford or Hampstead roads, would be a great ornament. The petitioners also contended that St. Giles's already spent £5,300 a year on the poor, and that a new rate would impoverish many industrious persons. The Duke of Newcastle, the Lord Chancellor, and other eminent parishioners strenuously supported the petition, which, on the other hand, was warmly opposed by the Archbishop of York, 5 bishops, and 11 temporal peers. The opposition contended that the parish was well able to repair the present church, that the fund given for building new churches was never meant to be devoted to rebuilding old ones, and that so far from the parish not requiring church accommodation, St. Giles's contained 40,000 persons, a number for which 3 new churches would be barely sufficient. 11 years longer the church remained a ruin, when in 1729 the commissioners granted £8,000 for a new church, provided that the parish would settle £350 a year on the rector of the new parish of Bloomsbury. The architect of the new church, opened in 1734, was Henry Flitcroft. The roof is supported by Ionic pillars of Portland stone. The steeple is 160 feet high and consists of a rustic pedestal supporting Doric pilasters. Over the clock is an octangular tower with 3/4 Ionic columns supporting a balustrade with vases. The spire is octangular and belled, This hideous production of Greek rules was much praised by the critics of 1736. They called it simple and elegant. They considered the East End as pleasing and majestic, and found nothing in the West to object to but the smallness and poverty of the doors. The steeple they described as light, airy, and genteel, whether taken with the body of the church or considered as a separate building. In 1827 the clock of St Giles's Church was illuminated with gas, and the novelty and utility of the plan attracted crowds to visit it from the remotest parts of the metropolis. St Giles's churchyard was enlarged in 1628 and again soon after the Restoration. The garden plot from which the new part was divided was called Brown's Gardens. In 1670 we find the sexton agreeing, on condition of certain windows he had been allowed to introduce into the side of his house facing the churchyard, to furnish the rector and churchwardens every Tuesday se'nnight after Easter with 2 fat capons ready dressed. In 1687 the Resurrection Gate, or Lich Gate as it was called, and which still exists, was erected at a cost of £185 14 shillings and sixpence. It stood for many years farther to the west than the old gate, and contains a heap of dully carved figures in relievo, abridged from Michelangelo's Last Judgment, and crowded under a large compass pediment. It has lately, however, been replaced in its old position. This work was much admired and celebrated, but Nollican Smith says that it is poor stuff. Pennant, always shrewd and vivacious, was one of the first writers who exposed the disgraceful and dangerous condition of the London churchyards. He describes seeing at St Giles as a great square pit with rows of coffins piled one upon the other, exposed to sight and smell, awaiting the mortality of the night. I turned away, he says, disgusted at the scene, and scandalised at the want of police, which so little regards the health of the living as to permit so many putrid corpses packed between some slight boards, dispersing their dangerous effluvia over the capital. In 1808 a new burial ground for St Giles's parish was consecrated in St Pancras's. It stands in grim loneliness between the Hampstead Road and College Street, Camden Town. The graves of John Flaxman, the sculptor, and his wife and sister are marked by an altar tomb of brick surmounted by a thick slab of Portland stone. Near it is the ruinous tomb of ingenious fadling Sir John Soane, the architect of the Bank of England. It is a work of great pretension, but cut up into toy-shop prettiness with all the peculiar defects of his style and manner. 2 black cypresses mark the grave. A few eminent persons are buried in the old St Giles's churchyard. Amongst these, the most illustrious is George Chapman, who produced a fine though rugged translation of the Iliad, which is to Pope's What Heart of Oak is to Veneer, and who died in 1634, aged 77, and lies buried here. Inigo Jones generously erected an altar tomb to his memory at his own expense. It is still to be seen in the external southern wall of the church. The monument is old, but the inscription is only a copy of all that remained visible of the old writing. That chivalrous visionary, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, was also buried here, and so was James Shirley, the dramatist, who died in 1666. The latter was the last of the great anti-Restoration playwriters, and of a thinner fibre than any of the rest, except Melancholy Ford. Richard Pendrell, the Staffordshire farmer, the preserver and conductor of King Giles II after his escape from Worcester fight, has an altar tomb to his memory raised in this churchyard. After the Restoration, Richard came to town, to be in the way, I suppose, of the good things then falling into cavaliers' mouths, and probably settled in St Giles as to be near the court. The story of the Boscobel Oak was one with which the swarthy king delighted to buttonhole his courtiers. Pendrell died in 1671, and had a monument erected to his memory on the south-east side of the church. The black marble slab of the old tomb forms the base of the present one. The epitaph is in a strain of fulsome bombast, considering the king who was preserved showed his gratitude to heaven only by a long career of unblushing vice, and by impoverishing and disgracing the foolish country that called him home. It begins thus: "Hold, passenger, here's shrouded in this hearse unparalleled Pendrell through the universe. Like when the eastern star from heaven gave light to 3 lost kings, so he in such dark night to Britain's monarch, lost by adverse war, on earth appeared a second eastern star." The dismal poet ends by assuring the world that Pendrell, the king's pilot, had gone to heaven to be rewarded for his good steering. In 1702 a Pendrell was overseer in this parish. About 1827 a granddaughter of this Richard lived near Covent Garden and still enjoyed part of the family pension. In 1827 Mr. John Pendrell, another descendant of Richard, died at Eastbourne. His son kept an inn at Lewes and was afterwards clerk at a Brighton hotel. The only monument at present of interest in the church is a recumbent figure of the Duchess Dudley, the great benefactor of the parish, created a duchess in her own right by Charles I. She died 1669. The monument was preserved by parochial gratitude when the church was rebuilt in consideration of the Duchess's numerous bequests to the parish. She was buried at Stoneleigh in Warwickshire. This pious and charitable lady was the daughter of Sir Thomas Lee of Stoneleigh, and she married Sir Robert Dudley, son of the great Earl of Leicester, who deserted her and his 5 daughters and went and settled in Florence, where he became chamberlain to the Grand Duchess. Clever and unprincipled as his father, Sir Robert devised plans for draining the country around Pisa and improving the port of Leghorn. He was outlawed, and his estates at Kenilworth, etc., were confiscated and sold for a small sum to Prince Henry. But Charles I generously gave them back to the Duchess. In her funeral sermon, Dr. Borman says of this good woman, she was a magazine of experience. I have often said she was a living chronicle bound up with the thread of a long-spun age, and in divers incidents and things relating to our parish I have often appealed to her stupendous memory as to an ancient record. In short, I would say to any desirous to attain some degree of perfection, Vade ad sanctii aegidii oppidum et disce ducinam Dudliam. Come to St. Giles's and inquire the character of Lady Dudley. The oldest monument remaining in the churchyard in 1708 was dated 1611. It was a tombstone close to the wall on the south side and near the west end, and was to the memory of a Mrs. Thornton. Her husband was the builder of Thornton Alley, which was probably his estate. The following painful lines were round the margin of the stone. Full south this stone 4 foot doth lie, his father John and grandsire Henry Thornton, of Thornton, in Yorkshire bred, where lives the fame of Thorntons being dead. Against the east end of the north aisle of the church was the tombstone of Eleanor Stewart, who died 1725, aged 123 years and 5 months. That good and inflexible patriot, Andrew Marvell, the most poignant satirist of King Charles II, died in 1678 and is buried in St. Giles's. Marvell was Latin secretary to Milton, and in the school of that good man's house learned how a true patriot should live. It is recorded that one day when he was dining in Maiden Lane, one of Charles II's courtiers came to offer him £1,000 as a bribe for his silence. Marvell refused the gift, took off the dish cover, and showed his visitor the humble half-picked mutton bone on which he was about to dine. He was member for Kingston upon Hull for nearly 20 years, and was buried at last at the expense of his constituents. They also voted a sum of money to erect a monument to him, with a harmless epitaph. To this, however, the rector of the time, to his own disgrace, refused admittance. Thomson, the editor of Marvell's works, searched in vain in 1774 for the patriot's coffin. He could find no plate earlier than 1722. In the same church with this fixed star rests that comet, Sir Roger L'Estrange. His monument was said to be the grandest in the church. Sir Roger died in 1704, aged 88. In 1721, after an ineffectual treaty for Dudley Court, where the parsonage house had once stood, a piece of ground called Vinegar Yard was purchased for the sum of £2,252 10s as a burial ground, hospital, and workhouse for the parish of St. Giles's. At that time, St. Giles's relieved about 840 persons at the cost of £4,000 a year. Of this number, there were 162 over 70 years of age, 126 parents overburthened with children, 183 deserted children and orphans, 70 sick at parish nurses, and 300 men lame, blind, and mad. The Earl of Southampton granted land for 5 almshouses in St. Giles's in 1656. The site was in Broad Street. nearly at the north end of Monmouth and King Streets, where they stood until 1782, at which period they were pulled down to widen the road. The new almshouses were erected in a close, low and unhealthy spot in Lukenaw's Lane. In the year 1661, Mr. William Shelton left lands for a school of 50 children in Parker's Lane between Drury Lane and Little Queen Street. The tenements, before he bought them, had been in the occupation of the Dutch ambassador. The premises were poor houses and a coach house and stables in the occupation of Lord Halifax. In 1687, the funds proving inadequate, the school was discontinued, but in 1815, after being in abeyance for 53 years, it was reopened in Lloyd's Court. The select vestry of St. Giles's was much badgered in 1828 by the excluded parishioners. There were endless errors in the accounts, and items amounting to £90,000 were found entered only in pencil. The special pleas put in by the attorneys of the vestry covered 175 folios of writing. Hog Lane, built in 1680, was rechristened in 1762 Crown Street, as an inscription on a stone let into the wall of a house at the corner of Rose Street intimates. Strype calls it a place not over well built or inhabited. The Greeks had a church here, afterwards a French refugee place of worship, and subsequently an independent chapel. It stood on the west side of the lane, a few doors from Compton Street, and its site is now occupied by St. Mary's Church and Clergy House. Hogarth laid the scene of his noon in Hog Lane at the door of this chapel, but the houses being reversed in the engraving, the truth of the picture is destroyed. The background contains a view of St. Giles's Church. The painter delighted in ridiculing the fantastic airs of the poor French gentry, and showed no kindly sympathy with their honest poverty and their sufferings. It was to St. Giles's that Hogarth came to study poverty and also vice. A scene of his harlot's progress is in Drury Lane close by. Tom Nero, in the 4 Stages of Cruelty, is a St. Giles's charity boy, and we see him in the first stage tormenting a dog near the church. Hogarth's Gin Street is situated at St. Giles's. The scenes of all the most hideous and painful of his works are in this district. Nollekens Smith, writing of St. Giles's, says, "I recollect the building of most of the houses at the north end of New Compton Street, so named in compliment to Bishop Compton, Dean of St. Paul's. I also remember a row of 6 small almshouses, surrounded by a dwarf brick wall, standing in the middle of High Street. On the left hand of High Street, passing into Tottenham Court Road, there were 4 handsome brick houses, probably of Queen Anne's time, with grotesque masks as keystones to the first floor windows. Nearly on the site of the new Resurrection Gate, in which the basso relievo is, stood a very small old house towards Denmark Street, which used to totter, to the terror of passers-by whenever a heavy carriage rolled through the street. Exactly where Oxford Street and Tottenham Court Road meet in a right angle, a large circular boundary stone was let into the pavement. Here, when the charity boys of St. Giles's walked the boundaries, those who deserved floggings were whipped, in order to impress the parish frontier on their memories. The Pound originally stood in the middle of the High Street, whence it was removed in 1656 to make way for the almshouses. It had stood there when the village really required a place to imprison straying cattle. The latest Pound stood in the broad space where the High Street, Tottenham Court Road and Oxford Street meet. It occupied a space of about 30 feet and was removed in 1768. It must have faced Muir's brewery. An old song that celebrates this locality begins, "At Newgate Steps Jack Chance was found, and bred up near St. Giles's Pound." Criminals on their way to Tyburn used to halt at the great gate of St. Giles's Hospital, where a bowl of ale was provided as their last refreshment in this life. A similar custom prevailed at York, which gave rise to the proverb, "The saddler of Bawtry was hung for leaving his liquor," meaning that if the impatient man had stopped to drink, his reprieve would have arrived in time. Bowl Yard was built about 1623 and was then surrounded by gardens. It is a narrow court on the south side of High Street, over against Dyot Street, now George Street. There was probably here a public house, the Bowl, at which in later time ale was handed to the passing thieves. Swift, in a spirited ballad, describes clever Tom Clinch, who rode stately through Holborn to die in his calling, stopping at the George for a bottle of sack and promising to pay for it when he came back. No one has sketched the highwayman more perfectly than the Irish prelate. Tom Clinch wears waistcoat, stockings, and breeches of white, and his cap is tied with cherry ribbon. He bows like a beau at the theatre to the ladies in the doors and to the maids in the balconies, who cry, "Lack-a-day, he's a proper young man." He swears at the hawkers crying his last speech, kicks the hangman when he kneels to ask his pardon, makes a short speech exhorting his comrades to ply their calling, and so carelessly and defiantly takes his leave of an ungrateful world. Rainy Day Smith describes when a boy of 8 years old being taken by Nollekens, the sculptor, to see that notorious highwayman John Rann, alias 16-string Jack, on his way to execution at Tyburn for robbing Dr. Bell, chaplain to the Princess Amelia, in Gunnersbury Lane, near Brentford, in 1774. Rann was a smart fellow and had been a coachman to Lord Sandwich, who then lived on the south-east corner of Bedford Row, Covent Garden. The undaunted malefactor wore a bright pea-green coat and carried an immense nosegay, which some mistress of the highwayman had handed him according to custom as a last token from the steps of St Sepulchre's Church. The 16 strings worn by this freebooter at his knees were reported to be in ironical allusion to the number of times he had been acquitted. On their return home, Nollekens, stooping to the boy's ear, assured him that had his father-in-law, Mr Justice Welsh, been then High Constable, they could have walked all the way to Tyburn beside the cart. Holborn used to be called the Heavy Hill, because it led thieves from Newgate to Tyburn. Old Fat Ursula, the roast pig seller in Ben Jonson's Bartholomew Fair, talks of ambling afoot to hear Knockham, the footpad, groan out of a cart up the Heavy Hill. This was in James I's time. Dryden alludes to it in the same way in 1678, and in 1695 Congreve's Sir Sampson mentions the same doleful procession. In 1709, Queen Anne, Tom Brown mentions a wily old councillor in Holborn who used to turn out his clerks every execution day for a profitable holiday, saying, "Go, you young rogues, go to school and improve." St Giles was always famous for its inns. One of the oldest of these was the Croche House, or Croche Hose, Cross Hose, so called from its sign, the crossed stockings. The sign, still used by hosiers, was a red and white stocking forming a St Andrew's cross. The inn belonged to the hospital cook in 1300, and was given by him to the hospital. It stood at the north of the present entrance to Compton Street, and was probably destroyed before the reign of Henry VIII. The Swan on the Hop was an inn of Edward III's time. It stood eastward of Drury Lane and on the south side of Holborn. The White Hart is described in Henry VIII's time as possessing 18 acres of pasture. It stood near the Holborn end of Drury Lane and existed till 1720. In Agus's plan it appears surrounded on 3 sides by a wall. It was bounded on the east by Little Queen Street and was divided from Holborn by an embankment. A court afterwards stood on its site. The Rose is mentioned as early as Edward III's reign. It was near Lewknor's Lane and stood not far from the White Hart. The Vine was an inn till 1816. It was on the north side of Holborn, a little to the east of Kingsgate Street. It is supposed to have stood on the site of a vineyard mentioned in Domesday Book. It was originally a country roadside inn with fields at the back. It became an infamous nuisance. The house that replaced it was first occupied by a timber merchant, and afterwards by Probert, the accomplice of Thurtle, who, escaping death for the murder of Mr Weir, was soon after hanged for horse-stealing in Gloucestershire. It was at this trial that the prisoner's keeping a gig was adduced as an incontestable proof of his respectability, a fact immortalised almost to the weariness of a degenerate age by Mr Thomas Carlyle. The inn was once called the Kingsgate Tavern, from its having stood near the Kingsgate or turnpike in the adjoining street. The Cock and Pie Inn stood at the west corner of what was once a mere or marshland. The fields surrounding it, now 7 dials, were called from it the Cock and Pie Fields. The Maidenhead Inn stood in Dyer Street and formed part of Lord Mountjoy's estates in Elizabeth's time. It was the house for parish meetings in Charles II's reign. It then became a resort for mealmen and farmers, and latterly a brandy shop and beggar's haunt of the vilest sort. It was finally turned into a stone yard. Dyott Street, so called after Sir John Dyott, who left it by wish to the poor, though it was afterwards a poor and even dangerous locality, must have been respectable in 1662, when a Presbyterian chapel was built there for Joseph Reed, Baxter's friend, an ejected minister from Worcestershire. Reed was taken up under the Conventicles Act in 1677 and endured much persecution, but was restored to his congregation on the accession of James II. From 1684 to 1708 the building was used as a chapel of ease to St Giles's Church. At the close of the last century men would hurry along Dyott Street as though a dangerous defile. There was a legend current of a banker's clerk who, returning from his round, with his book of notes and bills fastened by the usual chain, as he passed down Dyott Street felt a cellar door sinking under him. Conscious of his danger, he made a spring forward, dashed down the street, and escaped the trap set for him by the thieves. It may be added that Dyott Street gave the name to a song sung by Liston in the admirable burlesque of Bombastes Furioso. Irish mendicants, the poorest, dirtiest, and most unimprovable of all beggars, began to crowd into St Giles's about the time of Queen Elizabeth. The increase of London soon attracted country artisans and country beggars. The closing of the monasteries had filled England with herds of sturdy and dangerous vagrants not willing to work, and by no means inclined to starve. The newcomers, resorting to the suburbs of London to escape the penalties of infringing the city jurisdiction, the stout-hearted Queen ordered all persons within 3 miles of London gates to forbear from allowing any house to be occupied by more than one family. A proclamation of 1583 alludes to the very poor and the beggars who lived heaped up in small tenements and let lodgings. A subsequent warning orders the suppression of the great multitude of Irish vagrants, many of whom haunted the courts under the pretence of suits. By day they mixed with disbanded soldiers from the Low Countries and other impostors and beggars, and at night committed robberies and outrages. St Giles's was then one of the great harbours for these misdemeaned persons. On one occasion a mob of these rogues surrounded the Queen as she was riding out in the evening to Islington to take the air. That same night Fleetwood, the recorder, issued warrants, and in the morning went out himself and took 74 rogues, including some blind rich usurers, who were all sent to Bridewell for speedy punishment. James I pursued the same crusade against vagrants, forbidding new buildings in the suburbs and ordering all newly raised structures to be pulled down. The beadles had to attend every Sunday at the vestry to report all new inmates and who lodged them, and to take up all idlers. The constables in 1630 were also required to give notice of such persons to the churchwardens every month. In an entry in St Giles's parish books in 1637, families in cellars are first mentioned. The locality afterwards became noted for these dens, and a cellar in St Giles's became a proverbial phrase to signify the lowest poverty. In 1640, Irishmen are first mentioned by name, and money was paid to take them back again to their native land. Sir John Fielding, brother of the great novelist, who was an active Westminster magistrate in his time and a great hunter down of highwaymen, in a pamphlet on the increase of crime in London, lays special stress on the vicious poverty of St Giles's. He gives a statement on the authority of Mr Welsh, the High Constable of Holborn, of the overcrowding of the miserable lodgings where idle persons and vagabonds were sheltered for twopence a night. One woman alone owned 7 of these houses, which were crowded with twopenny beds from cellar to garret. In these beds both sexes, strangers or not, lay promiscuously, the double bed being a halfpenny cheaper. To still more wed vice to poverty, these lodging house-keepers sold gin at a penny a quartern, so that no beggar was so poor that he could not get drunk. No fewer than 70 of these vile houses were found open at all hours, and in one alone, and not the largest, there were counted 58 persons sleeping in an atmosphere loathsome, if not actually poisonous. This Judge Welsh was the father of Mrs Nollekens, and a brave and benevolent man. He was a friend of Dr Johnson, and of Fielding, whom he succeeded in his justiceship. Mr Welsh, having on one occasion heard that notorious highwayman who infested the Marleman lanes was sleeping in the first floor of a house in Rose Street, Long Acre, he hired the tallest hackney coach he could find, drove under the thief's window, ascended the roof, threw up the sash, entered the room, actually dragged the fellow naked out of bed onto the roof of the coach, and in that way carried him down New Street and up St. Martin's Lane amidst the huzzas of an immense throng which followed him to Lichfield Street, Soho. Archenholz, the German traveller, writing circa 1784, describes the streets of London as crowded with beggars. These idle people, says this curious observer, receive in alms 3, 4, and even 5 shillings a day. They have their clubs in the parish of St. Giles's, where they meet, drink, and feed well, read the papers, and talk politics. One of my friends put on one day a ragged coat, and promised a handsome reward to a beggar to introduce him to his club. He found the beggars gay and familiar, and poor only in their rags. One threw down his crutch, another untied a wooden leg, a third took off a grey wig or removed a plaister from a sound eye. Then they related their adventures and planned fresh schemes. The female beggars hired children for 6pence, and sometimes even 2 shillings a day. A very deformed child is worth 4 shillings. In the same parish the pickpockets met to dine and exchange or sell snuff-boxes, handkerchiefs, and other stolen property. About 50 years before, says Archenholz, there had been a pickpockets' club in St. Giles's, where the knives and forks were chained to the table and the cloth was nailed on. Rules were, however, decorously observed and chairmen chosen at their meetings. Not far from this house was a celebrated gin shop, on the signpost of which was written, "Here you may get drunk for a penny, dead drunk for 2pence, and straw for nothing." The cellars of this public-spirited man were never empty. Archenholz also sketches the conjurers who told fortunes for a shilling. They wore black gowns and false beards, advertised in the newspapers, and painted their houses with magical figures and planetary emblems. In 1783, Mr. J.T. Smith describes how he made for Mr. Crowell, the illustrator of Pennant, a sketch of Old Simon, a well-known character who took his station daily under one of the gate piers of the old red and brown brick gateway at the northern end of St. Giles's churchyard, which then faced Mr. Remnant's timber yard. This man wore several hats and was remarkable for a long, dirty, yellowish-white beard. His chapped fingers were adorned with brass rings. He had several coats and waistcoats, the upper wrap-rassel covering bundles of rags, parcels of books, canisters of bread and cheese, matches, a tinder-box, meat for his dog, scraps from Fox's Book of Martyrs, and 3 or 4 dog's-eared, thumbed, and greasy numbers of the Gentleman's Magazine. From these random leaves he gathered much information, which he retailed to persons who stopped to look at him. Simon and his dog lodged under a staircase in an old shattered building in Dyot Street known as Rat's Castle. It was in this beggar's rendezvous that Nollekens the sculptor used to seek models for his Grecian Venuses. Rowlandson etched Simon several times in his usual gross but droll manner. There was also a whole-length print of him published by John Seager with this monumental inscription, "Simon Eadie, born at Woodford near Thrapston, Northamptonshire in 1709, died May 18th, 1783. Simon had had several dogs which, one after the other, were stolen and sent for sale at Islington, or killed for their teeth by men employed by the dentists. The following anecdote is told of his last and most faithful dog. Rover had been a shepherd's dog at Harrow, and having its left eye struck out by a bullock's horn, was left with Simon by its master, a Smithfield drover. The beggar tied him to his arm with a long string, cured him, and then restored him to the drover. After that the dog would stop at St. Giles's porch every market day, on its way after the drover to the slaughter-house in Union Street, and receive caresses from the hand which had bathed its wound. Rover would then yelp for joy and gratitude and scamper off to get up with the erring bullocks. At last poor Simon missed the dog for several weeks. At the end of that time it appeared one morning at his feet, and with its one sorrowful and uplifted eye implored Simon's protection by licking his tawny beard. His master the drover was dead. Simon was only too glad to adopt Rover, who eventually followed him to his last home. There was an elegy printed for good-natured, inoffensive old Simon with a woodcut portrait attached. The Honourable Daines Barrington is said to have never passed the old mendicant without giving him 6pence. Mr. J.T. Smith, himself afterwards curator of the prints at the British Museum, published some curious etchings of beggars and street characters in 1815. Amongst them are ragged men carrying placards of the Grand Golden Lottery, strange old clothesmen in cocked hats and two-tier wigs, itinerant wood merchants, sellers of toys, such as young lambs or live haddock, flying piemen in pigtails and shorts, women in gypsy hats, doormat sellers, vendors of hot peas, pickled cucumbers, lemons, windmills, toys, and last and least, Sir Harry Dimmesdale, the dwarf mayor of Garratt. The condition of the beggars of St Giles in 1815 we gather pretty accurately from the evidence given by Mr Sampson Stevenson, overseer of the parish, and by trade an ironmonger at No. 11 King Street, 7 Dials, before a committee of the House of Commons, the Right Honourable George Rose in the chair. Mr Stevenson's shop was not more than a few yards from one of the beggars' chief rendezvous, and he had therefore been enabled to closely study their habits. The inn had lost its licence as the landlord encouraged thieves, and he had made inquiries of petition writers, the highest class of mendicants. He had gone frequently into the bar of the Fountain in King Street, another of their haunts, to watch their goings-on. The pretended sailors never carried anything on their backs, as they only begged or extorted money, but the other rogues, who made it their practice to ask for food and clothing, always carried a knapsack to put it in. They returned laden with shoes and clothes which they would sell in Monmouth Street. They had been heard to say that they had made 3 or 4 shillings a day by begging shoes alone. Their mode of obtaining charity was to go barefoot and scarify their heels so that the blood might show. They went out 2 or 3 together, or more, and invariably changed their routes each day. Mr Stevenson had seen them pull out their money and share it. Victuals, he believed, they threw away, but everything else they sold. They would stop at the fountain till the house closed, or till they got drunk, began to fight, and were turned out by the publican, who feared the losing his licence. They probably went to even lower places to finish their revel. They teach each other, he said, different modes of extortion. They are of the worst character, and overwhelm you with cursing and abuse if you refuse them money. There is one special rascal, Ganny Manos, who is scarcely 3 months in the year out of jail. He always goes barefoot and scratches his ankles to make them bleed. He is the greatest collector of shoes and clothes, as he goes the most naked to excite compassion. Another man had been known in the streets for 15 or 20 years. He generally limped or passed as a cripple, but Mr Stevenson has seen him fencing and jumping about like a pugilist. He went without a hat, with bare arms and a canvas bag on his back. He generally began by singing a song, and he carried primroses or something in his hand. He pretended to be scarcely able to move one foot before the other, but if a Bow Street officer or a beadle came in sight, he was off as quick as anyone. There was another man, an Irishman, who had had a good education, and had been in the medical line. He wrote a beautiful hand, and drew up petitions for beggars at 6pence or a shilling each. These men come out by 20s and 30s from the bottom of Dyot Street, and then branch off 5 or 6 together. The one who has still some money left starts them with a pint or half a pint of gin. They have all their divisions, and they quarter the town into sections. Some of them collect 3, 4 or 5 children, paying 6pence a day for each, and then they go begging in gangs, setting the children crying to excite people's sympathies. The Irish sometimes have the impudence to bring these children to the board and claim relief, and swear the children are their own. In a short time they are found out, but till the discovery their landlords will swear their story is true. Sometimes by giving their own country people something, the landlords help to detect them, but even in cases where the children are their own, they will not work when they have once got into the habit of begging. If they will not come into the workhouse, their relief is instantly stopped. They spend their evenings drinking, after dining at an eating-house. Deserving people never beg, they are ashamed of it. They do not eat broken victuals. They have seldom any lodgings. There are houses where 40 or 50 of them sleep. A porter stands at the door and takes the money. In the morning there is a general muster to see they have stolen nothing, and then the doors are unlocked. For 3pence they have clean straw, for 4pence something more decent, and for 6pence a bed. These are all professional beggars. They beg every day, even Sundays. They will not work, they get more money by begging. Sometimes during hard frosts they pretend to beg for work, but their children are sent out early by their parents to certain prescribed stations to beg, sometimes with a broom. If they do not bring home more or less according to their size, they are beaten. A large family of children is a revenue to these people. When beggars did not get enough for their subsistence, Mr. Stevenson believed that they had a fund amongst themselves, as they so seldom applied for relief. The Irish were generally afraid to apply, for fear of being returned to their own country. Beggars had been heard to brag of getting 6, 7, and 8 shillings a day or more, and if one got more than the others, he divided it with the rest. Mr. Stevenson concluded his evidence by saying that there were so many low Irish in St. Giles's that out of £30,000 a year collected in that parish by poor rate, £20,000 went to this low and shifting population, that decreased in summer and increased in winter. From 1 or 2 specimens culled from the London newspapers in 1829, we do not augur much improvement in the character and habits of the St. Giles's beggars. On the 12th of July 1829, John Driscoll, an old professional mendicant, was brought up at the Marylebone Police Office, charged with begging, annoying respectable persons, and even following fashionably dressed ladies into shops. In his pockets were found a small sum of money, some ham sandwiches, and an invitation ticket signed Car Drury, Chairman. It requested the favour of Mr. Driscoll's company on Monday evening next at 7 o'clock at the Robin Hood, Church Street, St. Giles, for the purpose of taking supper with others in his line of calling or profession. Mr. Olsen said he supposed that an alderman in chains would grace the beggar's festive board, but he would at least prevent the prisoner forming one of the party on Monday and sent him to the House of Corrections for 14 days. The same day, one of these men who chalk, "I am starving," on the pavement, was also sent to the treadmill for 14 days. Francis Fisher, the prisoner in question, was one of a gang of 40 pavement chalkers. In the evening, after work, these men changed their dress and with their ladies enjoyed themselves over a good supper, brandy and water, and cigars. In the winter time, when they excited more compassion, their average earnings were 10 shillings a day. This would make £20 a day for the gang, and no less than £7,300 a year. Monmouth Street is generally supposed to have derived its name from the Duke of Monmouth, Charles II's natural son, whose townhouse stood close by in Soho Square. It was perhaps named from Carey, Earl of Monmouth, who died in 1626, and his son, who died in 1661. They were both parishioners of St. Giles's. It was early known as the Great Mart for Old Clothes, but was superseded in later times by Holy Well Street, which in its turn was displaced by the Minories. Lady Mary Wortley alludes to the lace coats hung up for sale in Monmouth Street like Irish patents. Even Prior, in his pleasant metaphysical poem of Alma, says, "This looks, friend Dick, as nature had but exercised a salesman's trade, and if she haply had sat down and cut out clothes for all the town, then sent them out to Monmouth Street to see what persons they would fit." Gay also alludes to this Jewish street in the following distich in his Trivia. Thames Street gives cheeses, Covent Garden fruits, Moorfields old books, and Monmouth Street old suits. Most of the shops in Monmouth Street were occupied by Jew dealers in 1849, and horseshoes were then to be seen nailed under the doorsteps of the sellers to scare away witches. Mr. Charles Dickens, in his Sketches by Boz, published in 1836-7, describes Seven Dials and Monmouth Street as they then appeared. The maze of streets, the unwholesome atmosphere, the men in fustians spotted with brick dust or whitewash, and chronically leaning against posts, are all painted by this great artist with the accuracy of a Dutch painter. The writer boldly plunges into the region of first effusions and last dying speeches hallowed by the names of Catnach and of Pitts, and carries us at once into a fight between 2 half-drunk Irish termagants outside a gin shop. He then takes us to the dirty, straggling houses, the dark chandler's shop, the rag and bone stores, the broker's den, the bird fancier's room as full as Noah's Ark, and completes the picture with a background of dirty men, filthy women, squalid children, fluttering shuttlecocks, noisy battledores, reeking pipes, bad fruit, more than doubtful oysters, attenuated cats, depressed dogs, and anatomized fowls. Every house has, he says, at least a dozen tenants. The man in the shop is in the baked jemmy line, or deals in firewood and hearthstones. An Irish labourer and his family occupy the back kitchen, while a jobbing carpet beater is in the front. In the front one pair, there's another family, and in the back one pair, a young woman who takes in tambour work. In the back attic is a mysterious man who never buys anything but coffee. penny loaves and ink, and is supposed to write poems for Mr. Warren. The Monmouth Street inhabitants Mr. Dickens describes as a peaceable, thoughtful, and dirty race, who immure themselves in deep cellars or small back parlours, and seldom come forth till the dusk and cool of the evening, when, seated in chairs on the pavement, smoking their pipes, they watch the gambols of their children as they revel in the gutter, a happy troop of infantine scavengers. A Monmouth Street laced coat was a byword a century ago, but still we find Monmouth Street the same. Pilot coats, double-breasted check waistcoats, low broad-brimmed coachmen's hats, and skeleton suits have usurped the place of the old attire. But Monmouth Street, said Charles Dickens, is still the burial place of the fashions, and we love to walk among these extensive groves of the illustrious dead, and indulge in the speculations to which they give rise. In 1816 there were said to be 2,348 Irish people resident in St Giles's, but an Irish witness before a committee of the House declared that there were 6,000 Irish and 3,000 children in the neighbourhood of George Street alone. In 1815 there were 14,164 Irish in the whole of London. The Irish portion of the parish of St Giles's was known by the name of the Holy Land in 1829. End of section 23. Recording by Ian Stewart, Rosanna, Victoria, Australia.